So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see very interesting crossover between Harry Potter and Bleach anime. What if Harry joined Gotei 13 to master Bankai? So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos because they are interesting. So yeah, do check out, and let's jump right back into the video.
Not all who fall through darkness land in the same shadow. The veil had always sounded like breathing. Not literally. Not in the way wind breathed through broken windows or a sleeping person exhaled in the dark. It was something thinner than that, stranger than that. A soft, endless whispering hidden inside silence, as though the fabric itself remembered every secret ever spoken in its presence and had never quite stopped repeating them. Harry Potter stood before it alone. The death chamber was exactly as he remembered, and nothing like memory at all. The stone benches still curved downward in solemn tiers. The dais still stood in the center like an altar abandoned by reason. The ragged black curtain still hung across the ancient archway, moving where no air should have touched it. Time had not improved the place. If anything, it had made it worse. Emptier, more patient. He had been here once before as a boy, all panic and instinct and grief. He had watched Sirius fall through that curtain with surprise still on his face. He had heard the veil whisper his name and almost followed him then. Now he was 19, and there was no prophecy left to outrun. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. The dead remained dead. The world had applauded and mourned and rebuilt itself with that same terrible human efficiency that made catastrophe feel, after a while, like administration. Shops reopened, trials were held, articles were written, children went back to school. People smiled at Harry in the street with gratitude that often felt uncomfortably like relief. You did it for us. You survived for us. You can rest now. But Harry had discovered that surviving and living were not the same thing. He still woke in the middle of the night with his wand already in his hand and no idea what sound had dragged him from sleep. He still counted the dead without meaning to: Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin, Dobby, Snape, Sirius. His parents still came last because some griefs were foundations, not wounds. He was good at being needed. He was less good at understanding who he was when no one required saving. The veil whispered. He had spent months telling himself he came here for answers. Maybe he had. Maybe he had simply grown tired of doors being closed. His fingers tightened around the elder wand. It felt warm in his hand, faintly alive in that way it always had, as if it recognized impossible places and approved of them. He had mastered it, won it properly. Earned, through blood and loss and absurdity, the allegiance of a weapon old enough to have become legend. And yet even with that certainty in his palm, he felt oddly small before the black curtain. "Are you there?" Harry asked quietly. His voice vanished into the chamber and came back thinner. No answer, of course not. The dead did not owe the living explanations. He thought of the white station from King's Cross, of Dumbledore in pale light, of the choice he had once been given. Go on. Come back. It had not felt like a dream. It had felt more real than most of what came after. He thought of Sirius laughing, of Lupin looking tired and kind and doomed before Harry had words for doom, of his mother and father who had existed for him first as stories, then as shades, and only after that as grief, curiosity, he told himself, not despair, not surrender, curiosity. He wanted to know what waited on the other side of death when war was not actively forcing the answer. He wanted to know if the universe had structure beyond suffering. He wanted, perhaps most embarrassingly of all, to know whether the people he had lost were somewhere that could still be called somewhere. His scar prickled. Harry frowned. That hadn't happened in years. The pain did not spike the way it once had in Voldemort's presence. It burned low and strange, as if some old piece of him was waking up because it recognized the shape of this place. The sensation spread in a thin line across his forehead, then deepened until it felt less like pain and more like pressure, a hand against a locked door. The veil stirred. Not with wind, with invitation. Harry let out one breath, steady and deliberate. "I've followed worse ideas," he murmured. Then he stepped through. For one impossible instant he thought he understood everything, not in words. Words shattered immediately. Language was too small for what met him. There was no corridor beyond the veil, no afterlife waiting in the shape of loved faces and forgiving light. There was motion, vastness, current, a river made not of water but of force so ancient and immense that his soul recognized it before his mind did. He was inside a torrent. Spiritual pressure slammed into him from all directions, not like drowning but like being translated. Layers peeled off him and returned changed. His body, whatever body meant in that place, tore apart into bright fragments. The Elder Wand blazed in his grip, its allegiance flaring in furious answer, then dimmed as if shocked by the scale of the medium around it. Harry tried to shout, but the current rushed through his mouth and lungs and bones and turned shouting into light. Something screamed nearby. For one horrible second, he thought it was him. Then he realized the sound was familiar. A high, furious, inhuman shriek like the memory of a soul fragment dying. The scar on his forehead burst into white fire. A shadow uncoiled through the current. Not Voldemort, not truly, but the last residue of that old violation, the final spiritual stain left by years of being a container for something that had not belonged in him. The veil, or the current beyond it, or whatever ruled this impossible passage, seized on that impurity like a wound being cauterized. Wings beat in the storm. Harry twisted toward the sound, though he could see almost nothing. There was light everywhere, and none of it was kind. He thought he caught the outline of something enormous moving beside him in the torrent, pale and gold and terrible, watching him with eyes he almost knew. Then the current dropped him. He hit stone hard enough to forget his own name. When consciousness returned, it did so in pieces. Cold came first, then smell, not clean cold, not the crisp sort that lived in winter air and made lungs feel newly sharpened. This was dirty cold, damp walls, old ash, rust, stagnant water, cheap cooking smoke, and the metallic tang of blood somewhere nearby. Harry dragged in a breath that hurt for reasons he didn't understand and opened his eyes to a sky the color of bruised iron. He was lying in a gutter. For several seconds he simply stared upward, waiting for London to make sense around him. London declined. The buildings leaning over the narrow street were made of patched wood, cracked plaster, and salvaged stone, stacked at angles that would have made any normal city inspector faint. Lines of laundry hung between rooftops like surrendered flags. The road was more mud than paving. Somewhere close by, voices were shouting in a language he didn't know, or almost didn't know. The cadence had a clipped formality under the roughness, and the sounds scraped unexpectedly against old textbook memory, Japanese. Harry sat up too quickly and nearly blacked out. He caught himself on one hand, panting. His body felt wrong, lighter in some places, heavier in others. There was no heartbeat thudding in his ears, no pulse in his throat. His chest moved, he breathed, he hurt, and yet the old constant rhythm of blood seemed absent. For one dizzying second terror almost took him cleanly. Then his fingers closed around familiar wood. The Elder Wand lay beside him in the gutter. Harry grabbed it so fast it might have been a reflex older than thought. Relief flashed through him, sharp, irrational, immediate. Good, good. Something had crossed with him. Something still belonged. He pointed it upward with a hand that trembled despite his efforts. Lumos. A pale spark blinked at the tip, then died. Harry stared. "No," he said, more offended than frightened. "No, come on." He took a breath, focused harder, and tried again. Lumos. This time the light lasted perhaps half a second longer, weak, yellow-white, flickering like a dying candle in rain before vanishing completely. Harry's stomach dropped. He gripped the wand tighter and called up a spell so instinctive he could have cast it half asleep at 15. Expelliarmus! A thread of red shot from the Elder Wand no more than 2 feet before unraveling into harmless sparks. Not nothing. Not entirely dead, but wrong. Starved. Disconnected. Harry lowered the wand slowly. He could still feel magic inside himself, but it was distant and turbulent, like trying to drink from a river by putting a cup to a flood. Whatever place this was, the air didn't carry power the way the living world had. Or perhaps it carried too much of something else. The wand, legendary and proud and impossible, felt in his hand like a tool built for one language trying to operate in another. A shadow fell over him. Harry snapped his head up. 3 children were staring from the mouth of an alley. They were not actually children, not in the way the word normally meant. One looked about 12, one perhaps 10, and the smallest no older than 6, but there was a stillness in their eyes that belonged to people who had seen too much for too long. Their clothes were patched and filthy. The oldest held a short knife with the weary competence of someone who had used it and expected to again. They all looked thin, they all looked ready to run. Harry's instincts moved before his confusion did. He pushed himself to his feet slowly, keeping his wand lowered. "It's all right," he said, which, considering the circumstances, was a ridiculous thing to say. The oldest child narrowed his eyes. "You're not from here." Harry had not expected the answer in rough but understandable Japanese. Somehow he understood it anyway, not every word cleanly, but enough. The shock must have shown, because the boy's expression shifted from suspicion to open wariness. "Where's your district marker?" the boy asked. Harry touched his chest reflexively. No marker, no badge, no anything really beyond the clothes he'd crossed in and the wand in his hand. "I don't know where here is," Harry admitted. The 3 children exchanged looks that suggested this answer was either madness or a trap. Before any of them could decide which, a scream ripped down the street, not close, close enough. All 3 children flinched. The smallest made a frightened sound and grabbed the middle child's sleeve. The oldest swore, short and fierce, and turned his head toward the northern edge of the district, where the ramshackle roofs gave way to darker open ground. Harry felt it before he saw it. The air changed. Pressure rolled over the street in a slow, nauseating wave. Every instinct he possessed, magical, physical, human, reacted at once. The sensation was not like a Dementor, not like a Death Eater, not even like Voldemort at his worst. It was hunger given shape. Malice without intelligence, or perhaps intelligence stripped down to appetite. The scar on Harry's forehead burned so sharply he hissed through his teeth. A deep, distant bellow shook the walls. The oldest child whispered something that Harry did not understand fully, but one word carried clear anyway: hollow. A massive shape rose beyond the nearest line of buildings. At first, Harry thought it was some kind of tower unfolding in the mist. Then the white mask turned and the illusion collapsed. It was gigantic. The creature wore bone like armor and emptiness like a face. Its mask was smooth and blank except for black eye holes and a mouth stretched into a permanent silent scream. A long body, more suggestion than stable anatomy, loomed above the district's broken skyline. Spiritual pressure poured off it in waves that made the street shudder. Harry's scar felt like lightning under skin. The children were backing away. "Run!" The oldest snapped at Harry this time, furious with disbelief. "If it notices you, you're dead." Harry had once been 11 years old and told to run from a mountain troll. He had once been 14 and told to run from a dragon. He had once been 17 and told to run from a war. He looked at the children, at the ruined street, at the thing towering over the district like a nightmare too large for the world around it. And somewhere under the exhaustion, under the dislocation, under the cold ache where certainty used to live, something inside him aligned with old habit. There were people here, that was enough. "Find somewhere solid," Harry said. Now, the oldest boy stared at him as if he'd spoken total nonsense. Harry was already moving. He ran toward the sound. The district was chaos by the time he reached the next rise. Souls, if they were souls, and that thought still hadn't fully settled, were fleeing in every direction. Some crouched in doorways with the fatal stillness of people who knew running would not help. Others screamed for missing relatives. One building had already collapsed inward where the creature's pressure alone had cracked its supports. The masked monster took another step. That was wrong too. It did not step on the ground so much as insist the air become strong enough to bear it. Harry ducked behind the shattered wall of a half-ruined storehouse and forced himself to breathe, think, His wand still worked, barely. The thing was enormous. Magic behaved badly here. He had no idea what counted as fatal to a creature made of spiritual pressure and nightmare design. Excellent. Normal odds, then. He aimed the Elder Wand around the edge of the wall. Reducto? The curse hit the Hollow's shoulder in a brief flare of force. Dust burst off white armor. The creature paused. That was all. Its head turned. Black eyeholes fixed on Harry. Every nerve in his body went ice cold. "Well," Harry muttered, "that got your attention." The Hollow opened its mouth. Dark energy gathered there, not light, not exactly, but compression. Harry felt the air tighten, felt the pressure pull inward toward the creature's maw until the hairs on his arms lifted. Instinct screamed a single word he did not need translated. Attack! Harry threw up his wand. Pratigo, the shield that burst into being, was not the one he meant to cast. It came out jagged, black at the edges, and streaked through with violent gold, more like a pane of storm-forged glass than the smooth blue-white barrier he knew. It crackled with a sound like distant thunder and spread wider than it should have, bending around him in uneven angles. The Hollow fired. A beam of red-black force slammed into the shield with enough impact to drive Harry back 3 full steps and crack the stones beneath his boots. Sound vanished. For one blinding instant, all he knew was pressure and light and the sense that his arms were being forced backward through his shoulders. Then the shield fractured. Harry dropped sideways behind the wall as the beam tore through where he had been standing and carved a molten trench down the street beyond. Heat rolled over him. The wall collapsed. Harry hit the ground hard, rolled, came up coughing, and aimed again before his mind caught up with the fact that he should probably be dead. Confringo, Defindo, Bombada. Spells flew one after another in unstable, half-starved bursts. Some struck true, some warped in midair. One erupted in a shower of red-gold sparks that clawed along the Hollow's mask like living fire before guttering out. The creature recoiled slightly, more surprised than damaged. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. Harry kept firing anyway. He changed position constantly, moving through rubble and broken alleys, letting old battlefield instinct take over. Never stay still. Never let it track your rhythm. Hit, move, breathe, hit again. He had fought larger enemies. He had fought stronger enemies. The difference was that this one did not care about intimidation or strategy or ideology. It wanted to consume, and that purity of purpose made it hideously simple. Another sweep of pressure hit the district. Somewhere behind Harry, a child cried out. He risked a glance. The 3 from before were dragging 2 younger souls toward the remains of a collapsed stone building. Good. Good, they'd listened. The Hollow noticed movement. Its left arm rose. Harry saw the line of destruction before it happened. Not literally, but the same way good seekers saw trajectories before brooms turned, and duelists saw curses before wand arms finished lifting. No, he ran. The Elder Wand felt suddenly heavier, then hotter, like wood trying to remember it had once belonged to death stories and impossible men. Harry threw everything he had into one spell, not a named incantation at all, just force, protection, denial. Golden black light ripped out of the wand and crashed into the Hollow's descending arm. For a heartbeat, the air split. The attack veered. Instead of obliterating the children's shelter, the Hollow's strike gouged through the street 10 yards to the side, smashing a row of empty structures into a wave of splintered timber and stone. Harry dropped to one knee. Pain lanced through his scar so intensely his vision whited out. Wings. He heard wings again, not overhead. Inside the pressure. Inside himself. A vast sound held just beneath hearing, like a storm trying to remember its own name. The Hollow roared. It was coming closer now, its mask lowering, spiritual pressure thickening until breathing itself felt like an argument. Harry forced himself upright. His wand arm shook. His magic had dropped from thin to threadbare. He could maybe manage 1 more good spell, 2 if he got lucky and ignored the tearing sensation in his entire nervous system. The Hollow raised its hand. Harry lifted the Elder Wand. He thought, absurdly, of Hogwarts at dawn, of the burrow's crooked warmth, of Hermione rolling her eyes while helping him with something she pretended not to enjoy explaining, of Ron's laugh, of Ginny's face the last time he saw her, of Sirius falling, of Dumbledore in white light telling him he could go on. Not yet, Harry thought. The creature's hand came down, something cut through the sky. There was no warning, no dramatic flare of presence. One instant the hollow towered over the district, hand descending with annihilating force. The next, a black figure dropped from above so fast Harry barely registered motion at all, just a slash of spiritual pressure so dense and savage it made the whole world seem to flinch. Steel flashed. The hollow split in half, not staggered, not wounded, not slowed, cut. A perfect line carved through mask, skull, body, pressure, and whatever passed for spirit in the thing. For a frozen second both halves remained standing, held together by disbelief. Then the giant corpse peeled apart and collapsed in opposite directions, dissolving into streaming particles of pale light and black ash before it ever struck the ground. Silence hit the street like another impact. Harry remained where he was, wand still raised, breathing hard. A man landed between him and the fading remains of the hollow with the casual ease of someone stepping off a curb. He was huge, not merely tall though he was, but built with the kind of confidence that made size feel secondary to presence. He wore black robes unlike anything Harry had seen, layered and battle-worn and loose enough to suggest complete contempt for formality. A white captain's haori hung over them, sleeveless and ragged at the edges. Bells chimed faintly from one side of him. His hair spiked wildly. An eye patch covered one eye. The uncovered one burned with delighted violence. A sword rested across one broad shoulder. The man turned his head and looked directly at Harry, then he grinned. It was not a reassuring grin. It was not kind. It was not sane by most civilized standards. It was the grin of someone who had just found an unexpected problem and hoped very much it would become entertaining. The air around him felt alive with killing intent so vast and controlled, it made everything Harry had felt from the hollow seem clumsy. The scar on Harry's forehead stopped hurting. For the first time since stepping through the veil, he felt something very close to clarity. This, some instinct whispered, is what power looks like in this world. The man's gaze flicked to the elder wand, then back to Harry's face. His grin widened fractionally. "You've got an interesting smell, outsider," he said, voice rough with amusement. "Spiritual pressure that doesn't know what it is yet." He shifted the sword on his shoulder. "I like it." Harry, who had met madmen, murderers, monsters, dark lords, and Albus Dumbledore, found himself at an uncharacteristic loss for words. The giant laughed once, a short, sharp sound with real pleasure in it. Behind him, the surviving children were staring with expressions halfway between worship and terror. One of them whispered a name. Harry did not know the language well enough to catch every nuance, but this one came clear: Zaraki. The man tilted his head, still studying Harry as though evaluating a blade no one had finished forging yet. "Well," he said, "you gonna fall over, or are you worth talking to?" Harry swallowed, lowered the elder wand by an inch, and discovered that whatever else the universe intended to do with him, it apparently was not finished being strange. He straightened as much as his exhausted body allowed. "I've had worse welcomes," he said. The man barked another laugh, louder this time, openly pleased. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I'm definitely keeping this one alive long enough to see what happens next." And standing in the ruins of a district he did not know, beneath a sky that wasn't his, with the remains of a nightmare dissolving around them and the weight of a dead world still clinging to his shoulders, Harry Potter looked at the grinning captain of monsters and realized, with something perilously close to anticipation, that he had not reached the end of his story after all. He had only fallen through the wrong door. And on the other side, something had been waiting, in which Harry Potter learns that a stick is just a stick. Kenpachi Zaraki did not ask Harry to follow him. He simply turned and started walking, as though the matter had been settled by his own interest, and therefore required no further negotiation. The great sword remained slung over one shoulder. His bells chimed faintly with each step, a cheerful sound that somehow made him more alarming instead of less. Harry stood in the broken street for half a second, elder wand still in hand, while the remains of the hollow drifted apart like ash in pale wind. The three children from the alley were staring at him, not at Kenpachi. At him. The look was familiar enough to hit an old nerve immediately, not fame, not awe exactly, but the unnerving moment when strangers decided you had become part of the story they would tell afterward. Harry had never liked that feeling in Britain. He liked it even less in a place where giant masked monsters could appear above the skyline. The oldest boy recovered first. He gave Harry a sharp, assessing glance, then dropped his eyes to the ground in the direction of Kenpachi's departing back. It was less gratitude than warning. "If Captain Zaraki tells you to go," he muttered, "you go." Harry looked after the black-robed giant striding through the street as if devastation were just another form of scenery. "I gathered that," he said. The boy's mouth twitched despite himself. One of the smaller children tugged at Harry's sleeve. "You fought it." Harry looked down. "Badly. You still did." It was said with the kind of plain astonishment only children and soldiers ever really managed. Harry had no good answer for that. He crouched instead, ignoring the protest from muscles that didn't feel entirely like his anymore, and looked the little group over more carefully. "Thin, dirty, frightened, alive, are you hurt?" he asked. The oldest boy bristled on instinct, then checked himself. "No." That meant yes, probably, but not enough to keep standing. Harry knew the type. He glanced toward the wrecked side of the street where the hollow's redirected strike had carved through several buildings. By some miracle, the shelter the children had reached still stood, though only just. Several other souls were emerging from hiding now, gaunt figures in patched clothes, peering out with the stunned caution of people who expected rescue to be followed by consequences. Harry rose slowly. "Find somewhere more stable than this, if anything else comes." "It won't," said a new voice, bright and utterly unconcerned. A small girl appeared as if she had been there the whole time and had simply chosen not to be noticed until now. She wore black robes like Kenpachi's, though far neater, and her pink hair framed a face too cheerful to match the district around her. She could not have looked older than a child, younger than Harry remembered Ginny being at Hogwarts, maybe. And yet the air around her had the same impossible weight as the giant captain's, just folded smaller, tucked away in a way that felt less like weakness and more like play. She planted her hands on her hips and looked at the ruined street with delighted interest. "Kenchan cut it already," she announced, "so if anything else comes, he'll cut that too." The district residents relaxed by degrees so small they were almost invisible. Harry stared. The girl turned those bright, sharp eyes on him, looked him up and down once, and grinned in a way that was alarmingly familiar. "Oh," she said, "you really are weird." Harry blinked. "That's encouraging. It's true." She skipped closer and leaned in with open curiosity. "You smell like lightning and old doors." That was not, as first impressions went, the oddest thing anyone had ever said to him, but it made a respectable effort. She seemed pleased by his expression. "I'm Yakairu," she said. "Kenchan likes you, which means you're interesting. If you turn out boring later, I'll be really disappointed." Before Harry could decide what answer best fit that statement, Kenpachi's voice rolled back down the street without him slowing. "You coming, outsider, or should I drag you?" Harry took one last look at the children. The oldest boy gave him a tight nod, not trust, but acknowledgement. It would do. Harry tucked the elder wand into his sleeve out of old habit, adjusted the torn remains of his coat, and followed Captain Zaraki into District 80. If the first street had looked lawless, the rest of Zaraki quickly established that lawlessness had neighborhoods. They moved through a district built on attrition rather than design. Houses leaned against one another like drunks at closing time. Whole blocks were stitched together from salvaged timber, rusted metal, old stone, and sheer refusal to collapse. Markets existed in the gaps where violence had not yet reclaimed the ground. Cooking smoke hung low. Eyes watched from windows, roofs, and alleys, then looked away fast when they recognized who was walking below. Nobody stopped Kenpachi. Nobody even tried. Harry, used to power being wrapped in manners or politics or polished malice, found the honesty of it almost refreshing. Kenpachi did not dominate a space by demanding recognition. The world around him recognized, adapted, and survived accordingly. He also walked fast. By the time they reached what passed for a stronghold, a wide, battered warehouse built into the side of an older stone structure, Harry's borrowed body or soul or whatever he now inhabited was beginning to object in earnest. He could keep pace. He had marched farther on worse injuries. But he could feel how close he was running to the edge. The building's interior was unexpectedly orderly, not clean exactly, but organized. Crates lined one wall. Water barrels sat under a patched section of roof. A long table occupied the center of the room, scarred by old knife marks and older arguments. Weapons leaned in bundles near the far door. There were signs people actually used the place rather than merely occupied it between fights. Kenpachi shoved the door open with one hand and stepped inside. "Sit," he said, which somehow sounded almost as dangerous as when he ordered people to run. Harry sat. It was less obedience than strategic acceptance of gravity. Yakairu hopped onto the table, cross-legged and delighted, as though this were the best entertainment she'd had all week. Kenpachi remained standing for a moment, one eye fixed on Harry. Then he dropped his sword against the wall with a heavy metallic sound and pulled over a chair built for a normal-sized person. The chair made a sound of structural despair, but survived. Harry had a sudden, irrational thought of Hagrid trying to sit gracefully in the burrow's kitchen. It almost made him smile. Kenpachi noticed. "What?" "Nothing," Harry said. "You remind me of someone. Hope he fought better than you." "That depends how rude he was." Kenpachi barked a laugh and leaned back, chair creaking under him. "Good, you're still got some teeth." Silence followed, not awkward silence, not testing silence exactly. More the kind Harry had only rarely encountered, a pause held by someone with so little need to fill space that the quiet itself became part of the conversation. Harry broke first. "All right," he said, because that had always been his problem. "Where am I?" Kenpachi looked at him as if measuring whether the question deserved the short answer or the insulting one. "Rukungai," he said at last. "Outer District. Zaraki, District 80. That explained absolutely nothing, and somehow Harry knew from the man's tone that Kenpachi considered it more than sufficient. Yakairu swung her legs. "It's the rough part," she offered helpfully. "The roughest rough part. People get hungry, people fight. Hollows show up sometimes. Kenchan shows up sometimes too, which makes the Hollows have bad days." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "Rukungai. The place souls go," Kenpachi said. "Most of 'em anyway." The words landed with less shock than they should have, maybe because some part of Harry had already known. His body's wrongness. The air, the pressure, the absence of heartbeat, the hollow, the black robes, the sense that this place worked according to rules older and crueler than geography. "The dead," he said quietly. Kenpachi shrugged one massive shoulder. "More or less." Harry looked down at his own hands. They looked like his hands. Scarred knuckles. Inkshadow bruise at one wrist from the collapse in the street, a faint white line across his palm from a training accident 2 years prior. But they didn't feel anchored the same way. He flexed them slowly, listening to the room, to the creak of old wood, to Yakairu humming tunelessly, to Kenpachi's almost silent breathing. He should have panicked. He discovered, to his own surprise, that panic felt like it belonged to someone younger. "So I died," Harry said. "Maybe?" Kenpachi replied. Harry looked up. The captain's face held no mockery now, only blunt attention. "You crossed over," Kenpachi said. "That much is obvious. Whether you died the way people around here mean it, that's murkier. Your soul doesn't sit right. Feels like it took the long road and kicked a few doors off on the way." That was unhelpfully specific. Harry leaned back in the chair and forced himself to think line by line. "The archway," he said. "The veil." Kenpachi's uncovered eye sharpened. "What archway?" Harry described it as best he could. The The chamber, the stone dais, the ancient arch with the ragged curtain and the whispering beyond it. As he spoke, Yakiru lost interest and began inspecting a crack in the tabletop with profound seriousness. Kenpachi did not interrupt once. When Harry finished, the captain sat still for several seconds. "Sounds like a boundary artifact," he said finally. "Old one, dangerous one, maybe older than the systems now. Meaning you didn't jump into death." Kenpachi rested one arm along the chair back. "You jumped into a place between." Harry went very still. A place between, he thought of the white station from the forest, of choosing to go back, of the current he had fallen through this time, vast and blinding and merciless, of the scream inside it that had felt too much like a soul fragment being ripped free, not death then, or not only death. "What's soul society?" he asked. Kenpachi's grin came back, smaller and rougher this time. "Now that's a bigger question." And so Harry Potter, who had been lied to by headmasters, manipulated by ministries, instructed by aurors, and educated in equal parts by books, disasters, and near-fatal mistakes, got the bluntest explanation of the afterlife anyone had ever received. Soul society, Kenpachi explained, was not heaven. Harry appreciated that he established this immediately. It was a structure, a world, a system through which souls passed, gathered, lived again in altered form, and from which certain beings, Shinigami, soul reapers, maintained the balance between the world of the living, soul society itself, and the wasteland called Huko Mundo, where hollows bred and fed. Rukungai housed ordinary souls. Serete, deeper inward, housed the Gotei 13, the military force of soul society. Hollows were corrupted spirits, souls hollowed out by hunger and violence until little remained but instinct and spiritual predation. Soul reapers fought them, purified them, and kept the flow of souls from collapsing into chaos. Kenpachi explained all this with the tone of a man describing the weather. Harry listened with increasing focus and decreasing surprise. Maybe after Horcruxes and Hallows and fragments of the soul walking around in school diaries, the concept of a managed afterlife simply felt less absurd than it should. Or maybe once you had personally stepped through one impossible doorway, a second world existing beyond it became a matter of irritating logistics rather than philosophy. "What are you?" Harry asked when Kenpachi reached the end. Kenpachi's teeth flashed. "A captain?" Yakiru, not looking up from the crack in the table, added, "Captain of the 11th Division, best division. According to you, according to reality." Kenpachi ignored her. "Soul Reaper, Shinigami, whatever word fits in your head. We cut hollows, we kill when we have to, we keep things moving." Harry looked at the sword resting against the wall, then at the black robes, then at the man wearing power like skin, and you just happened to be nearby. Kenpachi's grin widened into something openly predatory. "I was patrolling. Then I felt your spiritual pressure make a mess of itself fighting that thing." Harry frowned. "My what? Spiritual pressure? Ryuryoku, Ryatsu when it leaks out." Kenpachi tapped 2 fingers against the side of his head like Harry was annoyingly slow but maybe salvageable. "Your soul's power. Everyone's got some. Yours is ridiculous." That word again. Harry thought back to the training hall in the Department of Mysteries, to Dumbledore describing the power Voldemort knew not, to patronesses made of memory and defiance, to the way magic had always felt less like fuel and more like alignment, emotion forced through will into pattern. "That's magic?" he asked. Kenpachi gave him a look of profound contempt for the category. "Maybe where you come from. Here it's just what you are." Harry absorbed that in silence. Yakiru finally gave up on the crack, slid off the table, and wandered over to inspect him more closely. She circled once, hands clasped behind her back. "You do feel funny," she decided. "Thank you," Harry said dryly. "No, I mean funny. She poked the air near his shoulder, not touching him, just measuring. "Most people feel like one thing, you feel like a lot of things stacked wrong." Kenpachi nodded once. "Layered," he said. "Folded up, like power that learned to move through rules it doesn't need anymore." Harry's fingers brushed the elder wand in his sleeve. That drew Kenpachi's eye immediately. "The stick," the captain said. Harry pulled it free and set it carefully across his knees. It's a wand. Kenpachi stared at it for a long, unimpressed second. Looks like a stick. It's not just any wand. Still looks like a stick. Harry was suddenly, irrationally defensive. It's very old, very powerful. Kenpachi leaned forward, elbows on knees, and regarded the elder wand with the detached interest one might give a decorative knife at a child's birthday party. Then why was it coughing sparks instead of cutting that hollow apart? Harry opened his mouth, shut it again, and because he had learned some things from Hermione, if not enough, chose honesty over wounded pride. I don't know. Kenpachi nodded as if that answer improved Harry significantly. He held out one scarred hand. Harry hesitated. Then he passed the elder wand over. The captain turned it once between blunt fingers, frowned, and held it not like a wizard or even a duelist, but like a craftsman checking balance. The wand, which had once blazed in answer to Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Harry alike, did absolutely nothing dramatic. Its wood remained smooth and dim in Kenpachi's grip. No spirit in it, Kenpachi said. Harry stared. What? No soul-cutting edge, no internal pressure system, no identity that answers back. Kenpachi handed it back. It's a channel. That word hit more cleanly than anything else he had said. Harry wrapped his fingers around the wand and immediately felt the difference between holding it and understanding it described from outside. A channel. Yes, that was what wands were in the deepest sense. Not power themselves, but shaped conduits for power, magic instructed through wood, core, and allegiance. Instruments that helped a wizard speak a language the world recognized. In the living world, Harry murmured, thinking aloud now, ambient magic helped support the spell structure. Wand core caster environment, 4 points. Kenpachi tilted his head, not following the exact terms but following the logic. Harry looked up. Here the environment's wrong, not wrong, Kenpachi corrected. Different. Harry exhaled slowly. The realization spread through him with cold, humiliating elegance. Of course the Elder Wand still functioned, but barely. It was trying to channel power according to a magical grammar built for another side of reality. Here there was no ambient field shaped to answer wizard-born spellcraft. There was only raw spiritual pressure, unstructured, omnipresent, immense. A flood instead of a current. The wand could catch some of it, maybe, if Harry forced the issue hard enough, but not cleanly, not safely. It's trying to run on the wrong system, he said. Kenpachi looked almost pleased. There you go. Harry stared at the wand. He had won this, bled for it, lost for it, walked through history with it wrapped in myth and consequence. It had been the last artifact connecting him to the impossible chain of events that made him Harry Potter instead of just Harry. To hear it reduced, accurately, to an external channel suddenly felt more painful than its weakness in battle had. As if reading none of this and all of it, Kenpachi said, "You're attached to it." Yes, good, he leaned back. Means when you stop leaning on it, it'll actually matter. Harry's head came up sharply. I'm not. Yeah, you are. The words were not cruel. They were worse. They were true. Harry bit down on whatever reflexive denial might have followed. Across years, across battlefields, across school corridors and forests and graveyards, there had always been a wand in his hand. Holly and Phoenix Feather first, then borrowed wands, then Draco's, then this one. Even when magic failed him, the shape of action had remained the same. Raise wand, speak will, answer threat. Here, for the first time since he was 11 years old, the tool had become less certain than the person holding it. He hated that. Which, annoyingly, meant Kenpachi was probably right. Fine, Harry said. Kenpachi grinned. There's that anger. Knew it'd show up. What exactly are you expecting me to do with this? Harry asked. If I can't use magic properly here and monsters taller than buildings roam about, your world has an absurd learning curve. Our world? Yakairu corrected brightly. Harry looked at her. She smiled at him as if the matter had been settled. Something in his chest tightened unexpectedly, not with belonging exactly, but with the dangerous possibility of it. Kenpachi stood. Show me. Harry frowned. Show you what? Whatever you can still do. The captain jerked his head toward the open yard behind the stronghold. Harry got to his feet with less grace than he would have liked and followed them outside. The yard was ringed by partial walls and old practice posts hacked to pieces over many years of violence. Several targets stood along one side, none of them intact. The sky above Zaraki was dimming toward evening, iron-gray giving way to something deeper, though no sun was visible. Kenpachi halted in the center of the yard and folded his arms. "Go on." Harry took a breath and drew the elder wand. He had to admit, even to himself, that part of him wanted to prove the captain wrong, or at least less right. Enough dignity remained in him for that. He aimed at the nearest practice post, Lumos. A weak light flared and held for 3 full seconds this time before guttering out. "Useless," said Kenpachi. Harry ignored him, recalibrating, not finesse then, direct force, something simple. "Incendio." A line of fire leapt from the wand, small, wavering, orange at the edges instead of the clean, focused jet he expected, and set the post smoking. "Better," Yakiru announced. "Now do something explode. Why?" Harry, who had always found children alarming in groups and formidable in singularly strange cases, almost laughed. Instead he switched targets. "Defindo?" The cutting charm struck the second post and sheared halfway through it before veering left and spraying splinters across the yard in a crescent pattern that made no theoretical sense at all. Kenpachi's grin sharpened. Again. Harry's temper, never improved by being used as a demonstration animal, surfaced nicely. He whipped the wand toward a cracked stone slab. "Bombarda!" The explosion that answered was stronger than expected and wrong in nearly every other way. Instead of a clean, concussive detonation, black-edged gold force erupted outward in a ring, rattling the air and making the slab split into 6 jagged pieces while the ground beneath Harry's feet buzzed unpleasantly. He lowered the wand slowly. "That," Yakiru said with satisfaction, "was definitely explode-why." Harry was breathing harder now, not from exertion alone. Each spell felt like reaching into a furnace barehanded and trying to shape flame while it bit back. Magic still obeyed after a fashion, but the medium resisted all the old pathways. Structure warped. Intent translated badly. The results were effective only by accident and temperament. Kenpachi, infuriatingly, looked delighted. "Shield," he said. Harry blinked. "What?" "The thing you did against the hollow." "I don't know if I can." "Then fail interestingly." Harry stared at him. Kenpachi stared back with the serene confidence of a man who considered all useful training adjacent to attempted murder. Harry planted his feet and raised the wand. Pratigo. For one split second, nothing happened, then the air in front of him tore sideways. A barrier slammed into existence. Not blue-white, not smooth, not remotely like any Pratigo Harry had ever cast. It was black at its outer edge and webbed through with violent gold light, a jagged, semi-transparent plane shaped more by instinct than geometry. Lightning ran beneath its surface in thin, branch-like veins. The smell of ozone hit the yard sharply enough that Harry almost stepped back. The shield hummed. No, not hummed. Resonated. Kenpachi's grin faded, not in displeasure. In concentration. Yakiru hopped backward onto a wall and crouched there, eyes wide and bright. Harry held the shield for 2 shaky breaths. 3, 4. Its weight was extraordinary, not because it took more power, but because the power moved through him differently. Rower, closer to skin. The scar on his forehead prickled. Somewhere underneath the crackle of unstable magic, he heard wings. Harry's breath caught. The shield flickered violently, then shattered into sparks. The yard dropped back into ordinary dimness. Silence followed. Kenpachi stepped closer. "What did you hear?" Harry looked up sharply. "You heard that too?" No, that answer unsettled him more. Harry swallowed. "Wings." Kenpachi said nothing. "It happened before," Harry added, "when I crossed over, and when I fought the hollow. It's not words, more like," he struggled for accuracy, "a sound behind everything else." The captain's expression was unreadable for a moment, then he rocked back on his heels. "Huh!" Harry hated "huh" when it came from powerful people. It usually meant they understood enough to be interested and not enough to explain. "What does that mean?" he asked. Kenpachi shrugged. "Means your power's trying to become something." That was somehow less useful than, Yakiru tilted her head. Maybe it likes birds. Harry looked at her. She looked back with perfect sincerity. Given his life to date, he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. Kenpachi began pacing the yard slowly, not restless exactly, more like a predator circling a question. "You can't stay in Zaraki," he said finally. Harry had suspected this, but hearing it aloud still produced an unhelpful spike of defensive instinct. "I've survived rougher places than this." Kenpachi gave him a side glance that would have flayed pride off a weaker man. "Not with power you can't control." Harry's hand tightened on the wand. The captain continued before argument could gather. "You've got huge reserves and garbage control. Your pressure leaks when you're angry, your techniques mutate because the pathways are wrong, and anything strong enough in this world's gonna smell you from miles away if you keep doing that." He jerked his chin at the wand. "That toy won't fix it." Harry's jaw set. "All right," he said after a beat. "So what does?" Kenpachi stopped pacing. "A Zanpakutō." The word meant nothing to Harry and everything to the way Kenpachi said it. "My sword," Harry guessed. Kenpachi snorted. "Not mine, yours." Harry blinked. Yakiru beamed. "Ooh, yes, that part's fun." Kenpachi ignored her. "Soul Reapers don't pull weapons from outside. Not really. The blade starts inside. The sword you carry becomes a shape for your soul to answer through." Something in Harry went still. The wand across his palm suddenly felt both lighter and infinitely more complicated. "A weapon from within?" He said slowly. "Yeah." Harry thought of Ollivander saying the wand chooses the wizard, of twin cores and allegiances and the strange intimacy of channeling yourself through shaped wood. He thought of patronesses, corporeal and impossible, conjured from memory so true it became force. He thought of the hallows, of artifacts tied less to craft than to concept. And now this world expected the opposite direction entirely, not finding the right instrument, but becoming the source from which the right weapon emerged. That was terrifying. That was, irritatingly, also beautiful. "How do I get one?" "You qualify for the academy." Harry stared. "Academy? Shino." Kenpachi sounded bored by the administrative necessity. 6-year training program teaches basics, Zanjutsu, movement, control, Kaido if you care about that stuff. His lip curled slightly on the last word, indicating his opinion of formal spellcasting or whatever passed for it here. "Special cases can move faster. You'd have to, unless the teachers want the campus leveled by accident." Harry almost said he'd already done enough schooling to satisfy several lives. Then he remembered Hogwarts had once been his first doorway into another impossible world too. This one just happened to come with more swords and fewer feasts. "Why would they take me?" Kenpachi smiled, slow and dangerous. "Because I tell him to." That, Harry suspected, was indeed persuasive in its own way, and if they don't, then I ask louder. Harry could not help it. A laugh escaped him, short, tired, real. Yakiru pointed at him triumphantly. "See, Kenchan? I told you he wasn't boring." Kenpachi looked faintly offended by the idea that this had ever been in doubt. Harry lowered the wand and rolled the ache out of his shoulder. The yard had grown darker. Somewhere beyond the walls, Zaraki continued being Zaraki, voices rising, metal clanging, life in its rough posthumous form grinding onward. He should have felt trapped. Instead, he felt the first thin edge of direction. It wasn't comfort. He no longer trusted comfort when it arrived too quickly. But direction was different. Direction meant movement, means, method, something to become rather than merely survive. The old anger remained, banked hot under the ribs. Good, he thought, anger moves. Kenpachi studied him with the unsettling precision of someone who respected instinct more than speech. "You adapt fast," the captain said. Harry gave him a crooked look. "I've had practice. With dying. With waking up somewhere impossible and being expected to keep going." Kenpachi's grin flashed again, all teeth. "Yeah, you'll do." The conversation apparently was over. The captain turned toward the building. Yakiru dropped from the wall and trotted after him, then stopped halfway and spun back. "Oh, rooftop's best if you're going to brood," she informed Harry helpfully. "Second ladder on the left. First one's broken." Then she was gone inside. Harry stood alone in the training yard for several breaths. A Zanpakutō, an academy for the dead. A world ordered around spiritual pressure, hollows, divisions, and the blunt fact that his old magic had crossed over with him but lost its footing. He looked down at the elder wand. In the fading light, its wood seemed almost ordinary, not powerless. Never that, but diminished in a way he had not expected to witness, let alone endure. All his life, wands had been the means by which identity moved outward. Even the strange bond with the elder wand had still depended on that basic truth. Intention channeled through a chosen instrument. Here, the instrument had become a relic of a grammar no one else spoke. Harry turned it once in his fingers. "I'm not leaving you behind," he murmured. The words surprised him with how true they felt, not because he believed the wand still made him who he was. Kenpachi had cut that delusion apart too efficiently, but because abandoning it now would feel like amputating history. Britain, Hogwarts, Dumbledore's impossible plans, the forest, the duel in the Great Hall. Every version of himself that had survived long enough to step through the veil and come here. The wand was not enough. That didn't make it nothing. He slid it carefully inside the fold of borrowed black cloth he had been given after someone inside the stronghold thrust a plain spare garment at him with the expression of a man paying tax to fate. The shihakusho sat strangely on him, lighter than robes, better balanced for movement. The wand rested near his heart, once hidden there, not weapon then, reminder. Harry found the ladder Yakairu had mentioned and climbed to the rooftop. The view over District 80 was all harsh angles and scattered lantern light. Night, if it was night, time felt strange here, had drawn a rough mercy over the worst of the destruction. The broken district became shadow and ember. Far off, along the horizon, he could see a brighter concentration of lights that must have belonged to inner districts, or perhaps even this Serete Kenpachi had mentioned. Somewhere beyond that lay the core of an afterlife he had not chosen and now apparently had to learn. He sat on the roof ridge with his forearms braced over his knees. For a while, he did nothing. It was a skill he had once been terrible at. Even after the war, stillness often turned treacherous in his head. Too many ghosts crowded into it, too many unfinished thoughts. Tonight the ghosts were still there, but they sat differently. Less like weights, more like witnesses. He thought of Ron, who would have said something honest and exasperated and probably hungry by now. Hermione, who would demand a full system map before allowing Harry to do anything reckless, which meant he would already have done 3 reckless things out of sequence and earned her lecture. Ginny, whose anger when she was frightened could cut glass. He thought of Teddy, small and laughing and too young to understand the shape of inherited loss. He thought of Sirius. The veil had not brought him to Sirius, not directly. That hurt, though not in the clean, fatal way he might once have feared. It hurt like knowledge. Like the universe reminding him that crossing a boundary did not erase the need to search. Maybe Sirius was here. Maybe not. Maybe the dead had neighborhoods and distances and bureaucracies too. Honestly, that felt annoyingly plausible. Harry tipped his head back and looked at a sky with no familiar stars. "I suppose," he said softly to no one. "Starting over is becoming a habit." The breeze over the rooftops smelled of smoke, old wood, and something electric that might have been memory or might have been him. He closed his eyes. Under the noise of the district, under the ache in his body, under the constant awareness that the rules of existence had shifted under his feet, he could feel it now. The spiritual pressure Kenpachi had named. Vast, clumsy, folded strangely, exactly as Yakairu had said. His power did not feel gone. It felt untranslated. Maybe that was worse. Maybe that was hope. The wings had returned only twice since the yard. Once as a whisper at the edge of thought when he had said he wouldn't leave the wand behind. Once now, faint and far off, like feathers brushing the inside of a storm cloud. Harry opened his eyes again. Below, Zaraki lived. Above, the unknown waited. Between those 2 facts, he made a decision. He would not spend whatever this existence was clinging to the diminished remains of an old language and calling it loyalty. He would learn this world. Learn its pressure, its blades, its hard, unsentimental truths. He would find out what a Zanpakutō was and why the sound of wings followed his power. He would understand the veil and the boundary and whether the people he had lost were somewhere he could someday reach. Not by breaking what should remain closed, but by finally learning how the door actually worked. He had done impossible schooling before. He had survived worse mentors. And if the afterlife wanted to test him, it was welcome to try. Harry rested one hand lightly over the elder wand hidden beneath his robe, close to his heart, not as a weapon anymore, but as a memory of the world that had made him. Then he looked out across the dark districts of Bankai and, for the first time since stepping through the veil, allowed himself to feel something dangerously close to resolve. He would begin again. He had done it before. And somewhere below, as though the world itself approved of stubbornness in all its forms, Kenpachi Zaraki laughed. Shino teaches every student the same first lesson. You are nothing yet. The journey from Zaraki to Serite began before dawn, though Harry only understood it was dawn because the sky over Soul Society shifted from iron gray to a pale, washed silver that suggested morning without ever fully resembling one. He had slept little, not because the stronghold was loud, though it had been, or because the mattress they'd found for him was thinner than Hogwarts blankets folded over stone. He had slept little because every time he drifted too near rest, he felt again the current beyond the veil, the tearing translation of his soul through an unknown system, and woke with the shape of wings still fading from the edges of his thoughts. So when Yakiru kicked the side of his bedding at an hour no civil world should have acknowledged, Harry was already awake. "Up, Sparky," she declared. Harry pushed himself upright, squinting. "Sparky," she beamed. "That's your name now." "No, it isn't. Too late, I already decided." That, he was beginning to learn, was how most things worked around Kenpachi Zaraki's orbit. Kenpachi himself was standing near the doorway, already fully dressed in his captain's haori, sword slung over his shoulder like an afterthought. He looked as if he had not slept at all and had merely allowed the night to pass without becoming less dangerous. "We're moving," he said. Harry stood, adjusted the borrowed black robes that still felt half-costume, and tucked the elder wand inside the inner fold near his chest. The captain's eyes tracked the motion and dismissed it in the same instant. No one commented. That, somehow, made the gesture feel more solid. Outside, District 80 was waking in the way hard places did, not gently, but all at once. Cooking fires were being coaxed to life. Traders were already setting up rough stalls. Watchful faces tracked Kenpachi's passage and Harry's with it. Nobody challenged them. Nobody wanted to. Yakiru walked backward ahead of them, somehow never tripping despite the broken stone and uneven ground. "You're gonna hate parts of this," she announced cheerfully. "Helpful," Harry muttered. "She's right," said Kenpachi. Harry glanced sidelong at him. "That's reassuring from both of you." Kenpachi's grin showed briefly. "Good." They passed from the outer district through a series of wider roads and sturdier neighborhoods, and Harry began to understand the scale of Rukungai's inequality. The transition was not neat. Poverty thinned by degrees, violence by layers. Some districts remained rough but functional. Others had actual market roads, courtyards, wells that hadn't been patched from scrap metal and hope. The souls they passed looked healthier the farther inward they moved. Children ran without flinching at every sudden sound. Houses stood straight. Then Serite rose ahead. Harry had expected a city. He had not expected a fortress that looked as though an empire had imagined a wall and then refused to compromise with practicality. The white barrier cut across the horizon with impossible height and breadth, broken only by colossal gates that looked less built than declared. Towers crowned the parapets. The stone carried a kind of old authority that made Hogwarts' age feel secretive and intimate by comparison. This was not a castle grown over centuries through scholarship and eccentricity. This was power made architectural. Harry stopped without meaning to. Yakiru giggled. "Yeah, people do that." Kenpachi didn't bother slowing. "Try not to look impressed. Makes the gate guards annoying." Too late for that, Harry thought, but he followed anyway. The gate they approached was an enormous structure of wood and reinforced metal, guarded by figures in black robes and armor who straightened almost imperceptibly when they recognized the captain. Their eyes moved over Harry next, and he could practically hear the internal recalculations. Kenpachi Zaraki did not escort special cases casually. One of the guards stepped forward. "Captain Zaraki!" Kenpachi grunted. The guard glanced at Harry. "This is the special intake." "Yeah." The guard, to his credit, did not ask why the special intake looked like he had recently fought a building and lost on points. He simply signaled upward. Mechanisms groaned. The massive gate began to rise. As they passed beneath it, Harry felt a subtle shift in the air, not magical exactly, but structured. The ambient pressure inside Serete was cleaner, tighter, as though the entire city were laced with channels and barriers invisible to him. His skin prickled in recognition of systems he could not yet perceive. The streets beyond were broad, ordered, and meticulously maintained. White walls, tiled roofs, disciplined foot traffic. Soul Reapers moved through the city in neat lines or quick bursts of purpose. No shouting from rooftops. No scavenged timber. No visible desperation. Even the silence felt ranked. Harry, who had spent 6 years at Hogwarts learning that institutions often looked most impressive just before they disappointed you, kept his expression neutral. Yakiru leaned in close and whispered very loudly, "You're doing the face." "What face?" "The one where you're trying not to be grumpy and suspicious at the same time." "I don't have a face for that," Kenpachi laughed. The Shino Academy sat within Serete, but apart from its core military compounds, as though whoever had designed the place understood that education required proximity to power without full contamination by it. From the outside, it looked almost serene. That should have warned him. The campus spread across several low, elegant buildings connected by stone walkways and training grounds. Courtyards held trimmed trees and raked gravel. Practice fields stretched out behind the main structures, marked by target frames, sparring rings, and long lines of students already moving through drills in the thin silver light of morning. The architecture emphasized symmetry and calm. The atmosphere underneath it was pure discipline. Harry had once come from Privet Drive to Hogwarts and thought he was entering wonder. This felt different. This felt like arriving at a machine that would decide whether to use you or discard you. At the main administrative building, Kenpachi did not bother knocking. He opened the door, walked straight inside, and immediately improved Harry's opinion of the academy by causing several clerks visible distress. One senior administrator, a narrow man with immaculate robes and the sort of expression that suggested rules were his preferred form of intimacy, rose from behind a desk as if propelled by outrage. "Captain Zaraki," he said tightly, "you cannot simply bring—" Kenpachi dropped a sealed packet on the desk with enough force to make the inkstone jump. "I just did." The administrator's jaw worked. Harry stood very still and tried to appear like a manageable disaster. Yakiru wandered off to examine a decorative plant. The administrator broke the seal, scanned the contents, and went visibly paler. His eyes flicked between the document and Harry several times. Whatever Kenpachi had arranged or demanded had apparently passed through enough channels to become unavoidable. "This intake assessment is highly irregular," the man said at last. Kenpachi's expression held the serene indifference of a man for whom irregularity was the default state of reality. "Yes. There are no precedents. Make one." The administrator inhaled through his nose in a way that promised a future ulcer. "Very well. The candidate will undergo immediate spiritual reserve, control, and combat aptitude evaluation. Placement will depend on accelerated track," Kenpachi cut in. The administrator blinked. "That determination cannot be made before," Kenpachi smiled. It was not a large smile. It did not need to be. The administrator swallowed. "Pending assessment," he amended. Kenpachi looked satisfied. Harry, against his better judgment, was beginning to enjoy this. A second official appeared. A woman this time, middle-aged, composed, and sharp-eyed enough that Harry immediately trusted her more than the first man, despite the fact that she was clearly assessing him like a hazardous chemical. She introduced herself as Registrar Secchi and, unlike her colleague, addressed Harry directly. "Name, Harry Potter. Origin," Harry hesitated, her gaze sharpened. "If you say it's complicated, I will put that in the file, but I would prefer a usable answer." He almost laughed. "The world of the living," he said. "Britain." That produced a fractional pause. "Current spiritual designation. I have no idea what that means." "Accurate," murmured Kenpachi from behind him. Registrar Secchi did not sigh, but it was clearly a near thing. "Very well." "Unknown designation, probable plus conversion anomaly, foreign spiritual framework." She wrote quickly. Harry frowned. "That sounds bad." "It sounds administratively irritating," she replied. "Those are not always the same thing." That, at least, was refreshingly honest. She stood. "Come with me, Mr. Potter." Kenpachi turned away as if the matter were settled. Harry looked after him. "That's it!" Kenpachi glanced over one shoulder. "Do well enough and you'll see me again. Do badly and the teachers'll complain louder, which also means I'll see you again." That was apparently encouragement, Zaraki style. Yakairu waved from beside the plant. "Don't be boring, Sparky." Then she followed Kenpachi out, leaving Harry in the hands of academy procedure. He had endured worse starts to education, probably. The intake assessment took 4 hours and destroyed whatever illusion the academy might have had about him being normal. The first test measured spiritual reserves. Harry was placed in a circular chamber lined with inscribed markers and told to release power naturally, while a series of calibrated seals tracked output. The examiner, a tired-looking man with kind eyes and a voice that suggested he had seen every possible form of overconfidence, explained the process in precise terms. "Do not force anything," he said. "Simply allow your Ryuryoku to rise." Harry nodded, then spent the next 30 seconds discovering that naturally meant absolutely nothing when your internal systems had been built for another metaphysical framework entirely. He closed his eyes, reached inward, and felt the same vast turbulence he had sensed on the rooftop the night before. Layers of power folded together like storm fronts trapped in narrow channels. Wizarding magic still existed in him, but it no longer sat separately from whatever soul society called spiritual pressure. The two had begun mixing in ways he could neither stop nor fully understand. He let the pressure rise. The nearest 3 measuring seals exploded. The examiner swore. Harry's eyes snapped open. The chamber lights dimmed, then flared as the remaining markers strained to keep pace with his output. The pressure around him thickened visibly enough that even he could sense it distorting the air. His scar burned. Somewhere deep beneath the surge, he heard the now-familiar suggestion of wings. "Enough," barked the examiner. Harry shut the flow down at once. The chamber went still. Smoke curled from 2 of the inscribed markers. The examiner stared at the readings, then at Harry, then back at the readings as if they might have become less offensive on second inspection. "Reserves," he said at last, very carefully, "are exceptional." A pause. "Control," he added, "is a catastrophe dressed as potential." Harry couldn't even object. It was uncomfortably accurate. The second test measured movement and reaction speed. This one went better. An array of wooden projectiles launched at unpredictable intervals from hidden mechanisms around a sparring hall, forcing Harry to evade, intercept, or close distance under pressure. Years of Quidditch reflexes, dueling instincts, war-conditioned awareness, and a deeply unhealthy relationship with surprise lethal force all translated beautifully. He didn't move like a trained swordsman. He moved like someone who had spent too long surviving people who wanted him dead. Low. Reactive. Economical. He didn't waste effort. He spotted attack angles quickly, adjusted without conscious thought, and learned the hole's rhythm fast enough that by the 3rd wave he was anticipating threats before the mechanisms fully clicked into place. He missed the elegant footwork the instructors clearly preferred. He crossed lines where a textbook fighter would have pivoted. Twice, he improvised outright dirty counters that earned him long looks from the observing staff, but when the sequence ended, he was still standing. This seemed to impress them more than good form would have. The third test involved a training blade. Harry took the wooden sword they offered, weighed it once in his hand, and understood immediately how badly he ought to perform. He had never studied swordsmanship. He had used blades, technically. The sword of Gryffindor, a basilisk fang. A knife once or twice in camp, but that was survival, not discipline. There should have been an obvious gap between young man who fought a war with a wand and competent melee combatant. Instead, the moment the examiner engaged him, Harry's body made a set of quiet, alarming decisions. Distance translated, threat lines translated, timing translated. Not perfectly, not at all perfectly, but enough. A curse and a blade, it turned out, had more in common than their users liked admitting. Years of reading hostile intent from shoulders, wrists, and breath gave him a strange advantage here. He was awkward for about 10 seconds, then abruptly dangerous. His guard stayed too open by academy standards, but his counters were viciously well-timed. He retreated only when it created a better angle. He yielded ground the way duelists yielded tempo, not surrender, but invitation. The examiner changed stance halfway through and got more serious. Harry grinned before he could help it. That, more than the sparring itself, made the observers exchange looks. When it ended, Harry lost by technical score. He knew he had. His foot placement broke formal sequence in 3 places, and the examiner clipped his shoulder twice cleanly. But he also forced the man to work for it. For a first-day special intake candidate, that was apparently enough to become a problem. By the time the final assessment began, Kaido compatibility, spiritual shaping, theoretical casting structure, Harry was tired, irritated, hungry, and much more comfortable than he cared to admit with being evaluated through combat. That was when everything went wrong in the most revealing way possible. The Kaido chamber was smaller and more formal than the others, lined with calligraphic seals Harry recognized as a spell-mapping environment of some kind. 3 instructors oversaw the test, including a severe woman with dark hair pinned precisely, and eyes sharp enough to cut through excuses before they were spoken. "This is Instructor Oko Yushima," Registrar Seki said, with the tone of someone presenting a shark in educational clothing. Yushima studied Harry once and frowned minutely. "Your spiritual pathways are carrying interference," she said. Harry blinked. "You can tell that just by looking." "I can tell because the room has been uncomfortable since you entered it." Harry considered apologizing, decided it would only make things worse, and remained silent. Yushima stepped closer. "We will begin simply. Hado number 4, Byakurai." Harry recognized the framework immediately, a directed lightning strike, focused, piercing. Elegant in design if the translation in his head was even half right. He raised one hand instinctively, then realized no wand was expected here. Right. Soul Society, he breathed, centered, and followed the shape she'd given him. "Hado number 4, he said, the words tasting foreign and precise. "Byakurai." The bolt that left his fingers was not white. It was a deep, scar-red gold, threaded with black at the core like a crack in molten metal. It hit the target dead center and punched straight through it, continuing another 6 feet to smash into the reinforced wall behind with a blast of sparks and ozone. Silence. Harry lowered his hand slowly. One of the other instructors stared. "That is not Byakurai." "It hit," Harry said before thinking better of it. Yushima's head turned toward him with terrifying slowness. "It resembled Byakurai," she said, "in the same way a thunderstorm resembles handwriting." Harry shut his mouth. The other 2 instructors began conferring in low, urgent tones. Yushima ignored them. Her attention had narrowed to something colder and much more interested. "Again," she said. This time they tried Bakudo, a binding spell, equivalent in principle to magical restraint charms Harry had used before. Again, the theory made sense. Again, his execution worked and violated aesthetics so aggressively it might have been personal. The target dummy was wrapped in bands of black gold force that looked less like conventional binding and more like a series of storm-forged chains. The restraints held. They also crackled ominously and left scorched sigils on the floor. Yushima's expression somehow got worse. By the time the test concluded, Harry had demonstrated the same pattern 6 separate ways. Perfect theoretical understanding, efficient power output, catastrophically incorrect frequency. The Kaido formed, but every spell came out translated through his old magical instincts. Less incantation than argument, less calligraphy than weather. Finally, Yushima looked down at the report sheet, made 3 clipped notes and said, "He will be my project." Registrar Seki, who had returned to witness the disaster, flinched very slightly. Harry unfortunately noticed. "I'm not sure I like how that sounds," he said. Yushima met his gaze without blinking. "Your feelings are irrelevant." There it was, the Academy's first honest lesson. It was not Hogwarts. No one here cared about nurturing hidden potential with warm speeches and selective rule-breaking. No one seemed particularly invested in his comfort, his trauma, his famous dead, or the impossible mechanics of the world he had fallen out of. The Academy recognized ability and deficiency, then assigned labor accordingly. Brutal. Harry liked it immediately, which probably said concerning things about his development. He was placed in an accelerated special track by sunset. Officially, the Academy called it provisional advancement based on reserve disparity and atypical prior combat conditioning. Unofficially, it meant they had no intention of letting a walking spiritual anomaly spend 6 years in beginner classes where he might accidentally vaporize a lecture hall. His class cohort, such as it was, included students of wildly different apparent ages. Some looked younger than him, some older. Some, Harry was beginning to realize, might have been decades or centuries into soul life despite youthful faces. Time in soul society did not map neatly onto anything he understood. His lodging was functional. A narrow room, clean tatami, a writing desk, 1 wardrobe, 1 window facing an interior courtyard. No moving paintings, no talking mirrors, no enchanted trunks, no hidden staircases waiting to become plot devices. It felt almost aggressively sane. That illusion lasted until the first morning drill. Students assembled before dawn in a training yard large enough to host several simultaneous combat blocks. Instructors barked assignments. Wooden practice blades, weighted packs, and seal tag bundles were distributed with military efficiency. Nobody chatted the way Hogwarts students did before class. There was conversation, yes, but it ran under discipline rather than against it. Even the lazy-looking students somehow managed to stand like people aware they were being measured. Harry took his assigned place in line. He could feel the stares. Foreigner, the air seemed to say. Special intake. Ken Patch's recommendation. Unstable pressure. He had been stared at his whole life for worse reasons. When the drills began, he discovered 3 things quickly. First, the Academy believed in repetition as moral philosophy. Second, the Academy believed exhaustion revealed character more efficiently than confession. Third, Harry Potter's body, whatever counted as his body here, adapted to training with infuriating speed. Sword forms came hardest when broken into stillness. Harry's reactive instincts hated prearranged lines, but once motion entered, he improved fast enough to become noticeable. Footwork drills, shunpo groundwork, timing exercises, paired deflection sequences, all of it fed into the habits war had carved into him long ago. He was terrible at elegance. He was excellent at surviving pressure. It made him enemies before lunch, not overt ones, not yet. But resentment had a texture, and Harry knew it well. Some students disliked that he had arrived with captain-level sponsorship. Some disliked his reserve readings, which had apparently spread through the Academy faster than rumor had any right to move. Some simply hated that he was good at anything after being placed beside them out of nowhere. All of that, Harry could handle. What he had not expected was Mira Ashford. She introduced herself in the library, of all places, 3 days into his first week. Harry had retreated there after a particularly vicious Kaido session with Yushima in which he had successfully replicated Bakutō theory and set part of a practice chamber glowing from the inside out. His hands still smelled faintly of ozone. His pride had taken a measured beating. Books, under such circumstances, felt like triage. The Academy library was quiet in the severe, almost sacred way that suggested even chaos learned to whisper here. Harry was 3 shelves deep into an introductory text on Ryoryoku channel harmonics when a voice beside him said, "You're reading that too fast." He looked up. The woman standing there appeared about his age, perhaps a little older, with dark skin, a slim build and intelligent gray eyes that immediately marked everything before deciding whether it was worth more attention. Her uniform was immaculate. Her expression was not. "You turn pages like you're looking for exits," she said. Harry glanced at the book, then back at her. "I usually am." That won him the smallest hint of a smile. "Mira Ashford," she said, holding out a hand. "Second-year accelerated theory track, and before you ask, yes, I know your name already." "Half the Academy does." Harry shook her hand. "Harry, I gathered." She looked at the book under his arm. Yushima nearly exploded a sealed chamber again. It was more of a contained structural disagreement. "That means yes." Harry studied her more carefully. There was no hostility in her posture. Curiosity, yes. Sharpness, definitely. But also the specific ease of someone more interested in understanding a phenomenon than condemning it. "You know Instructor Yushima well?" he asked. Mira let out a tiny breath that might have been laughter. "Everyone who values survival knows Instructor Yushima well. She's brilliant, impossible, and has very strong feelings about students who make theoretical systems behave like fever dreams." "That sounds hostile." "It's worse," Mira said gravely. "It's academic." Harry laughed, surprising himself. The sound made something in Mira's expression soften just slightly. "Good," she said. "You can still do that. The special intakes usually stop after the first week." She nodded toward the reading alcove. "Sit. You clearly need someone to explain why your Kaido is offending 3 centuries of precedent." And because Harry had learned long ago to value intelligence that introduced itself without self-importance, he followed her. Mira, as it turned out, was excellent company. She explained Kaido's structure in ways that felt half mathematical, half musical. Ryoryoku, she said, did not merely provide power, it carried identity. Frequency mattered. Shape mattered. The reason Harry's spellwork kept coming out wrong was not that he lacked control in the simple sense. It was that his soul had been trained through another magical tradition, one built around different assumptions about how power should move, respond, and be named. "So when you cast Byakurai," she said, sketching diagrammatic lines on scrap paper, "you aren't truly reproducing our version of Byakurai. You're translating the concept through your own spiritual architecture. Same target outcome, different internal language." Harry frowned at the page. Which means Yushima is right to be horrified," Mira said pleasantly. "But you're also not failing." He looked up. She met his gaze squarely. "You're producing effective outcomes at unstable frequencies. That's dangerous. It's also extraordinary." Harry sat back. Extraordinary was a dangerous word where he came from. It usually preceded sacrifice, prophecy, or someone older deciding your life had become strategically interesting. Mira seemed to read some of that in his face. "In the Academy," she said more quietly, "extraordinary mostly means more work. That, at least, was manageable." From then on, they fell into a rhythm. Not friendship all at once. Harry had learned suspicion too well for that, but alliance. She helped him navigate theory texts and academy expectations. He helped her in sparring blocks when physically stronger students tried to use her size against her. She was brilliant at Kaido, precise where he was improvisational, and her mind moved fast enough to keep up when he started describing Western magic in half-formed parallels. Wands fascinated her. Patronesses fascinated her even more. "So your soul can manifest an external guardian construct shaped by concentrated positive memory?" she asked one evening, eyes alight with the kind of scholarly excitement Hermione used to get before exams. That's not a defense charm, that's identity weaponization. Harry looked at her. You make everything sound a bit threatening. Most useful things are, fair enough. 3 months passed like a grindstone. Harry learned to wake before the bells. He learned that sword practice left cleaner exhaustion than Kaido ever would. He learned that the Academy's food was adequate, the instructors relentless, and Soul Society's educational philosophy alarmingly close to, "You will improve or be removed from the path of those who matter." He learned to move with a blade in his hand until the weight stopped feeling borrowed. He learned Shunpo basics badly, then less badly, then suddenly with enough instinct that one instructor narrowed his eyes and told him to stop treating displacement like Quidditch. He had to explain Quidditch. The instructor regretted asking. His grades in theory were excellent. Not because he was naturally studious in the Hermione sense, but because he had survived too many mysteries by refusing to remain ignorant inside hostile systems. Ryuryoku mapping, soul cycle structure, hollow taxonomy, history of the Gotei 13, Kaido linguistics. If a subject might someday save his life, Harry devoured it. Practical Kaido remained chaos given educational opportunity. Then came meditation class. The room was circular, quiet, and deliberately stripped of distraction. Students sat in rows with practice blades laid across their knees. The goal, the instructor explained, was not to hear words immediately. Few beginners did. The goal was to descend inward far enough to sense the existence of the blade spirit sleeping beneath the steel. Your Zanpakutō begins before you know its name, the instructor said. Listen for its shape. Harry rested both hands lightly over the practice blade, closed his eyes, breathed. At first there was only stillness. Then the stillness widened. He was no longer in the meditation hall. He stood in white, not endless white exactly. Structured white, familiar white, King's Cross. But not the living station he'd passed through 1,000 times in childhood. The other one. The liminal one, the place between breath and ending, between choice and continuation. Vast, silent, flooded with pale light that seemed to come from nowhere and every surface at once. The platform stretched away beneath impossible quiet. A train waited there, Harry's breath caught. It was not the Hogwarts Express, though some memory of it clung to the shape. This train was older somehow, more archetype than object. Windows dark, doors closed, steam coiling without sound. Something moved behind one of the windows. A silhouette. Tall, no, wide, winged maybe. Or perhaps that was only the light bending wrong around it. Harry took one step forward and heard, from somewhere deep inside the waiting train, the sound he now knew too well, wings in a storm. His chest tightened. "Who are you?" he asked. No answer. Only the overwhelming sense that something on the train had turned its attention fully toward him and was waiting, not hostile, not kind, but patient in the way ancient things became patient when they were certain time could be bent. The vision shattered. Harry came back to the meditation hall with a gasp sharp enough to turn heads. Several students were still cross-legged, calm, untroubled. The instructor's eyes settled on him at once. "What did you sense?" Harry swallowed. "A place." The instructor frowned. "Describe it." Harry did by the time he finished. The man looked unsettled enough to hide it poorly. "And the blade's voice." "I didn't hear words." "What did you hear?" Harry's fingers tightened over the practice sword. "Wings." This time the silence in the hall was total. Somewhere to his left, another student shifted uncomfortably. The instructor said too quickly, "Continue your breathing sequence." But the look he gave Harry had changed. Word traveled. It always did. By that evening, he was aware of more than the usual attention following him through the corridors. Students stopped speaking when he passed. One third year actually bowed his head and stepped aside, not in respect exactly, but in uncertainty, which was somehow worse. Mira found him after dinner, leaning against a courtyard wall with a stack of notes under one arm. "You look like you're contemplating arson," she observed. "I'm considering educational reform." "Ah, so yes." She took in his face and some of the wit softened. "What happened?" Harry told her. When he mentioned King's Cross, she listened with the kind of focus that made interruption impossible. When he described the waiting train and the sound of wings, she went very still. "That's not standard," she said when he finished. "I'm gathering that." "No, I mean really not standard." Harry gave her a tired look. Wonderful, but Mira's gaze had gone distant, thoughtful. A formed internal landscape this early, and one connected to a death-threshold memory. She looked back at him. "Harry, most students get fragments, sensations, colors." "You're already hitting symbolic architecture." He folded his arms. "That sounds bad again." "It sounds significant." He was developing an active dislike for that word, too. The incident happened 2 weeks later. By then, resentment had thickened into challenge. Harry had expected it. Institutions collected friction the way storm clouds collected pressure. All it took was one person deciding humiliation counted as justice. The student's name was Daichai Moroi, a broad-shouldered second year from a respectable Serete family whose technique was clean, whose reserve levels were admirable, and whose face carried the permanent offense of someone forced to exist near irregularity. Harry had noticed him before mostly, because Moroi looked at him like an administrative error wearing robes. Their sparring group had been assigned rotational pressure testing in one of the larger practice halls. Wooden swords first. Controlled Ryatsu bursts second. Instructors supervised from the perimeter. Formal, contained, or meant to be, Harry disarmed Moroi in the second exchange, not elegantly. Moroi had better form, tighter lines, cleaner mechanics. But Harry read his transition half a beat early, slipped inside his range, and twisted the practice blade free on instinct. The room gave that soft, collective inhale training halls always gave when one fighter disrupted the expected hierarchy. Moroi's face went red. Harry stepped back immediately and lowered his weapon. "Reset!" That should have been the end of it. Instead, Moroi snarled and did something Harry recognized too late, not as sparring behavior, but as ego making a choice. He released his Ryatsu full force. It slammed across the hall in a brute wave meant not to injure but to crush, to drive Harry to his knees in public, to force visible submission, to restore order by making the anomaly flinch. For 3 seconds, the Academy learned exactly how bad an idea that was. Harry did not decide to answer. His soul answered for him. Pressure erupted out of him in a single catastrophic surge. The hall groaned. Students hit their knees, not metaphorically. Literally. Bodies dropped as the force rolled outward in a widening sphere, pinning weaker trainees to the floor and rattling every practice blade on the walls. Windows shuddered. Seal lines flared and died. The air thickened until breathing felt like trying to inhale through deep water. Harry heard people cry out distantly, but the sound came through layers. His scar burned white-hot. Lightning and grief poured through the hall as if emotion itself had acquired weight. That was the worst part, not the raw force, but the signature inside it. Everyone present could feel what his power was made of: storm, loss, endurance sharpened into refusal. The pressure lasted 3 seconds, then vanished. Silence crashed down afterward. Harry stood in the center of the hall with his chest heaving and every muscle locked. Moroi was on both knees, face pale with shock. Several other students were staring at Harry the way people stared at natural disasters when they realized the destruction had chosen not to continue. Harry looked at his own hands. He hadn't cast, hadn't shaped, hadn't chosen. He had simply been struck, and something deep inside him had risen up and informed the room, the academy, perhaps half the district, that he would never be made helpless again. Terror arrived late and clean. "I didn't mean," he started. The doors opened. 3 instructors entered at speed, followed by Yushima, whose expression was so hard it had become almost abstract. She took in the hall, the collapsed students, the blown seals. Harry standing in the center like the eye of something he did not understand, and said only one sentence. "Everyone else out." No one argued. Mira, who had also been in the hall and was still braced on one hand, met Harry's eyes as she rose. There was concern there, and fear, yes, but not of him, of what this would become. Harry stood alone when the hall emptied. Yushima approached until she was just outside arm's reach. Did you do that deliberately? No. She held his gaze for a long moment, weighing not just the answer but the shape of him giving it. At last she said, "Good." Harry blinked. "Good! If you had done it deliberately," she said. This conversation would be shorter. That was not reassuring. Yushima turned to one of the other instructors. "File the report to the head, full detail. Reserve event, involuntary release, emotional signature noted." Then, back to Harry, "You will remain under observation." He swallowed. "Because I'm dangerous." Her expression did not soften. "Because you are becoming something without understanding the mechanics." Somehow, that was worse. Yushima looked once at the floor where his spiritual pressure had cracked 2 seal lines into blackened gold. Then she said the words that would carry far beyond the academy by nightfall. "This goes to the captain commander." Harry stood in the wrecked training hall, the smell of ozone and split wood hanging in the air, and felt the story around him turning, not with prophecy, not yet, with notice. And Harry Potter, who had spent his life drawing the attention of powerful institutions for all the wrong reasons, knew exactly how dangerous that could become. The laziest captain in the Gotei 13 is also its sharpest mind. The summons arrived at sunrise. Harry had slept badly after the incident in the training hall. Though slept was generous for what mostly amounted to lying still while replaying 3 catastrophic seconds from every possible angle. By the time the academy bells rang, he was already dressed, already tense, and already certain that whatever happened next would be important in exactly the sort of way he had learned to distrust. So when a senior academy courier appeared outside his room and bowed with the kind of careful precision that suggested he'd been warned not to improvise, Harry's first coherent thought was, "That was fast." "Mr. Potter," the courier said, "you are requested for immediate audience." Harry leaned one shoulder against the door frame. "Requested by whom?" The courier hesitated just long enough to make the answer land harder. "Captain Commander Kyoraku." Harry went still. The title meant enough now that even without context he understood the shape of it. Not just a captain, then. The captain, the top of whatever this military structure allowed before government, bureaucracy, or fate started interfering. "Now?" Harry asked. "Yes," Harry nodded once. "Give me a minute." The courier bowed again and withdrew 3 paces. Harry shut the door, exhaled slowly, and stared at the room as if it might offer better options than reality. It did not. He dressed more carefully than usual, tied the academy robes with deliberate precision, and tucked the elder wand into its now familiar place near his heart. He had no idea whether bringing it to an audience with the captain commander was wise, which usually meant leaving it behind would feel worse. A soft knock interrupted the thought. Harry opened the door to find Mira standing there with a stack of notes under one arm and concern she was trying unsuccessfully to disguise under annoyance. "They're moving quickly," she said without preamble. "Apparently." Her eyes dropped briefly to the courier waiting down the corridor, then returned to Harry's face. "Do you know anything about Kyoraku?" "Not enough." "That may be safer." Harry gave her a tired look. "That isn't comforting. It wasn't meant to be." She adjusted the notes against her side. "He's difficult to classify. Everyone says he's lazy until they notice he's already read the room, the history, the politics, and their private fear before anyone else has opened their mouth." A pause. "He's not Central 46. That mattered." Harry did not yet know all of Seoul society's political machinery, but he knew enough to recognize that distinction as meaningful. The Academy's instructors spoke of the Gotei 13 with professional deference. They spoke of the Central 46 when they spoke of it at all, the way people spoke of whether that decided court rulings. "Good," Harry said. Mira hesitated. "Harry," he looked at her. "Don't let him make you feel like a mystery before he's decided whether you're a person." That was such a precise warning that Harry almost smiled. "Have you been practicing that sentence?" "I've been wanting to say it to several authority figures for years," she admitted. The ghost of a grin touched his mouth. "I'll keep it in mind." She stepped back, relief and worry still warring behind her eyes. "Come back in one piece." "I generally try." "That is not the same as succeeding." "Fair." Harry followed the courier out. The captain commander's residence and office compound sat deeper within Serete than the academy, in a district where the buildings became more elegant without ever losing their military restraint. White walls, curved roofs, courtyards made to quiet the mind before meetings that likely required anything but peace. The route took them past division compounds Harry had only seen at a distance before, each carrying a different spiritual feel, even if he lacked the vocabulary to describe it properly. One area pulsed with sharp discipline and cold efficiency. Another thrummed with a heavier, more aggressive pressure that made Harry think, immediately and unhelpfully, of Kenpachi. He filed that away. By the time they reached Kyoraku's compound, Harry had counted 7 visible layers of security, and at least twice that number implied by the way the air itself seemed structured. The courier led him through a shaded passage lined with wind bells and paper screens painted with understated landscapes. Somewhere water moved over stone. The atmosphere was so deliberately tranquil it felt strategic. Finally, they stopped before a half-open door. The courier bowed. "Captain Commander, Mr. Potter has arrived." A voice from within answered, warm and almost distracted. "Excellent. Send him in before the tea gets offended." Harry stepped inside. His first thought was that the room belonged to a poet who had somehow won a war and decided not to redecorate afterward. The space was broad, airy, and open to a garden through one side of sliding screens. Cushions had been arranged around a low, lacquered table already set with tea, sake, and more food than seemed strictly necessary for an official audience. Light fell soft across polished wood. Several documents sat in ordered stacks at one end of the room, ignored for the moment in favor of a man in pink floral haori lounging with all the visible urgency of a cat. Shunsui Kyoraku looked up and smiled. It was an easy smile. Charming, even. The sort of face that might have belonged to a harmless, eccentric uncle if one ignored the spiritual pressure under it. Immense, layered, and held so casually that Harry almost missed the scale until instinct caught up and informed him this man was more dangerous sitting still than most fighters were at full sprint. He wore a straw hat tipped back enough to show intelligent eyes and light stubble. One hand rested near a sake cup. The other gestured lazily toward the opposite cushion. "Harry Potter," he said, "please sit. You've had a hectic week." Harry remained standing for one extra heartbeat that Shunsui seemed to find amusing rather than insulting. "Good," the captain commander said. "You don't fall for calm rooms." "That's healthy." Harry sat. "Tea?" Shunsui asked. Harry glanced at the table. "Is this a formal evaluation?" "Very much so." "Then yes, thank you." "Excellent answer." Shunsui poured with practiced ease and slid the cup across. His movements were unhurried, but Harry got the distinct impression that every second of the scene had already been chosen for effect. "You expected something colder," Shunsui said. Harry accepted the tea. "I expected less food." "Ah, that's the military reputation. Tragic, really." Harry took a cautious sip. It was very good tea. That annoyed him on principle. For a moment neither of them spoke. Wind moved through the garden chimes. Somewhere outside, a bird called once and went quiet. Then Shunsui set down the teapot and, without changing posture at all, became unmistakably serious. "Let's begin with honesty," he said. Harry's shoulders tightened by instinct. Honesty from powerful men had historically arrived in installments. Shunsui either noticed or assumed correctly. "You frightened the academy," he said mildly. "You intrigued 3 captains, alarmed 2 more, made Instructor Yushima furious in a way she privately enjoys, and caused the headmaster to send me a report written in the tone usually reserved for unstable artillery." He lifted his sake cup, studying Harry over the rim. "That's impressive for a first term." Harry set his tea down. "I didn't mean to release that much pressure." "I know." Shunsui took a small sip. "If you had meant to, this meeting would look very different." Harry believed him. The captain commander smiled faintly. "Now, tell me about the veil." No preamble, no leading questions. Just the one subject Harry wanted more than answers about and feared most to discuss with the wrong person. He looked at Shunsui carefully. Kenpachi told you? Kenpachi told me you were interesting. Shunsui's smile deepened slightly. The details came from your academy file, a supplemental note from Yushima, and some older records I had already pulled the moment I heard the phrase foreign spiritual framework with threshold entry anomaly. I'm afraid you set off several categories at once. Harry could almost hear Hermione approving of the phrase threshold entry anomaly while simultaneously demanding a better-defined taxonomy. He took a breath and told the story from the beginning, the death chamber. The arch, the whispering veil, the years of curiosity after the war, the choice to step through, the current on the other side, the tearing translation, the scream within it, the sense of something large and winged moving beside him. Waking in Zaraki, the hollow, Kenpachi, Shunsui did not interrupt once. Only when Harry reached the end did the captain commander move, setting his cup down with soft precision. "Do you know," Shunsui said, "how many people in Soul Society would hear that story and immediately classify you as either a miracle or a problem?" Harry thought of the Academy Hall cracking under his power. "Mostly a problem, mostly," Shunsui agreed. Harry folded his hands in his lap to keep from reaching for the wand beneath his robes. "And you," Shunsui tilted his head as though considering the most accurate phrasing. "I think," he said at last, "that you are a person who walked through a boundary artifact old enough to predate several of our current systems, arrived carrying enough spiritual contradiction to make half our records inadequate, and now appear to be translating one metaphysical discipline into another by brute force and unresolved grief. A beat, which is much more interesting than simply being a problem." Harry stared at him, then, despite everything, laughed once under his breath. Shunsui's eyes warmed. "Good. I prefer people who can still do that." Harry settled back very slightly, not trust, not yet, but something less guarded than before. "All right," he said. "What do you want from me?" "Several things," Shunsui replied. "But first, I'd like to give you something you've been short on since arriving here." Harry waited. Context. That more than charm won him. Shunsui reached to one side and drew a slim folder from the nearest stack. He opened it not to read. He clearly already knew the contents, but to orient the conversation. "Soul Society has old records of Western spiritual traditions," he said. "Fragmentary ones, poorly updated. We used to refer to certain branches of magic in Europe as Ryoryoku shaping disciplines, externalized methods for giving spiritual force structured expression. Wands, circles, rites, spoken formulae, inherited focuses. Different grammar, same root." Harry felt something cold and bright run through him. "You know about wizards," Shunsui's mouth curved. "Not as much as I know now, but enough to recognize that your Kaido isn't malfunctioning, it's translating." Mira had said something similar. Hearing it from the captain commander turned it from theory into fact with unnerving speed. Shunsui continued, "What interests me is not merely that you are a wizard, it's that you are this specific wizard." Harry's attention sharpened. Shunsui flipped to the next page. "Harry Potter. Survived direct soul-targeting curse exposure in infancy. Carried foreign soul fragment contamination for years without collapse. Mastered Patronus manifestation unusually early. Successfully used and relinquished multiple spiritually resonant artifacts, including one that shouldn't exist according to half our archivists and embarrasses the other half by doing so anyway." Harry's expression must have changed. Shunsui smiled without apology. "Yes, I did my reading." "Convenient," Harry said. "Essential," Shunsui corrected. "I dislike being surprised by people I may eventually have to defend from a court." Harry went very still. Shunsui, maddeningly, kept his tone light. That wasn't a threat, merely the administrative weather. Harry believed that too. The captain commander set the folder aside and folded his hands. "Tell me, Harry, in your world, what do the Deathly Hallows mean?" Harry did not answer at once, not because he didn't know, but because the question opened too many versions of the truth. "As a story," he said finally. "They're a children's tale, 3 brothers, death gives them gifts, one wants power, one wants lost love back, one wants to hide from death until he's ready to greet it as an equal. Shunsui nodded. And in practice, Harry's mouth tightened. Power, resurrection that isn't really resurrection. Invisibility that goes deeper than being unseen, and a great many people who became idiots around them. That made Shunsui chuckle. Quite, he said. Now the older answer. Harry looked at him sharply. What older answer? Shunsui's smile thinned not with cruelty but with precision. The one Soul Society remembers. The wind bells outside rang softly. Shunsui reached for a second folder, this one far older by the look of it, its paper repaired in several places and marked by an archival seal Harry did not recognize. The Hallows, he said, appear in our oldest surviving Western records under another classification entirely. He opened the file. Shinigami artifacts of the First Age. Harry did not move. For a moment he genuinely thought he had misheard. Shunsui went on, voice still mild, as if discussing the weather or poetry or the most normal thing in the world. The power to cut, he said, tapping one line. The power to call back. The power to pass unseen. Blade, recall, concealment. 3 spiritual principles associated with death management and threshold authority. Not identical to our current Zanpakutō philosophy, but close enough to make historians nervous. Harry's pulse, or whatever stood in for it now, seemed to kick once hard in his chest. The Elder Wand? He said slowly, an artifact built around domination of spiritual force. Not exactly a Zanpakutō, but spiritually adjacent in the rudest possible way. The Resurrection Stone. Boundary invocation, dangerous, incomplete, a call across death without proper transit authority. And the cloak. Concealment from death sight itself. Which, Shunsui added pleasantly, is horrifying if you think about it for more than a minute. Harry stared at the old file. He had grown up with those objects as myth, then weapon, then burden. To hear them reframed not as isolated magical oddities, but as distorted branches of some older, Shinigami-adjacent philosophy, felt like watching his life tilt a degree further off axis. Shunsui watched him absorb it and did not rush the silence. Finally, Harry asked, "Why tell me this?" "Because it explains you better than your academy record does." Shunsui leaned back, sleeves falling gracefully around his wrists. "You didn't arrive here as a blank soul who happened to have talent. You arrived having already embodied in your life 3 principles Soul Society associates with the deepest functions of death work." He lifted 3 fingers. "You cut, you called back, you passed through death's gaze and returned." His eyes held Harry's. "That matters." Harry thought of the forest, of walking back with Voldemort's curse burned through him and the Horcrux in his scar finally destroyed. Of standing in King's Cross with the choice to go on or return. Of wearing the cloak under moonlight, of turning the stone in his hand to call the dead close enough to survive the walk to sacrifice. He had not wanted those moments to become destiny. He was very tired of things becoming destiny. Shunsui read enough of that in him to sigh very softly but genuinely. "Yes," the captain commander said. "I can see the word prophecy beginning to hover around your head like an insect. Let's not invite it in just yet." Harry's laugh, this time, was startled into existence. "Do you always talk like this?" "Only when trying to keep clever young men from bolting out of important conversations." Harry considered denying the urge and decided honesty served him better here. Fair. Shunsui poured more tea for both of them. The movement broke the tension without erasing it. "Now," he said, "to the practical problem." Harry's attention snapped back into place. "Central 46 will want you classified," Shunsui said. "Not immediately, perhaps. They prefer paperwork to panic when possible. But a foreign threshold anomaly soul with exceptional reserves, unstable Kaido translation, and an internal spiritual landscape explicitly linked to a death crossing." He gave Harry a sympathetic look. "You're nearly every bureaucrat's favorite nightmare." Harry's jaw tightened. "Contained." "Precisely." Shunsui's tone remained light, his eyes did not. "I would very much prefer to make you useful before they get the chance." There it was, not kindness then, not purely strategy. Oddly, Harry trusted that more. "You're being honest," Harry said. "I did promise." "What does useful mean?" Shunsui's smile returned, smaller this time and much sharper. It means I think you should formally join the 11th Division. Harry blinked. That can't be the whole plan. It would be an awful one if it were. Shunsui looked delighted that Harry had said so. Kenpachi already wants you? The captain commander said. That helps. More importantly, the 11th will do something the Academy cannot. Hammer your instincts into combat truth under conditions no one would mistake for gentle. Your body already understands pressure, reaction, and violence. What it lacks is full integration. Under ordinary circumstances, I would never recommend placing an unstable anomaly in the division most likely to solve problems by running at them with swords. He sipped his tea. These are not ordinary circumstances. Harry almost smiled. That seems to be a pattern. Very much so. Shunsui set his cup down. But 11th alone would only make you dangerous faster. You need a second education in parallel. His voice softened, almost imperceptibly. One less interested in winning fights than in understanding what your soul is trying to say. Harry was quiet now. The captain commander met his gaze without irony for the first time since the meeting began. I will train you privately, he said. The room seemed to still around the sentence. Harry searched Shunsui's face for the catch. There was one, of course. There always was. But it wasn't hidden in the way Harry had come to hate. It sat in plain sight, waiting to be acknowledged. You think I'll become something big enough to need watching, Harry said. Shunsui smiled faintly. I think you already are. The question is whether we teach you to understand it before fear starts making choices around you. That was as honest as anyone had ever been about power in Harry's life. Too honest, perhaps, not to hurt. He looked down at the tea, then at his own hands resting beside it. What if I say no? Shunsui did not answer immediately. Finally he said, Then I continue protecting your academy placement for as long as I can. The Central 46 grows steadily more interested. Kenpachi gets annoyed. And eventually everyone has a much less pleasant version of this conversation in a colder room. Harry nodded once. That sounded exactly right. Before he could speak again, a soft, disapproving voice entered from the doorway. Captain Commander, you are underplaying the paperwork implications. Harry turned. A woman stood just inside the room, holding 3 additional files and the sort of expression that suggested she had spent years managing chaos for someone who actively courted it. Her black hair was neatly tied back. Her glasses caught the light briefly. She wore a lieutenant's badge and a composure so perfectly measured it bordered on elegant aggression. Shunsui brightened. Ah, Nanao, there you are. I was always here, she said. You just chose not to notice until now. Harry, who had once watched Hermione weaponize competence against grown men twice her age, felt an immediate and involuntary spark of recognition. Nanao eyes, Shunsui said to him. My lieutenant, keeper of order, destroyer of whim. Nanao eyes did not react to this slander, which implied it had been repeated often enough to become weather. She inclined her head toward Harry. Mr. Potter, Lieutenant. Her eyes moved over him once, efficient, assessing, not unkind. There was interest there, but it had been disciplined into formality too thoroughly to spill. Your file is a mess, she informed him. Harry considered that. That does sound like me. A tiny pause. Then, to Harry's great satisfaction, one corner of her mouth almost twitched. Shunsui sighed happily. See, promising. Nanao stepped forward and set the files down in front of the captain commander. The Academy transcripts, Instructor Yushima's supplemental analysis, the historical cross-reference you requested from the archival annex. She looked at Harry again. And before you ask, no, you may not read the sealed portions. I wasn't going to ask. You were. Harry chose not to argue. She was right. Shunsui opened the new file with performative reluctance. Nanao believes in process. Nanao believes in keeping you from being assassinated by consequences. She said, such dramatic language before noon. Harry, despite the tension, found some of it easing at their exchange. This was not Dumbledore and McGonagall, not quite. Different structure, different wounds. But the rhythm of competence orbiting charisma was familiar enough to settle him while still warning him not to relax fully. Nanao addressed him directly. If the captain commander is offering dual-track instruction, that is not casual. It will place you under more scrutiny, not less. Your association with the 11th Division will protect you physically in some circles and endanger you politically in others. Private philosophical training under the captain commander will improve your chances of Zanpakutō integration, but it will also confirm to any observer that your development is a matter of high-level interest. Harry appreciated that she said development instead of value. So everything gets more complicated, he said. Yes, good, Shunsui said. We're all caught up. Nanao ignored him with the ease of long practice. Harry took a breath. He could feel the shape of the decision now, not because either of them had cornered him, though they had boxed the exits rather neatly, but because some part of him already knew staying passive would be its own surrender. He had not crossed death to become administratively manageable. All right, he said. I'll do it. Shunsui's expression did not change much. That was how Harry knew the answer mattered. Nanao, too, merely inclined her head once and reached for the nearest file as if the decision had immediately become a schedule. Good, she said. Then we can begin arranging the least disastrous version of your future. Harry snorted before he could stop himself. Shunsui looked pleased. I told you I liked him. Your standards are suspicious, Nanao replied. They're impeccable. I collect interesting problems. Yes, Nanao said dryly. That is the concern. The next hour should have ended the meeting. Instead, it became the most relaxed, consequential conversation Harry had ever had. Food was added. Tea shifted to something stronger for Shunsui, and stubbornly remained tea for Harry, despite the captain commander's attempts to persuade him that a little sake improved philosophical discussions. It improves your philosophical discussions, Harry corrected. A distinction without much difference. Strongly disagree. They talked then not as examiner and student, but as two people trying to map the edges of a contradiction before it exploded. Shunsui asked about Voldemort, and Harry discovered that describing Horcruxes to a Soul Reaper was somehow even more revolting aloud than the concept had ever been in practice. The captain commander listened without flinching, though the line of his mouth hardened once at the idea of soul mutilation performed deliberately and repeatedly. No wonder your pressure feels layered, he murmured afterward. You spent formative years fighting while spiritually contaminated. Harry looked at him sharply. You say that like it changes something? It changes context, Shunsui said. Context changes training. He asked about the Patronus and seemed genuinely fascinated by the mechanics. Soul light shaped from positive memory as active force against despair-manifesting entities. He asked about the cloak and listened with narrowed eyes when Harry described its depth of concealment. He asked carefully about the resurrection stone and did not miss the way Harry's voice changed when speaking of the dead it had briefly returned to him. Nanao said little, but when she did, it was always exact. At no point, she observed after Harry described using all three hallows, did you attempt to retain them as instruments of rule. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze over the edge of her notes. That is historically uncommon. He thought of the wand's allure, of Dumbledore's restraint, of Voldemort's failures, of his own exhausting aversion to becoming one more man ruined by the idea that power made choices cleaner. I'd had enough of people building thrones out of fear, he said. For the first time, something openly approving flickered across Nanao's expression before formality reclaimed it. Eventually, the conversation turned where Harry had known, from the moment he accepted Shunsui's offer, that it would have to turn. To your Zanpakutō, the captain commander said. Harry's posture changed before he could help it. The train, Shunsui said quietly. Describe it again. Harry did. This time he added smaller details. The impossible whiteness, the platform's silence, the oldness of the train without visible decay, the silhouette in the window. The way the sound of wings seemed larger than hearing should allow, as if it lived in the structure of the place rather than moving through air. When he finished, Shunsui looked not alarmed but intent. Your inner world did not form after arrival, he said. It pre-existed in symbolic potential and was waiting for the correct spiritual vocabulary to surface. Harry frowned. Meaning the station isn't random. Shansui's gaze softened, though not with pity. You have already stood in a liminal death space and chosen to return. For most souls, that would remain trauma, memory, perhaps revelation. For you, I suspect it became architecture. Harry said nothing. The thought felt too large to grab it directly. Shunsui went on, Your spirit is not absent, it is deep. Waiting behind a threshold you already recognize, which is why you hear it as wings and distance rather than words. It may also be resisting easy contact because your internal pathways are still partially patterned to wizard casting structure. So how do I fix that? We don't fix it, Shunsui said. We integrate it. If we try to cut the Western shape out of your soul, we'll cripple what makes your pressure unique. The goal is not to make you a normal soul reaper. A pause, then dryly, That ship did not survive landing. Harry laughed once, rubbed a hand over his jaw, and nodded. All right, integration. Nanao began listing practicalities immediately. You will complete Academy Accelerated coursework until transfer authorization is finalized. You will report to 11th Division for combat conditioning blocks on alternate days. Private instruction with the Captain Commander will begin in 3 days. Meditation, internal landscape mapping, controlled pressure release, and archival contextual study. Harry looked at her. You had that schedule ready already? Yes. You expected me to agree. No, Nanao said. I expected the Captain Commander to keep talking until you did. Shunsui looked wounded. Nanao, in front of the guest. In front of the variable, she corrected. Harry, to his own astonishment, liked her immediately, then the room quieted. The shift was subtle but unmistakable. The main conversation had ended. What remained sat beneath it, the reason Harry had stepped through the veil at all. Shunsui seemed to know before he spoke. You have one question left, the Captain Commander said softly. Harry looked at him for a long moment, then he asked it. The veil, he said. What is it really? Where did it send me? And, his voice tightened despite himself, are the people I lost somewhere in this afterlife? No wind moved for a heartbeat. Shunsui did not answer at once. That honesty, too, Harry noticed. When the Captain Commander finally spoke, the lightness had left him entirely. I do not know exactly what the veil in your world is, he said. Not yet. Boundary artifact, certainly. Old, dangerous. Possibly a localized threshold keyed to an earlier system of soul passage. The archives may have fragments, but not certainty. Harry held still. As for where it sent you, Shunsui continued, I think it dropped you into a transitional current, the flow between living death and structured afterlife. Most souls do not experience it consciously. You did because you entered by artifact rather than ordinary passage, carrying enough spiritual authority and contradiction to remain coherent. Harry took that in slowly. And the dead? He asked. Shunsui's eyes met his. Some are here, he said. Some pass onward in ways even we do not fully command. Soul society is not the end of all movement. It is part of the structure, not the whole of it. That answer hurt and helped in equal measure. Shunsui saw both. I will find out what I can, he said. Not I promise, not I swear. Not the kind of grand assurance Harry had learned to mistrust from men who thought intentions excused omissions. Just, I will look. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he'd been holding. Thank you, he said quietly. Shunsui inclined his head. Nanao, after a moment, closed one of the files and said, in a voice carefully neutral, there may be records associated with foreign threshold crossing anomalies in the sealed Western Annex. Access is restricted. Shunsui looked sideways at her. Nanao, I am aware, she said. I merely note that restrictions are not the same as impossibilities. Harry watched that exchange with growing suspicion. Shunsui sighed the sigh of a man who knew exactly how much trouble his lieutenant was willing to permit in service of precision. You see why I keep her? I'm beginning to. Nanao looked faintly offended by being discussed, as though she weren't in the room, which only improved Harry's impression further. At last, Shunsui rose. The movement was smooth, unhurried, and the room changed around it. Not dramatically, not with force. But there it was again, that reminder that all the warmth, poetry, and sake cups sat atop one of the most dangerous beings in Seoul society. He stepped to the open garden edge and looked out over the raked stones and bending grass. "You came here hollowed out," he said without turning. "Not empty. That's different. Emptiness is easier. Hollowed things echo." Harry stayed seated, listening. "You finished one destiny in your world," Shunsui said. "That can leave a person drifting. Seoul society has a poor habit of measuring worth by utility, especially in times of instability." He glanced back over one shoulder, one eye half-shadowed by the angle of his hat. "I won't insult you by pretending usefulness is irrelevant here. It isn't, but usefulness is not all you are." The quiet in the room deepened. Harry had not expected kindness from this man to land harder, because it came wrapped in strategy rather than sentiment. Shunsui's gaze sharpened, only slightly. "Learn your sword," he said. "Learn your soul. Let the 11th teach you what pressure feels like in the body. Let me teach you what it means when pressure becomes language, and before the people in the high chamber decide what category to file you under." The captain commander's smile returned, calm and dangerous and oddly warm all at once. "Become something more difficult than paperwork." Harry stood. He bowed because the moment asked for it, not because he had been instructed. When he straightened, Shunsui's expression was unreadable for half a breath, then quietly pleased. Nana was already organizing the next stage of Harry's life into neat administrative inevitability. "Report to the 11th Division compound tomorrow at second bell," she said. "You will not be late. Private instruction begins 3 days from now at this location. Bring your academy notes on internal landscape theory, threshold physiology, and any records you possess regarding your wand core tradition." Harry blinked. "You want notes on wand cores?" Nanao adjusted her glasses. "I want to know if your external channeling framework can be mathematically compared to incomplete Assorchi resonance systems." Harry stared. Shunsui smiled into his cup. "And that," he said, "is why nothing in my office ever stays simple for long." Harry found, unexpectedly, that he did not mind. He bowed once more and turned toward the door. At the threshold, Shunsui's voice stopped him. "Harry," he looked back. The captain commander was watching him with that same impossible combination of laziness and exactness. "The next few months," Shunsui said lightly, "are going to be very inconvenient." Harry thought of Zaraki, of the academy hall falling to its knees, of a train waiting in white silence, of the elder wand resting above his heart like memory made wood. Then he gave the captain commander a tired, crooked smile. "When has that ever been new?" Shunsui laughed, a real laugh this time, low and delighted. "Excellent," he said. "Off you go, then. Let's see what the world does with you before the paperwork catches up." Harry stepped out into the corridor and the garden light, and though the future ahead of him had only become more dangerous, more political, and more complicated than before, there was now at least a shape to the road. The 11th Division would teach him how to survive this world with a blade in hand. Shunsui Kyoraku would teach him how to listen when his soul spoke back. And somewhere, in old records, or buried boundaries, or the patient silence beyond death itself, the truth about the veil was waiting. For the first time since arriving in Seoul society, Harry felt not merely like an intruder or an accident. He felt positioned. That was almost as dangerous, and far more useful. Far away, in a chamber where light entered only because architecture permitted it, and conversation was recorded because memory alone was deemed insufficient, the Central 46 received a preliminary notice. The wording was clinical, foreign origin threshold anomaly, exceptional reserve capacity, unstable release event, captain commander interest confirmed. A robed official read the summary aloud. Several others listened in stillness. When the report reached the line regarding the Hallows cross-reference and Old Western artifact classification, one elder member's hand tightened imperceptibly on the arm of his seat. "Has Kyoraku been informed?" a voice asked. "Of the archival fragment?" Another replied. "Not in full." "Good." The silence that followed was colder than the room deserved. At length, the presiding counselor said, "Continue observation, no overt action yet." And the subject, a pause. Then, in the language bureaucracies used when fear wanted to sound reasonable, flag him as a potential sovereignty anomaly. Ink scratched across paper. Somewhere, far outside their chamber, Harry Potter was walking back toward the academy with a new future opening beneath his feet. And in the high chamber, men who had spent centuries mistaking administration for permanence began, very quietly, to worry. The appropriate response to being thrown through a wall is to stand back up. The 11th Division compound looked exactly like the sort of place that would consider broken bones an acceptable form of introduction. It sprawled wide rather than elegant, built low and solid around multiple courtyards scarred by decades, perhaps centuries, of training violence. The walls were thicker than most academy buildings, the timber darker, the stone underfoot visibly cracked in places where spiritual pressure had once made its point too forcefully. The compound did not pretend to refinement. It did not need to. Its authority was more honest than that. Everything about it said, "If you survive here, you belong here." Harry stood just inside the main gate with the second bell still fading across Serete. Academy robes neatly tied, elder wand hidden against his chest, and the increasingly familiar sensation of walking into an environment that considered him either a challenge or prey. He had experienced both enough times to stop distinguishing them. The guard at the entrance, if guard was even the right word for a hulking, scar-faced soul reaper leaning against a post with a practiced spear across his shoulders, looked him up and down, snorted once, and jerked his head toward the center yard. They're waiting. That was all. Harry went. The 11th Division did not do silence the way the Academy did. It was louder, rougher, more alive in its violence. Shouts rang across the open spaces. Wooden blades cracked against one another hard enough to make the air flinch. Laughter broke out somewhere to Harry's left immediately after a sound that suggested someone had hit the ground with educational force. The spiritual pressure here sat heavier than in most of Serete, not because the division leaked power uncontrollably, but because it wore aggression like a shared uniform. By the time Harry stepped into the main training yard, he knew he had been noticed. The yard was broad, rectangular, and already occupied by at least 50 soul reapers at various stages of morning conditioning. Some practiced forms. Some sparred. Some stood in small groups pretending not to watch the newcomer while very clearly watching the newcomer. At the far end, on a raised platform that had likely once been decorative and was now simply useful, Kenpachi Zaraki sat like a man whose posture turned furniture into a challenge. Yakairu perched on the railing beside him, legs kicking cheerfully. The moment Harry entered the yard, conversation dipped, not fully. This was not the academy where silence meant structure and judgment. Here silence meant appetite. Yakairu spotted him first and waved energetically. "Sparky!" Several nearby officers visibly reacted to the fact that Captain Zaraki's lieutenant had a nickname ready. Kenpachi did not wave. He looked Harry over once from boots to throat and then said, loudly enough for half the yard to hear, "You're late." Harry stopped. "I'm exactly on time." "Yeah," Kenpachi said. "That means you're late." A few division members laughed. Harry felt his mouth twitch despite himself. Good. If this was hazing by absurdity, he could survive that. He crossed the yard until he stood below the platform. "You wanted me here. I wanted to see if you'd actually show up." Kenpachi stood, bells chiming faintly in his hair. "You did. That's 1 point in your favor." Thrilling, Kenpachi grinned. Then he dropped from the platform. He landed directly in front of Harry with enough force to crack the stone beneath one sandal. Not because he needed to, but because subtlety was apparently something he regarded as suspicious. Up close, the captain's presence hit even harder than usual in the compound. Harry was getting better at sensing Ryatsu by instinct now, and Kenpachi's remained one of the most alarming things he had ever experienced, not because it pressed constantly, but because it felt like pressure that could become infinite the instant restraint got bored. This division doesn't care about your school scores, Kenpachi said. Doesn't care who's teaching you Kaido, doesn't care that the captain commander thinks you're interesting. He leaned in slightly. It cares if you can stand. Harry met his gaze. That sounds manageable. Kenpachi barked a laugh and straightened. Good, he said. Then let's get the welcome over with. Harry had just enough time to think that sounds bad before 3 seated officers stepped into the yard from different directions. They moved with the easy confidence of people used to being dangerous in front of an audience. All 3 wore the insignia of ranked positions within the division, not the highest seats, but high enough to matter. One was broad and bald with a jagged scar through one eyebrow. Another was lean and long-armed, carrying a practice blade like it was a temporary inconvenience compared to his real sword. The third was a woman with short, dark hair and the loose, balanced posture of someone who enjoyed hurting overconfident men for educational reasons. The yard widened subtly around them. Yakairu rested her chin in her hands, delighted. Kenpachi said, as if announcing whether, standard intake test, 3 at once, 5th seat level. Harry looked from one officer to the next. You could have led with that. I just did, the bald one grinned. He talks back nice. The woman rolled one shoulder. Let's see if he bleeds nice too. Harry exhaled once and pulled a wooden practice sword from the rack at the edge of the yard. It was heavier than the academy versions, built for hard contact rather than form drilling. He settled into a guard that made at least 3 watching officers exchange dubious looks. Too open. Too reactive. Too much like a duelist who expected ranged threats, not a swordsman properly born to the blade. Fair enough, they attacked anyway. The first clash told Harry everything he needed to know about how different 11th Division training was from the academy. No one held back. Not recklessly. These were controlled fighters, not street brawlers. But their definition of control allowed a level of committed violence that the academy only flirted with under supervision. The bold officer came straight down the center line with a heavy vertical strike meant to test Harry's guard strength. Harry shifted offline and deflected rather than block, but the lean officer was already there from the right, cutting for his ribs. The woman came low from the left, sweeping to take his legs if he overcommitted upward. Harry moved on old instinct. He gave ground to none of them directly. Instead, he let the first heavy strike carry through into empty space, turned with it, and used the opening to drive the butt of his practice blade into the lean officer's wrist hard enough to numb the hand. The woman's low sweep clipped his ankle anyway and nearly took him down, but Harry dropped with the motion instead of against it, letting one knee hit stone as he slashed upward toward her midsection. She skipped back, smiling now. Good, Harry thought. They like this. The next 30 seconds were brutal. The officers worked like people accustomed to group pressure rather than elegant dueling sequence. They forced him into bad angles, tested his ability to track threats from more than one side, punished every academy-born moment where his footwork assumed room he didn't have. Harry's advantages were exactly what they had been in the academy, but sharpened now by necessity. Reaction speed, violent adaptability, and a deeply developed refusal to stay where an opponent expected him. He took the bold officer first, not by clean outclassing the man hit like a falling gate, but by letting him think Harry was struggling with direct force exchanges. 3 hard clashes in, Harry intentionally gave a little too much on a high bind. The officer surged forward to capitalize, and Harry pivoted just enough to turn that momentum into imbalance. His practice blade cracked across the man's temple guard. Not a knockout, but enough to stagger him 2 steps sideways and out of immediate sequence. The lean officer came in smiling. He was faster, better reach, cleaner lines, probably the most technically refined of the 3, which meant Harry enjoyed ruining that slightly more. When the officer feinted high and rolled into a thrust meant for the throat, Harry snapped his own blade down, trapping the shaft with ugly close-range pressure that would have made an instructor sigh. Then he stepped inside the man's guard and drove his shoulder into the officer's chest. The two of them crashed together. Harry got his sword arm free first. He struck once across the ribs. The lean officer hissed and dropped back, now breathing harder, which left the woman. She had not stopped smiling once. "Better," she said, circling. "Thought the academy might have sanded the edges off you." "I'm having a stressful month," Harry said. She laughed and attacked. Her style was all timing. She never hit the same line twice in sequence, never gave him the same rhythm long enough to read comfortably. Twice she clipped his left arm. Once she wrapped her practice blade hard across his knuckles, nearly disarming him. Harry felt something hot and familiar spark inside him then, not anger at pain, but concentration sharpened by it. He had always fought best once the battle stopped being theoretical. The woman saw that too late. Harry took a glancing strike across the shoulder that sent pain bright through his upper body, then stepped through it instead of back. His counter came from an angle she clearly had not expected from his stance. Ugly, fast, almost more knife work than proper swordsmanship. He caught her blade, locked at close range, and twisted hard enough to send both weapons skidding half sideways. For one heartbeat they were chest to chest, all leverage and breath. Then the bold officer, recovered sooner than Harry liked, barreled back in. Harry had time only to half-turn. The man's tackle hit like a small landslide. Harry went through the side wall, not metaphorically. One moment there was training yard timber to his right. The next there was splintering wood, impact, daylight in the wrong direction. And the abrupt educational certainty that 11th Division intake culture did not recognize the concept of overdoing it. He landed hard in a secondary courtyard, rolled through broken planks, and came up on one knee with blood in his mouth, and a sharp, immediate awareness that at least one rib had objected strenuously to the relocation. The yard on the other side of the shattered wall erupted in cheers. Harry spat red into the dust and laughed once, breathless and incredulous. Of course. He pushed to his feet. When he stepped back through the gap where the wall had previously enjoyed structural dignity, the entire 11th Division training yard was watching. The bold officer blinked. "You're standing." Harry adjusted his grip on the practice sword. "I find it useful." Yakiru was cackling. Kenpachi's grin had widened into something feral and pleased. The second half of the fight went worse and better. Worse because Harry was now injured for real, breathing deep hurt. His left arm had slowed slightly. His shoulder was beginning to stiffen from the earlier hit. The officers smelled weakness and pressed harder, as they should have. Better, because once Harry accepted the pain as part of the fight rather than a temporary inconvenience. His body stopped arguing with reality and started solving it. He took the lean officer next with a nasty little counter that used the man's longer reach against him, sliding inside and smashing the practice sword pommel across the jaw. The officer stumbled back, dazed, and the watching crowd roared approval at the ugliness of it. The woman managed to clip Harry behind the knee at nearly the same moment, driving him down briefly enough that the bold officer closed again. Harry met him low this time, caught the incoming strike two-handed, and let the impact throw him backward instead of resisting it. On the rebound, he drove a kick into the man's thigh. Not elegant, effective, the bold officer swore and overcommitted on the follow-up. Harry's blade cracked across his throat guard, done, which left Harry and the woman facing one another in the broken center of the yard, both breathing hard, both grinning now whether they meant to or not. "Not bad, schoolboy," she said. "Thank you," Harry said. "I've been hit through architecture before, so I had practice." "Good," she said, and came at him like she intended to put him through the rest of it. They fought another 20 seconds before she won the exchange with a sharp diagonal strike that hit Harry's injured side hard enough to force a hiss between his teeth. He countered a fraction too slow. She caught his wrist and twisted. The practice blade flew from his hand. Harry, out of perfectly bad habits, drew his elbow back for a punch. She laughed out loud and tagged him square in the sternum with the flat of a blade before the punch landed. Harry staggered, breath gone. The fight was over, silence held for a heartbeat. Then Kenpachi slapped one hand against his knee and laughed like someone had given him a holiday. 2 down, 1 draw, he announced, and he came back through the wall. Good enough. The yard relaxed, not softly. 11th Division didn't do soft, but the tension shifted from appraisal to acknowledgement. Harry bent, hands on knees for one breath, then another, forcing air back into lungs that were suddenly far too interested in pain. Someone tossed him a water skin. He caught it without looking, drank, and nearly choked when the woman who had finished him clapped him on the good shoulder hard enough to rattle his bruises. "You're awful to fight," she said approvingly. "I'm choosing to hear that as praise." "It is," the bold officer snorted. "Barely." The lean officer, rubbing his jaw, added, "You move like you expect curses more than steel." Harry wiped his mouth. "That's because I do or did." All three looked at him more carefully then, not as a curiosity, as a combatant whose wrongness had a source. The woman held out a hand. "5th seat Cora." Harry shook it. "7th seat Jinsuk," said the bold one. The lean officer gave a brief nod. "6th seat Tetsu." So Kenpachi had undersold the third one by a seat. Harry filed that away under things captains do when they find something funny. Cora seemed to reach the same conclusion. "Captain lied to you." Kenpachi grinned from the platform. "You lived." Cora rolled her eyes with the weariness of long familiarity. "Get him to 4th before he drops from being too stubborn to admit he's hurt," she said. "I'm fine." Harry said automatically. Every officer within earshot laughed. Yakairu practically fell off the railing. The 4th Division infirmary smelled exactly how all healing spaces in all worlds apparently chose to smell. Clean cloth, herbs, antiseptic, and the unmistakable air of professionals who had no patience for bravado. Harry sat on a treatment bench while a medic with a face like polished disappointment pressed glowing hands over his ribs. "Too cracked," she said. "Left arm heavily bruised, shoulder strain, multiple contusions, mild internal disruption from blunt force impact." She looked up at him. "Did you volunteer for this?" "No, liar." Harry opened his mouth, thought about the 11th Division, and closed it again. The medic snorted softly and resumed healing. Warmth spread through his side, knitting pain down from sharp to dull. Not magic as he knew it, but close enough in principle to make his body relax before his mind agreed. "You're the Academy anomaly," she said after a moment. Harry was beginning to miss the days when he could go at least a full afternoon without acquiring titles. "That's one version," she hummed. "You'll fit there. In 4th, in 11th. Her mouth twitched. "Anyone who comes in laughing after being thrown through a wall is either made for them or should be kept under observation. Sometimes both." By the time she was done, the worst of the pain had gone, leaving soreness and the faintly hollow sensation of recently repaired damage. "Don't let them hit the same spots too soon," she said, already reaching for the next patient's chart. "I'll mention it." "You won't." "No, thought so." Harry left with a wrap around his ribs and a grudging respect for 4th Division medics that felt dangerously like affection. His Asochi was given to him that afternoon. He had expected ceremony in the academy sense, formal, measured, accompanied by explanation. Instead, the 11th Division version involved being marched to a small armory by an officer who looked barely awake, then handed a sheathed blade across a wooden counter by a quartermaster who said only, "Don't lose it." Harry took the weapon, and the world lurched. It happened the moment his fingers closed around the hilt. A shock ran through the blade, not electrical, not exactly, but spiritual, as if something inside the steel had turned over in sleep and suddenly realized who was touching it. The sheath vibrated once, very slightly. Harry's scar flared white-hot. Air caught in his lungs. The quartermaster blinked. Harry stood absolutely still. There was something in the sword. Not the blank stillness he had expected from an unformed practice weapon, but pressure deep coiled waiting. Not awake, not fully, but pressing outward the way a heartbeat presses under skin. For a split second, Harry had the vivid, impossible sense that he was not gripping the beginning of a weapon. He was holding a live wire wrapped in metal and patience. "Did it just—" the quartermaster started. "Yes," Harry said. The man stared at the blade, then at Harry. Then, with the particular discipline of a soul reaper who had learned when not to involve himself in someone else's weirdness, he stepped back from the counter. "That's above my pay grade. Reasonable." Harry slid the assorchi carefully into the sash at his side. The pressure did not vanish. It settled, like something inside the blade had withdrawn just enough to keep waiting. By instinct, Harry reached inward, toward the place where he'd seen the white station. At once, he felt the same answer there, distant, storm-bound, winged. No words, just presence, closer than before, not enough, not yet, but closer. The problem with the 11th Division was that surviving the official intake only qualified you to begin being tested informally. Harry discovered this over the next 4 days. Every corridor became an opportunity for someone to try him, not always with weapons, sometimes with pressure, sometimes with taunts. Once with a cup of tea accidentally knocked from a table in his direction in what was clearly a probe for reflex rather than clumsiness. Harry sidestepped it without spilling a drop on himself, and the officer responsible grinned around a mouthful of noodles and nodded like that had answered something important. Nobody called it hazing, because it wasn't, not precisely. 11th Division simply did not believe in leaving anyone unmeasured. By the end of the first week, Harry had learned several names, bruised 4 more people than introductions strictly required, and acquired a working reputation as "that weird academy kid Kenpachi likes who fights like a duelist and doesn't fall over properly." He could live with that. Then he met Madara Ikaku properly. Harry had seen him once before, at a distance in the training yard, bald, broad-grinned, built like someone had taken all the joy out of combat and then put it back in at a dangerous angle. Up close, Ikaku carried himself with the easy certainty of a man who knew exactly where he stood in the division's hierarchy and liked testing whether others deserved to be anywhere near it. He found Harry in a secondary sparring yard just after midday, while Harry was working through form transitions with the assorchi under an instructor's minimal supervision. Ikaku leaned against the gatepost, watched 3 exchanges without comment, and then said, "You hold your sword like it owes you an apology." Harry lowered the blade and turned. The grin Ikaku wore was too sharp to mistake for friendliness and too open to mistake for malice. It was, Harry realized immediately, the expression of a necessary obstacle. "Do I know you?" Harry asked. "Third seat Madara Ikaku." He pushed off the post. "And yeah, you know me now." The supervising instructor, who until that moment had seemed half asleep, became abruptly fascinated by a crack in the far wall and vacated the yard. Harry watched him go. "Subtle," Ikaku shrugged. "Didn't come for subtle." That at least made 2 of them in the division. Ikaku picked up a practice spear from the rack instead of a sword. "Captain's been grinning too much since you got here," he said. "I hate that." Harry adjusted his grip on the assorchi. "I'll try to be less entertaining." "Nah, I'd rather hit you." Then he attacked. If the intake officers had been rough, Ikaku was educational cruelty with a sense of humor. He fought like a man who loved combat but loved proving points even more. The spear turned his reach into territory Harry had to earn every inch through. He attacked from impossible-feeling angles, recovered faster than Harry expected, and punished the smallest hesitation with delighted brutality. Within 10 seconds, Harry understood why he was third seat. Within 30, he understood why Kenpachi kept him. The spear shaft cracked against Harry's thigh. Another strike glanced off his shoulder. Harry closed distance once and almost succeeded, only for Ikaku to hook his ankle on the retreat and send him skidding across half the yard. "Too direct," Ikaku called. Harry rolled up, reset, and came again. The second exchange went better. He baited a high feint, slipped under it, and actually got close enough to tag Ikaku's ribs with the flat of his blade before the older soul reaper slammed the spear butt into Harry's stomach, hard enough to erase all philosophical thought from his head for half a second. "Better," Ikaku said, sounding genuinely pleased. Harry coughed air back into his lungs and glared. Ikaku's grin widened. "Oh, that's good. Keep that face." They fought for 15 minutes. Harry lost all 15, but he learned more in those 15 minutes than in 3 formal academy sparring blocks. Ikaku did not fight to show off technique. He fought to expose assumptions. Every time Harry leaned on duelist habits, the spear punished him. Every time he tried to use distance like he was still measuring curse range, Ikaku collapsed it. Every time Harry got angry in the wrong way, not focused but frustrated, the third seat exploited the opening with surgical glee. At the end, Harry was flat on his back, the spear tip hovering over his throat, chest heaving. Ikaku looked down at him with maddening satisfaction. "You've got instincts," he said. "Ugly ones, useful ones, but you're still fighting like your enemies on the other side of a wand length and a clever sentence." Harry stared up at the sky for a second, catching his breath. "Most of my enemies were." "Yeah, then this place'll fix you." Ikaku withdrew the spear and offered a hand. Harry blinked, then took it. Ikaku hauled him up hard enough to test the ribs 4th Division had so recently mended. "Same time tomorrow," he said. That was not a request. Oddly enough, Harry found himself looking forward to it. Yakairu, meanwhile, had decided she was his friend, which turned out to be more destabilizing than most physical injuries. She appeared unpredictably on roofs, in hallways, balanced upside down from beams while Harry was trying to read. Once inside a supply closet he was absolutely certain had been empty 1 second earlier. She also commented on everything. "You smell less confused now," she told him on the 6th day. "I'm choosing not to examine that sentence." Good, it was weird. She liked watching his training with Ikaku and loudly keeping score in systems known only to herself. She stole his lunch once, took 2 bites, declared the kitchen had made his rice wrong, and replaced it with a different bowl that was in fact better. She also, occasionally, went very still around him in moments that seemed to make no sense. The first time it happened, Harry had been sitting alone in a back courtyard at dusk with the asochi laid across his knees, trying to sink into the meditative stillness Shunsui wanted him to cultivate before their formal training began. He had not quite reached the white station this time. Just the edge of it. A platform seen through weather, wings under the horizon of thought. Yakairu padded in and stopped dead. For 1 strange second her usual sparkling presence changed. Not weakened, never that, but sharpened into something older and harder to read. Her eyes fixed not on Harry but on the sheathed blade across his lap. Then she smiled again, bright as ever, and bounced over to sit beside him. "You're getting louder inside," she said. Harry looked at her. "Inside?" She nodded as if this were obvious. "Your sword likes you more than it did." That shouldn't have made sense. Instead it landed with eerie precision. "How can you tell?" he asked carefully. Yakairu leaned against his arm like a child settling in beside family. "Because I can." Then, before he could press further, she pointed at the horizon and asked if all foreign afterlives had uglier sunsets than Seoul society. Harry, who had once considered himself very good at spotting concealment, was discovering that Yakairu's version of innocence might be one of the most advanced evasive arts in either world. 3 days after joining the 11th Division, Harry entered his inner world with Shunsui's guidance for the first time. The captain commander had summoned him to a private courtyard just after moonrise, where lanterns reflected softly in a shallow pond, and the air felt thinner, clearer, more willing to become symbolic if given the slightest excuse. Shunsui sat cross-legged on the veranda with a sake cup near one knee and a set of calligraphy seals spread around the floor in a circular pattern. "No dramatic techniques tonight," he said as Harry approached. "Just stillness." "That sounds suspicious." "It should. Stillness is where your worst truths tend to stand up." Harry sat opposite him. The training lasted almost 2 hours and was, infuriatingly, more exhausting than Ikaku's spear. Shunsui guided him not with force but with questions. Where does pressure begin? Where do you feel the difference between memory and identity? What changes when you stop trying to make the blade answer and start listening for the part of yourself already standing at the platform? At one point, Harry opened his eyes in frustration. "You make this sound simple." Shunsui smiled over the rim of his cup. No, I make it sound possible. Different skill. Harry closed his eyes again and tried. This time, when the white station emerged, it came easier. King's Cross spread around him, pale and silent and impossibly huge. The train waited at the far platform, steam unmoving in bright air. The doors were still shut, the windows still dark, except for one. In that window, a shape moved. Harry took a step forward. The sound of wings rolled through the station, not loud now but vast. Present, the train did not move. The door nearest him remained closed. But for the first time, Harry felt what lay beyond it, not merely as mystery, as expectation. He reached the edge of the platform. The train's brass fittings gleamed softly. White paint, or something like paint, ran unbroken along the side, touched here and there with threads of gold that reminded him, uncomfortably and beautifully, of old lightning in winter sky. Harry lifted one hand toward the nearest door, not to open, just to touch. The entire station breathed. He came back to himself on the veranda with a sharp inhale. Shunsui did not ask what happened immediately. He waited. Harry opened his eyes, disoriented and thoughtful all at once. I got closer. The captain commander nodded once. Describe it, Harry did. When he finished, Shunsui's gaze lowered briefly to the Asorchi resting across Harry's lap. It's near the surface, he said softly, far nearer than it should be for someone this early. Is that bad? Shunsui's smile turned complicated. It's unusual, which is a gentler word for dangerous, depending on who's writing the report. Harry exhaled through his nose. Shunsui leaned back on one hand, studying him beneath the shadow of his hat. Your spirit isn't dormant, Harry. It's waiting with intent. There's a difference. His tone lightened just slightly. Try not to shatter your blade by accident before you learn its name. That creates paperwork. Harry almost laughed. Instead, he looked down at the Asorchi and felt, beneath steel and wrapping and his own still clumsy soul, that patient pressure answering from within. A live wire. A waiting train, something that had not yet spoken and already knew him. On the 7th day, Harry used Shunpo properly for the first time, not in the academy. Not under structured instruction. Of course not. It happened in an 11th Division yard while Ikaku was hammering him through mobility drills with that same infernal spear. Harry had been improving in ugly increments, learning how to move through pressure rather than merely react under it, learning that in this world closing distance, fast mattered as much as reading it well. Ikaku came in on a diagonal line too fast for Harry's normal footwork to solve cleanly. Harry's body made a choice. Power gathered under his feet in a sharp, instinctive surge. The world snapped. Air cracked like a split branch in a thunderstorm. Harry vanished from where he'd been standing and reappeared 6 meters to the left, skidding half a step but upright, Asorchi already turning toward the next line of attack. The yard froze. So did Harry. A faint smell of ozone hung in the space he had crossed. Ikaku slowly lowered the spear. Huh, he said. Harry blinked. Was that Shunpo? Came a voice from above. Kenpachi stood on the roofline, arms folded, as if he had been watching for some time and simply preferred rooftops to social transparency. Yakiru sat on his shoulder like a pink-haired omen. Harry straightened. I didn't mean to. Kenpachi's mouth twitched. Best kind! For a moment he said nothing else. Then, with a single slow nod that somehow carried more weight than praise would have, good. That was all. But Harry, who had learned to read difficult mentors in multiple worlds, understood the significance anyway. He had arrived in soul society unable to speak its power cleanly. Now, bruised and sore and halfway remade by pressure, pain, and a sword that was beginning to breathe against his soul, he had taken his first true step in its language. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. But real. As the yard gradually returned to motion around him, Ikaku grinned and twirled the spear once. Great, he said. Now I get to hit you faster. Harry let out a tired breath that was almost a laugh and raised his blade again. Somewhere far inside, at the white station beyond hearing, wings shifted once in answer. And on the roof above, Kenpachi Zaraki kept watching the boy from beyond the veil with the expression of a man who had found exactly the kind of future trouble he liked best. The blade has always known its name. The question is whether you're ready to hear it. The emergency bells began in the middle of lunch, not academy bells. Not the measured, civilized tones that marked class changes or curfew or the start of drills. These rang from deeper in Serete, harsh and urgent and old enough that every soul reaper who heard them straightened before conscious thought caught up. Harry had been halfway through a bowl of noodles in the 11th Division courtyard, Ribs finally no longer complaining every time he reached for anything, when the first note split the air. Everything stopped. Then everything moved. The officers around him were on their feet before the second bell. Conversations vanished. Trays were abandoned where they stood. Someone shouted for deployment sheets. Another voice snapped back with confirmed coordinates. The compound, which had always felt like violence waiting for an excuse, shifted in a heartbeat from rough camaraderie to terrifying competence. Harry set his bowl down. "What is it?" he asked the nearest seated officer. The man was already tying his sword more tightly into place. "Outer Rukungai breach, hollow pressure spike." A second officer cursed under his breath. "Too big for a routine patrol alert." Across the courtyard, Yakairu appeared on top of a wall as though she had materialized out of the air itself. "Minos," she called, delighted in the way only Yakairu could make imminent catastrophe sound like a festival. "More than one." That changed the atmosphere again. Minos. Harry knew the term now. He had studied the classifications in theory texts. Jillian, Ajuchas, Vasto Lord, hollows so immense or evolved that ordinary patrols could not be trusted to contain them cleanly. Seeing one in District 80 on his first day had already been unusual. More than one, and near a populated district, bad. Bad enough that the 11th Division officers stopped making jokes. A runner skidded into the yard, saluted so sharply he nearly concussed himself, and shouted, "Captain's orders. Response Team 3 deploys immediately to East Rukungai 42. Civilian density high, standard patrol overwhelmed, Academy Reserve unit already en route." Several heads turned toward Harry at once, of course. He set his feet before anyone could speak because he knew that look now. High reserve, special track, useful when things became ugly. "Do I go?" he asked. The runner, who had clearly not expected the Academy anomaly to be standing casually in the courtyard, opened his mouth. A different voice answered first. "Yes," said Kenpachi Zaraki. The captain dropped from the upper veranda into the center of the yard without ceremony, bells chiming faintly in his hair. He looked more awake than any human being had a right to appear in an emergency, which was probably because violence counted as refreshment in the 11th Division. His sword rested across one shoulder. His grin was absent, but the single exposed eye carried enough bright interest that Harry almost preferred when the man laughed. "You're with the reserve line," Kenpachi said. "Not point, not heroics. Civilians first, hollows second, staying alive above both." Harry nodded once. Kenpachi stepped closer until his shadow cut across the courtyard stones. "If your pressure goes wild again," he said quietly enough that only Harry heard, "you lock it down or you run it through the blade. No freezing up." Harry's hand dropped instinctively to the hilt of the asorchi at his side, a live wire still waiting. "Understood," he said. Kenpachi studied him for 1 second longer, then jerked his chin toward the gate. "Move!" The division moved. Harry ran with them through Serete's eastern gate and out toward Rukungai under a sky already bruising darker with spiritual pressure. The air itself felt wrong before they got halfway. Heavy, warped, charged with that nauseating hollow frequency that made his scar ache in a way even Soul Society had not fully dulled. The farther they went, the more obvious it became this wasn't a normal breach. People were running in the streets 2 districts ahead of the incursion line. Good districts too, not Zaraki, not the outer desperate rings where survival already expected monsters. These were more stable neighborhoods, homes with intact roofs and proper walls, families spilling into the road, clutching children and bundles, and one another with the blind urgency of civilians who understood only that something massive had come too close. Harry's war instincts slid into place. He began cataloging exits, bottlenecks, likely collapse lines. The response units split at a shouted order, half taking rooftops, half remaining groundside to redirect civilians toward the nearest reinforced shelters. Harry found himself between a broad-shouldered 11th officer named Senda and a younger academy trainee reserve girl who looked pale but determined. Her name tag read Kinnu. She was breathing too fast. "You've done field response before?" Harry asked as they ran. She swallowed. Not at Mino's scale." "Right," Harry said. "Then do exactly what you're trained to do and don't improvise unless the street starts exploding." That earned him one startled blink and, somehow, steadier breathing. Is that meant to help? Oddly, yes. By the time they reached District 42's central marketplace, the first scream had already become many. The district was chaos. A section of roof had collapsed into the square. Stall frames lay splintered across stone. The sky overhead seemed darker not because night had fallen, but because something huge was blotting out what little light Soul Society's strange heavens offered. Hollow masks gleamed above the rooftops like fragments of bone drifting through a storm. Harry counted 3 distinct pressure signatures at once. One enormous, 2 slightly smaller, all wrong Minos. Actual Minos. His first in Zaraki had seemed titanic because he'd had no scale for comparison. Now, looking up at 3 of them looming beyond the district's east wall, he realized how much bigger the word could become. Their masked faces rose above the buildings like white cliffs sculpted into silent screams. Long black limbs reached through the air with terrible slowness that somehow made them more frightening, not less. Each step of their descent rattled the street. A patrol line was already engaged at the far end of the market. Kaido flashed. Steel cut. The Minos ignored most of it. The oldest one raised its head. Red-black energy began to gather at its mouth. "Zero!" someone screamed. The beam tore across the district. Harry barely had time to react. "Down!" He shoved Kinnu hard enough to send her sprawling behind a broken fountain and threw himself the other way as the Zero carved through the market square, vaporizing a row of empty stalls and the street behind them in one blinding line of destruction. Heat rolled over him. Windows shattered in 100 directions at once. People screamed from somewhere too close. Harry was already moving before the light faded. "Shelter line," Senda bellowed. Harry spotted them, 6 civilians trapped in the remains of a tea house where a fallen beam had pinned the doorway half shut. 2 children, an old woman, a man with blood down one side of his face. Another pair trying unsuccessfully to lift the timber blocking their way. He sprinted. The scar on his forehead burned white-hot as hollow pressure rolled over the street. He ignored it, slid the last 3 feet and grabbed the beam with both hands. It was heavier than it should have been. Not just wood debris and pressure and angled stone. The old man inside looked at him with wide, shocked eyes. "Move when I move it," Harry snapped. He braced, exhaled, and pulled. Ryuryoku surged by instinct into his arms, not polished, not pretty, pure force. The beam shifted just enough for the others inside to widen the gap. Harry nearly lost footing as a shockwave from elsewhere in the district rippled through the square. But the trapped civilians squeezed out one by one. Harry caught the smaller child under the arms and shoved him toward the shelter line where Kinnu, now steadier and angrier, was already waving people onward. "Go!" Harry barked. The old woman grabbed his sleeve for half a second before letting go. Her lips moved in what was probably gratitude and definitely terror. Then another Minos bellowed, and there was no more time for speech. 3 Academy Reserve Soul Reapers were trying to hold the left street line with Bakudo barriers. Harry saw at once what was wrong. Their seals were misaligned for the pressure class. The bindings would hold against ordinary hollows, maybe even multiple large ones. Against Minos-level pressure, they were bright paper in a furnace. He ran for them. "Reinforce the anchors." One of the reserves shouted without turning. They're too shallow, Harry shot back. You need a secondary crossbind or the whole thing will shear left. The reserve officer whipped around, ready to argue, then looked at Harry's face and apparently saw something in it that made obedience cheaper than debate. Together, they slammed new lines into the pavement. The official Bankai structure formed in white-blue sequence under the officer's hands. Harry added power the only way he could, through alien translation, his Ryuryoku pouring into the pattern at the wrong frequency and forcing it to adapt. Scarlet gold threads raced through the seal grid. The barriers stabilized with an ugly crackle. The officer stared. Harry did not have time for explanations. One of the smaller Minos, still mountainous, still horrifying, just less apocalyptic than the oldest, slammed a limb into the barrier and the whole street shook. The seal held for 2 seconds. Then the pressure load began chewing through the leftmost anchors exactly as Harry had warned. "Evacuate that lane," he shouted. Now, this time no one hesitated. The reserve team pulled back. The barrier shattered an instant later in a spray of spiritual glass. But by then, the civilians in its path were already moving good. Harry pivoted toward the next problem. That was when he saw the schoolhouse. It sat half a block east of the market, squat and broad-roofed, built sturdier than most district structures because classrooms apparently warranted common sense even in the afterlife. Its doors were open. Light flickered inside. A cluster of children and 2 adult caretakers huddled at the threshold, trapped between a collapsed cart in the street and the long shadow of the nearest Minos. The hollow had noticed them. Harry knew because its mask had tilted with that awful blank curiosity predators had when deciding where to feed next. "Damn it," he whispered. He ran. Somewhere behind him, Senda shouted his name, probably followed by a command he was not going to obey quickly enough for it to matter. The Minos lowered one arm. The children at the schoolhouse were too scared to move. Harry drew the Asochi as he sprinted. He had fought with it every day for over a week, slept with it within arm's reach, meditated with it across his lap while the white station grew fractionally clearer in his mind. The blade had breathed against his soul in silence and waiting, never speaking, never waking enough to call itself by name. Now, as the Minos' limb descended toward the schoolhouse, the sword in Harry's hand pulsed once. Not like steel, like a heart. The world narrowed. He reached the schoolhouse steps an instant before impact and slashed upward on pure reflex, knowing perfectly well an unawakened Asochi should do absolutely nothing against Minos-class force. The blade met descending hollow flesh. For one impossible second, resistance vanished. A line of pale gold light split the black limb from wrist to elbow. The Minos reared back, shrieking as if astonishment itself had become pain. Harry stumbled with the follow-through. The Asochi in his hand was vibrating violently, not from impact, from refusal. The pressure inside it, the coiled waiting thing that had haunted his grip since the armory, surged outward so suddenly that Harry almost dropped the hilt. Spiritual force screamed through his hand, his arm, his scar, his spine. The world flashed white. He heard children shouting behind him, officers yelling from the square, hollows roaring overhead, and through all of it, finally, unmistakably, wings. Not a whisper. Not a suggestion. A storm. Something vast moved inside his soul with the impossible intimacy of a name about to be spoken. The blade cracked. Harry stared. A fissure raced down the Asochi's length, bright from within. Another followed, then a dozen more. Light spilled from the fractures in white gold sheets. "Oh," Harry breathed, the sword shattered in his hand, not broken by damage, rejected from within. Steel fragments blew outward in a ring of blinding light and crackling pressure. The children behind him cried out. The Minos recoiled, mask turning downward in sudden alertness. Harry stood at the center of it, hand empty, scar blazing like a brand of molten gold. Then the storm arrived. For 4 seconds, Harry Potter stood inside a contained lightning sky. It spun around him in a perfect circle no wider than 10 paces, a pillar of white and gold current held to impossible precision. Not wild, not uncontrolled, the opposite. Every bolt knew exactly where not to strike. Every flare of Ryatsu bent around the schoolhouse, the children, the street. Hollows within 50 meters froze mid-motion as the pressure hit them with such focused force that even the Minos staggered. Harry could not see his own hands, his eyes filled with silver-white light. The air smelled of winter storms and old parchment and something heartbreakingly familiar. Feathers. When the storm collapsed, something rested in his right hand, a blade, not the simple asochi, not anything the academy manuals had prepared him for. It was long and elegant, its steel white as fresh snow in moonlight, edged in fine gold that seemed less forged than illuminated. Delicate black markings ran down the fuller like half-remembered script or lightning frozen into language. The guard curved slightly like stylized wings. The hilt wrap was white, threaded through with silver so pale it almost vanished. Harry looked at it and knew with the terrible, intimate certainty of soul recognition that this was his. At the same instant, a second weight tugged at his perception, not fully manifested but present like the shadow of another form lying beneath the first. A shorter, heavier blade, black steel, silver runes, waiting one layer down, ready to answer a different intent, two states, one soul. One weapon that was somehow both. The name rose in him before thought did, not invented. Revealed, he heard himself speak it aloud. "Cry out," Harry whispered, voice carrying strangely through the ruptured air. "Hedwig Kaminari!" The blade answered. White gold light rushed down its length. The nearest Minos lunged, perhaps from hunger, perhaps from instinct, perhaps because monsters too large for language still recognized threats when they saw them. Harry moved. He did not remember deciding how. One instant he was at the schoolhouse steps. The next he was halfway up the Minos' extended limb, shunpo and pure instinct braided together so tightly they became one act. Ozone cracked in his wake. The white blade sang. Harry cut once. The wound was not large. It did not need to be. Lightning exploded through the Minos' arm from the point of contact, not spreading randomly, but threading along the creature's Ryatsu pathways like a hand closing over nerves. The entire limb convulsed. The hollow screamed and lost balance, crashing sideways into an abandoned row of market stalls instead of the schoolhouse. Every soul reaper in the district stopped to look. Harry landed in a low skid, the blade humming in his hand. He understood more in that moment than he could possibly explain later. The white blade wanted structure, not academy structure, not formal Kaido for its own sake. It wanted power shaped through intent and imagination, through the same instinct Harry had always used when wizarding magic flowed best, not rigid repetition, but living design. The white state was not separate from Kaido. It reinterpreted it. A reserve officer shouted, "Left flank!" Harry turned. One of the smaller Minos had forced its way down between two buildings, pressing toward a trapped cluster of civilians near a well yard. Standard Hado fired from the responding patrol line and splashed off its mask to little effect. Harry lifted Hedwig Kaminari. He did not recite a Kaido number. He thought of force, of impact, of the old shape of blasting curses and shield breakers and lightning cold through a wand under rain-black skies. Ryuryoku surged through the white blade, accepted, translated, sharpened. Harry swung. A crescent of scarlet gold lightning ripped from the blade and crossed the entire street in an instant. It hit the Minos' mask with enough focused pressure to split one eye socket and drive the creature backward 3 full steps. The blast did not explode outward, it compressed inward, drilling through hollow pressure instead of wasting force on spectacle. The reserve officers stared, one of them whispered, "That wasn't Hado." "No," Harry said, equally startled and certain, "I don't think it was." The second Minos reared up, gathering Ciro. Harry felt the build before the red-black sphere fully formed. Sight between, some instinct named it, an awful, exhausting awareness of pressure lines and death-boundary tensions in the immediate space around him. He could see where the attack wanted to become real, where the seam between force and impact would open. He moved before the beam fired. Shunpo cracked. Harry crossed the angle, raised Hedwig Kaminari, and slashed through the Ciro's formation point. The result was not elegant. It was catastrophic in precisely the right direction. The gathered hollow energy destabilized at its source. Instead of firing as a beam, it imploded inward and burst sideways in a shockwave that tore up empty road and shattered windows, but missed the civilians entirely. The Minos howled as the backlash ripped across its own mask. Harry landed, breath coming faster now. The passive awareness was already costing him. Seeing the edge between life and death in everything nearby felt like keeping a second set of eyes open under the skin. Useful. Horrible. Not sustainable for long. The third Minos, the oldest, the largest, finally committed. Until then it had hung back, watching with the blank patience of something too old for haste. Now it moved with terrifying certainty, stepping fully into the district square. Buildings groaned beneath its shadow. Its mask was broader, more weathered somehow, the white bone marked by hairline black cracks like old glaze on ancient porcelain. When it looked at Harry, the scar on Harry's forehead flared so violently his vision blurred. That one, he realized with sinking clarity, was stronger than the others combined. Its mouth opened. Ciro again, but denser, darker, heavier with compressed death. The surviving patrol line began to fall back. Harry knew with absolute certainty that if that beam fired into the square, half the district would be erased. He also knew he could not meet it head-on with the white blade alone and expect elegance to save him. The second presence beneath Hedwig Kaminari's skin pulsed. Harry did not think. He let intent decide. The blade changed in his hand. White light folded inward. Gold edged darkened. The long, elegant steel shortened and thickened, condensing into a heavier black blade chased through with silver runes that lit like moon on river water. The guard became simpler, harsher. The weight changed instantly, less surgical, more final, Zanjutsu mode. The black blade thrummed with the scar on his forehead until Harry could feel a living circuit connect hilt, arm, mark, soul. The Minos fired. Harry leapt into it. Later, no one would quite agree on what they had seen. Some said the Academy anomaly vanished into the Ciro like a moth diving through torchfire. Some swore a lightning bolt shaped like a blade cut the beam apart. Harry himself remembered only impact, not heat, but force, a wall of annihilation slamming into the black blade and being dragged sideways through him into the scar's living circuit. Pain tore bright through his left side. Then the blade answered. He cut down. The Ciro split, not reflected. Not cancelled, interrupted. The beam sheared off its own centerline, crashing into the empty district east of the square instead of the populated heart. The backlash hurled Harry from the air. He hit the roof of a grain store hard enough to crater tiles, rolled, barely held onto the blade, and came up coughing blood into the dusk. But the Minos had staggered. And where the black blade had touched its energy, the creature's Ryatsu stuttered. Harry felt it at once. Disruption. A temporary break in spiritual flow, like forcing a curse through a damaged wand core until it forgot its own structure. The black form was for contact, for collision, for cutting through power and leaving it unable to move cleanly afterward. The Minos tried to gather another Ciro. Nothing happened. Good, Harry thought wildly. Then the roof beneath him collapsed. He dropped through splintering wood into the upper story of the storehouse, landed in a hail of grain sacks and dust, swore, and came up again with Hedwig Kaminari still in hand and laughter halfway to the surface, because this, at least, felt familiar. Catastrophe. Ruined buildings. Improvised victory against things too large to argue with, very Hogwarts, in a certain light. He burst back into the street through the half-shattered front wall just in time to see Senda and 2 reserve officers dragging the last civilians from the well yard. "Done!" Senda shouted. Harry nodded once and turned back to the oldest Minos. No more civilians in the direct line. Good, good enough. The hollow came for him, enraged now, massive hands tearing through architecture. Harry met it in motion. White blade for range, black blade for impact. the weapon shifting state with intent faster than thought. He slashed the tendons of one enormous wrist in white-gold arcs of structured lightning, then flashed close and drove the black blade into the same limb, sending disruptive force howling through its spiritual channels. The Minos reeled. Harry cut again. It was not graceful. It was war. The combined response units finally found rhythm around him. Kaido teams redirected stray hollows. 11th Division fighters carved through lesser threats, trying to flood in behind the Minos. Reserve officers held evacuation routes. Kinnu, white-faced and furious, coordinated shelter movement with the volume of someone too frightened to be quiet anymore. And in the center of it, Harry fought like a man whose soul had finally been handed the right language for the first sentence of a new life. The oldest Minos fell last. Not purified cleanly. That was for stronger Soul Reapers with release mastery and proper finishing sequence. But driven back, cut open, and destabilized enough that a coordinated captain-level strike from the late-arriving District Command Squad split its mask and sent the remnants dissolving skyward in black ash and pale motes. Silence rushed in afterward, not complete. There were still cries, orders, the crackle of damaged buildings, medics calling for triage. But compared to the battle, it felt like silence. Harry stood in the wrecked square, Hedwig Kaminari in white form once more, chest heaving, scar still glowing faintly with a pulse of gold. The district around him looked half demolished. The schoolhouse still stood. Children peered out from its doorway. Good. Then the world tilted. His knees almost went. Someone caught his shoulder, Senda maybe, or one of the reserve officers. Harry couldn't quite tell. The blade in his hand felt suddenly far too heavy and impossibly dear at once. "What did you do?" Kinnu asked from somewhere to his right, voice thin with awe. Harry looked down at the weapon, at the white steel and gold edge, and the ghost presence of the black blade nested beneath it. For the first time since arriving in Soul Society, the answer was simple. "My sword," he said hoarsely, "finally answered." He entered his inner world before sleep, or perhaps sleep was the wrong word. 4th Division had barely finished stabilizing him when exhaustion caught up. He remembered healers asking questions, remembered failing to describe the release in any way that sounded sane, remembered someone, probably a seated officer from 8th Division Command, trying to get a formal statement before an older medic looked ready to remove him bodily from the room. Then white. King's Cross stretched before him, not distant this time, not unreachable. He stood already on the platform. The train waited beside him, silent and gleaming in impossible light. One of its doors stood open. Harry's breath caught in his chest. No fear now. Only the deep, terrible certainty that whatever lay beyond this door had always been his and had been patient enough to wait until he stopped trying to deserve it the wrong way. He stepped aboard. The carriage interior was not empty. At first all he could see was light between the seats, flickering and pale as though a storm had been persuaded to perch indoors. Then the shape unfolded. A massive owl stood in the center aisle, not merely large, impossible. Its head brushed the curved roof of the carriage. Feathers formed of condensed white lightning layered over and through one another until they looked both soft and lethal. Every line edged in faint gold. Its eyes were human in the most unsettling and gentle way. Dark, bright, knowing, carrying recognition older than speech. Hedwig's eyes, and not Hedwig's, because behind their familiar shape was something vaster. Older, a concept wearing memory as kindness. When the owl spoke, the voice came in two layers. One was clear and almost childlike, affectionate in a way that went straight through Harry's chest before his mind could defend against it. The other was immense, not loud, but old enough that language seemed only a convenient costume for it. "You took long enough," it said. Harry stood frozen in the aisle. The white station's light poured through the carriage windows around them. His throat worked once before he managed. "Who are you?" The owl regarded him with those impossible eyes. The answer came softly and like thunder. "You named me before you knew what naming meant." The words struck harder than any blow in the district battle. Harry's hands trembled once at his sides. "Every time you cast a Patronus," the spirit said. "Every time you raised soul light against death and despair, every time you chose to protect rather than surrender, you were reaching toward me. You simply lacked the language to hear me answer." The owl lowered its vast head fractionally. "I am Hedwig Kaminari, Snow Lightning." Harry swallowed around something tight and bright and almost unbearable. "My owl," he said quietly. The spirit's feathers rustled with a sound like wings over winter fields. "Not the bird alone," it replied, "but what she became within you, loyalty, guidance across the boundary. Love that chooses to shield, a messenger between worlds, a small white life that taught your soul the shape of devotion without asking for glory." The second, older voice deepened beneath the first. "Your Zanpakutō grows from the deepest current, Harry Potter. This was always the root." For a moment he could not speak, because grief moved strangely in afterlives, because he had buried too many things by necessity, because hearing Hedwig's name spoken here, not as relic or pain but as living principle, cracked open something he had held shut so long he no longer remembered the effort. The owl watched him without pity. Harry managed at last. "What do you need from me?" That earned a soft, almost fond tilt of the great feathered head, then the answer. "Everything," a pause, "and I will give you everything in return. That is the nature of a blade." Harry laughed once, breath shaking. "That doesn't sound fair." "It is not meant to be fair." The owl's eyes burned bright. "It is meant to be true." He stepped closer. The air around the spirit hummed with contained lightning, but it did not burn him. It felt like standing near a storm that knew his name and had no interest in striking him unless asked. "You have two forms," Harry said. "White and black." "Yes, the white for Kaido, for shaping, for voice, for possibility given structure. And the black," the owl's feathers darkened briefly at the edges, silver runes glimmering beneath, "for cutting through what tries to define you by force, for breaking hostile flow, for making an opening where none exists." Harry nodded slowly. He thought of the battle, of the way the white blade had accepted imagination and translated it into focused spiritual architecture, of the way the black blade had turned his scar into circuit and collision into interruption. Then he asked the one question that mattered most. "Why wings?" This time the answer came from the younger voice first, "Because you always listened for us," and from the older voice beneath it, "Because some souls do not hear swords first. Some hear the things that guide the dead home." The carriage seemed to breathe around them. Harry looked through the windows and saw not the platform alone, but endless pale tracks stretching through impossible distance, each line a boundary, a passage, a door. He turned back to the owl. "What happens now?" The spirit's gaze deepened. "Now," it said, "you learn not merely to wield me, but to trust what I reveal. You stand between worlds more easily than most souls stand within one. That is gift and danger both." A flicker of gold raced through its wings. "And there is more waiting beyond Shikai, far more, but not yet. Bankai." The word was not spoken, but the possibility trembled through the carriage like thunder below the horizon. Harry exhaled slowly. Then, because honesty was easier here than anywhere else, he asked, "Were you always waiting on the train?" The owl's answer carried an impossible gentleness. "I have always been where you returned instead of ending." That nearly undid him. Instead, he stepped forward the final pace and rested one hand against the spirit's chest, where storm feathers layered over impossible solidity. Power answered at once, not overwhelming now, but complete. Recognition flowed both ways, blade and wielder, soul and shape. Not merged yet, that belonged to further, more dangerous roads, but truly introduced. When Harry woke, tears had dried cold at the corner of one eye. He did not mention that part to anyone. Much later, in a shaded pavilion overlooking the district where the battle smoke had thinned to pale streaks, Shunsui Kyoraku lowered the field scope in his hand. He had watched the entire release from a distance, watched the Asochi rupture from within, watched the storm form, watched the impossible dual-state blade take shape in the hands of a 19-year-old foreign soul with too much grief and too much destiny already trying to turn into structure. For once, even the captain commander had no immediate joke ready. Nanao Eyes stood beside him with her notebook open, eyes fixed on the ruined district below. "Well," she asked. Shunsui exhaled. "I knew he'd be remarkable," he said quietly. "Nanao wrote something already, because of course she had." "That is not an answer." "No." Shunsui agreed, gaze still on Harry far below, now being half-supported toward the medics while refusing to relinquish the new blade. "It's an admission." He tilted his hat back slightly. "Begin the Bankai protocols," he said. Nanao's pen stopped. She looked at him sharply now. "All ready?" Shunsui's smile returned, thin and thoughtful and not entirely delighted anymore. "We're ahead of schedule." And below them, in the broken district where children still lived, because one lost boy from another world had finally heard his sword speak, Hedwig Kaminari gleamed once in the fading light like snow and lightning, remembering they had always belonged to the same storm. The men in the high chamber have always been afraid of what they cannot control for 3 days after the battle in District 42. Soul Society behaved like a body pretending not to notice it had been wounded. The district was stabilized. Medics worked without pause. Reconstruction crews appeared before the smoke had fully thinned, as though the Gotei 13 had long ago learned that speed itself was a form of mercy after disaster. Official reports were filed. Patrol routes were expanded. Holo-monitoring teams tripled their watch along the eastern seam. The Academy suspended 2 classes and turned a full hall over to emergency support detail. 11th Division, predictably, treated the aftermath by training harder, and Harry Potter discovered that nothing in Soul Society spread faster than fear wearing formal language. By the end of the first day, everyone who mattered knew some version of what had happened. Some versions were accurate. Some insisted the Academy foreigner had shattered an Asorchi by overflowing it with raw reserve pressure and accidentally produced a malformed Shikai no one could classify. Some said a storm spirit had descended from the sky and chosen him in front of children. Some said Captain Zaraki had laughed while an entire district nearly collapsed, which, in fairness, was probably true. The most dangerous version said nothing sensational at all. It merely recorded the facts in clean administrative sequence: special intake foreign soul, unstable but expanding reserve profile, anomalous internal architecture, unprecedented dual-state Zanpakutō manifestation, release during Mino's class incursion, effective battlefield performance beyond projected curve. That version traveled upward. Harry felt it moving even when no one said it aloud. The Academy looked at him differently now. Not with the wary curiosity reserved for unusual students, but with the careful distance people developed around phenomena that might someday become policy. In the 11th Division, the reaction was far simpler and therefore far easier to endure. He had fought well, saved civilians, and awakened a sword worth staring at. This made him interesting in the correct way. The sword itself was another matter. Hedwig Kaminari did not rest quietly. Even sheathed, it carried presence now, no longer the sleeping pressure of the Asorchi, but a living answer that pressed back whenever Harry's hand touched the hilt. The white form came easiest, appearing at the edge of instinct whenever he reached for Kaido's shaping or defensive structure. The black form weighted one layer deeper, heavier and less forgiving, tied to the scar in a way he did not fully understand yet. At times he could feel the second blade before it manifested, like a storm front behind a clear sky, and always underneath both the station, the train, the owl's impossible eyes, the sense that Shikai had not solved anything so much as opened the first door to larger trouble. Shunsui Kyoraku confirmed this on the 4th night. Harry arrived at the captain commander's private training grounds under a moonless sky and found the place half destroyed already. He stopped just inside the gate and stared. The courtyard where Shunsui usually held their quieter sessions had been cleared. The pond was gone, drained and sealed beneath layered Kaido matrices. Stone posts ringed the perimeter, each covered in calligraphy dense enough to make Harry's eyes ache if he looked too long. The central flagstones had been replaced with reinforced white slabs inscribed in concentric circles. Several sections of outer wall bore fresh fractures, as if someone had recently tested the space by trying to tear reality sideways and had come moderately close. Nanao's eyes stood at the edge of the nearest seal ring with a clipboard, because of course she did. She looked up as Harry entered. Her gaze dropped at once to Hedwig Kaminari at his side, then returned to his face. "You're early," she said. "I'm learning that if I'm exactly on time, Captain Zaraki claims that means late. That is because Captain Zaraki's understanding of time is mostly threat-based." Harry glanced around the wrecked training ground. "What happened here?" Nanao followed his look with the expression of a woman whose professionalism had recently been asked to coexist with nonsense and was not pleased about it. The captain commander attempted the tension tie method. Harry frowned. "I know the phrase. Academy theory only." "Then you know enough to appreciate why the failure was expensive." She stepped aside and indicated the circular seal array. "The tension tie method creates an externalized spirit anchor, allowing a soul reaper to forcibly manifest a Zanpakutō spirit in the physical world for accelerated Bankai training." Harry absorbed that, then looked again at the cracked stone, the scorched seals, and the faint, lingering smell of ozone and burnt lacquer. Hedwig didn't like that, he guessed. Nanao's expression became very neutral, which Harry was beginning to understand meant something had gone spectacularly wrong. "Hedwig Kaminari," she said, pronouncing the name with deliberate precision, "exceeded the containment assumptions of 3 captain-class SEAL architects, destroyed the primary anchor, inverted the secondary spiritual siphon, and nearly caused the captain commander to be buried under a section of his own roof." Harry blinked, a pause. Then, "Was he all right?" Nanao looked at him for a moment, perhaps deciding whether concern for Shunsui should be encouraged or filed under tactical weakness. "He found it delightful," she said at last. That sounded right. As if summoned by the accusation, Shunsui's voice drifted from the far side of the yard. "In fairness, Nanao, I was buried very stylishly." Harry turned. The captain commander walked in from the veranda carrying a sake cup in one hand and looking, as always, as though elegance and irresponsibility had signed a truce in his wardrobe. His floral haori had one newly repaired tear near the hem. He seemed entirely unbothered by this. "I had hoped," Shunsui said conversationally, "that your spirit might be coaxed into a partial external form for early Bankai resonance mapping." He stepped over one cracked seal marker and sighed fondly at the damage. "Instead, it appears your soul contains a weather system with opinions about architecture." Harry rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Sorry." Shunsui looked mildly offended. No, don't apologize when the impossible is interesting." Nanao said without inflection, "That philosophy is why I don't sleep enough." Shunsui ignored this slander and turned his full attention to Harry. "The good news," he said, "is that we've learned the standard path won't work. The bad news, the standard path won't work." Harry exhaled slowly. "All right," he said. "Then what does?" Shunsui's gaze shifted briefly to Hedwig Kaminari, the old way. Even before he explained, Harry knew he was not going to like the phrase. "The ancient route to Bankai," Shunsui said, "predates the tension tie method. It is slower, more dangerous, and much less polite. Rather than dragging the spirit outward by force, the wielder enters the inner world and defeats the Zanpakutō there." Harry went still. The station rose at once in his mind: white platform, waiting train, the owl of stormlight and memory. "Defeats," he repeated. Shunsui nodded once. "Not necessarily through simple violence. Victory in inner worlds is a flexible concept. But yes, the soul must prove it can stand at full opposition to itself without collapse." "That sounds unhealthy." "It is exceptionally unhealthy," Nanao said. "Which is why it's perfect for you," Shunsui added. Harry gave him a tired look. "You keep saying encouraging things in the least comforting way possible." "Another of my talents." Nanao opened a second folder on the board she carried. You will continue formal instruction in dual-state control, pressure modulation, and structural discipline. Simultaneously, the captain commander will guide you through controlled inner descent protocols. No unsupervised deep entry attempts. Harry looked at Shunsui. That last part sounds personal. It is, Shunsui said cheerfully. You have exactly the kind of history that makes unsupervised spiritual thresholds a bad hobby. Harry could not argue with that. He placed one hand lightly over the hilt of Hedwig Kaminari. Immediately the sword answered, not with release, but with awareness, a soft hum through the palm and up the forearm, the sense of a gaze turning from somewhere bright and far away. I met her, Harry said quietly. Shunsui's expression softened, the levity thinning just enough to make room for seriousness. Tell me everything. So Harry did, the white train carriage, the owl, the two-layered voice. The explanation that Hedwig was not the bird alone but the principle she had become in his soul, loyalty, guidance, sacrificial protection, passage across death's edge. The two forms. The promise and threat underneath them. The final answer that had nearly undone him. I have always been where you returned instead of ending. When he finished, the night seemed quieter. Nanao had stopped taking notes halfway through. Shunsui's eyes, beneath the shadow of his hat, carried the look of a man who loved patterns and had just realized one of them extended further than he'd first hoped. Ah, he said softly. That confirms it. Harry frowned. Confirms what? That your spirit is not merely powerful. It is thematically complete. Shunsui sipped from the sake cup and winced thoughtfully, as though the word itself required better liquor. Most shikai awaken around function. Yours awakened around identity. That's a much stronger foundation for Bankai and a much more dangerous one if mishandled. Harry considered that. You think I can get there? Shunsui looked at him over the rim of the cup. I think, he said, you are moving much too quickly for everyone's comfort and exactly as quickly as your soul seems to require. That was, Harry thought, only slightly more reassuring than a direct warning. They trained until midnight, not in release. Not yet. Shunsui had him cycle Hedwig Kaminari through white and black forms repeatedly until each transition cost less conscious effort. The white blade wanted imagination, but not chaos. The black wanted collision, but not anger without direction. Balance between them proved harder than Harry expected. If he leaned too heavily into the white forms shaping instinct, the power spiraled outward creatively, but lost efficiency under pressure. If he shifted too readily into the black, the blade obeyed brutally, but began to drag his emotions toward stark certainties he did not trust. Again. Shunsui said each time. Again, Harry muttered back. Nanao observed, recorded, corrected posture twice, and at one point physically moved Harry's left foot 3 inches because, as she put it, you are still standing like someone expecting to dodge ranged curses. This is not entirely irrational, but it is inelegant. By the time the session ended, Harry's palms were numb, his shoulders ached, and the yard carried new fracture lines where white gold arcs had bitten the reinforced stone. Progress, apparently. As he left, Shunsui called after him. Try not to listen to any trains unless I'm there. Harry did not turn around. You say that like it's a normal instruction. In this case it is. It should have sounded absurd. Instead it sounded necessary. The High Chamber received the battle report at dawn the following day. There were no windows in the chamber. That was deliberate. Seoul Society's oldest governing body had long ago decided that light entered too democratically unless architecture reminded it to behave. The room was circular, stone-walled, elevated just enough to suggest sanctity without admitting vanity, and arranged so that those who sat at its highest points could look down without appearing to do so. The Central 46 listened as an archivist read. He kept his voice level. His hands did not shake. That, too, was deliberate. Bureaucracies disliked witnesses who looked impressed by the things they feared. Shikai manifestation event recorded during Mino's incursion response in East Rukungai District 42. Release name confirmed as Hedwig Kaminari. Dual state form observed. First configuration white-bladed, Kaido-amplifying structure. Second configuration black-bladed, close combat disruption form. Subject successfully engaged Minos-class targets and assisted civilian evacuation. Captain Commander involvement in subsequent follow-up training confirmed. The archivist lowered the page. Silence. In most rooms, silence was empty space. In this one, it functioned like consensus considering which mask to wear. At last, one of the older counselors spoke. Too fast. Another answered. The Academy confirmed his reserve discrepancy before the release. A typical reserve is not unprecedented. Threshold entry anomaly is. Several heads turned toward the far end of the chamber where a smaller sealed casket rested on a low stand. It was old enough that the lacquer had darkened almost to black. The seals across it were not modern. One counselor, younger than most and therefore more careful about sounding certain, asked, "Has the Western fragment been cross-checked again?" "Yes." "And," the archivist swallowed once, "the language aligns." That did not make the room louder. It made it colder. A woman in deep formal robes, her position old enough that titles mattered less than the fact of her continued presence, folded her hands over one another and said, "Read it." The archivist hesitated only a fraction, then broke the wax tab on the supplementary page. The fragment states, "One shall come from beyond the known death, bearing the three faces of the Shinigami's own art, and he shall not be bound by the laws that bind us all." A second line followed, older still, edges of the script partially lost. "The boundary shall know him, and the high chamber shall fear what cannot be made to kneel before rule." No one commented immediately. The prophecy, because that was what it was no matter how carefully the council avoided the word, lay in the center of the room like a knife everyone pretended was archival material. One counselor cleared his throat. "Has Kyoraku seen the complete fragment?" "No." "Good." The reply came too quickly. Another voice, sharper. "The Captain Commander does not need myth to overindulge anomalies. He needs managing." "Then manage him." The argument did not rise. The Central 46 had perfected the art of panic without volume centuries ago. Their fear never shouted. It reclassified, restricted, redirected, and prepared. Finally, the presiding counselor spoke, and every other voice ceased. No overt action, not yet. The archivist lowered his eyes. Continue observation. Expand access review on the Foreign Souls training records. Flag all sealed materials relating to Western threshold artifacts, Hallows correspondences, and sovereignty doctrine. A pause. Then the words that mattered most. If his Bankai curve confirms the fragment, we move before Kyoraku can establish precedent. Ink scratched. The chamber's silence settled again. Far below the high chamber, where the real work of soul society went on in blood, steel, and exhausted compassion, people rebuilt a district and trained and bled and slept. Far below, Harry Potter was learning how to hear his soul speak. And above them all, in a room without windows, fear made a plan and called it prudence. The Huko Mundo report arrived on Mira Ashford's desk at the end of a 12-hour shift she had not expected to exist. Promotion in Soul Society had less to do with ceremony than with being too useful for your previous position to make logistical sense anymore. Mira had not received a formal rank increase yet, not one anyone important had admitted aloud. But following the District 42 battle, 6th Division had attached her to records cross-analysis, field correspondence, and anomalous spiritual event review. This was, in practice, 3 jobs disguised as trust. She sat in a narrow records room on the east side of 6th Division headquarters with ink on 2 fingers, a mild headache behind one eye, and the official certainty that if she continued reading badly indexed reports after midnight, she would either become brilliant or murderous. The new report arrived in a sealed packet stamped with external reconnaissance priority. Mira opened it, skimmed the first paragraph, then read the whole thing twice more. By the third pass, she had stopped breathing evenly. The report was from border monitors tracking unusual hollow aggregation patterns beyond standard Huko Mundo activity. That alone was concerning, but not unheard of. The truly strange part came in the resonance analysis attached by a nervous, exceptionally competent sensing officer. A convergence point had formed deep in Hugo Mundo's shifting sands. Not around territory, not around an Arankar leader, not around any known spiritual beacon previously catalogued, around a frequency. Mira dragged the nearest comparative file toward her, flipped it open, and found the resonance banding profile recorded after Harry's involuntary release in the Academy training hall. She looked from one chart to the other, then back again. Her mouth went dry. They matched. Not perfectly, distance and environmental distortion prevented perfect certainty. But close enough. Close enough that the officer who wrote the report had underlined the conclusion 3 times and included in the formal margins the most professionally restrained version of alarm Mira had ever seen, possible lock-on behavior. Recommend immediate review. Bloody hell, she whispered. Mira stood so fast her chair tipped backward. Within 6 minutes, she had crossed 2 division compounds, ignored one very startled clerk, and reached the small archive annex where Harry sometimes hid when trying to think somewhere that smelled more like paper than combat. He was there, of course. Harry sat alone at the end of a low table with 3 books open around him and Hedwig Kaminari resting across his knees in sealed form. He looked tired, sharper somehow since the Shikai awakening, as if some internal line had been drawn more cleanly through him. The sword on his lap seemed to change the room simply by existing in it. He looked up at her face and stood immediately. "What happened?" Mira put the report on the table between them. "You have got to stop attracting attention from other dimensions," she said. Harry blinked. "That sounds specific." "It is." She jabbed a finger at the chart. "Hugo Mundo monitoring has picked up a convergence point." Harry frowned down at the page. "I know enough to understand that's bad. It gets worse." Mira pulled the Academy release record from under her arm and laid it beside the new report. "They're matching your resonance." Harry went very still. The silence between them sharpened. Finally he said, Meaning something in Hugo Mundo is either being drawn to your spiritual signature or already knows it." Her voice lowered. "And the analysts are careful, Harry. They don't underline things 3 times unless they're scared." He read both pages again without touching them. The muscles in his jaw shifted once. That was all. Then, "Who else has seen this?" "Officially, 6th Division Intelligence routing, probably 1 or 2 captains before the hour turns." Mira watched him. "Unofficially, me, now you." Harry let out one breath. "No rest, then." "That would be nice," Mira said, "which is precisely why it isn't happening." He looked up at her with that tired, darkly amused expression he wore when life became recognizable in the worst way. "You realize," he said, "that in my world if a report like this turned up, it meant the universe was about to become personal again." Mira folded her arms. "Harry, it's already personal." He could not argue with that. She tapped the lower corner of the intelligence packet, where a secondary reference had been appended almost as an afterthought. "There's more. Someone in archival review linked this to a sealed fragment in the founding-era records. That means the High Chamber will see it." Harry's gaze sharpened. "The same records Shunsui hasn't shown me yet." "Yes." He looked back down at the report. For a moment Mira thought he might say nothing, retreat into the infuriating silence he used when thinking around danger. Instead he rested one hand over Hedwig Kaminari's sheath and said very quietly, "I'm getting tired of being a key." That sentence did something unpleasant to her chest because it sounded older than 19. Older than the Academy. Older even than Soul Society. It sounded like someone who had spent too much of his life being used as a door and had finally started noticing the hinges. Mira pulled out a chair and sat across from him. "Then don't let them decide what it opens," she said. Harry looked up. There it was again, the dangerous thing Shunsui liked about him, the refusal to remain merely acted upon. It brightened in his face not as recklessness, but as decision moving into place. "Shunsui needs this now," he said. Mira nodded. "I know." He gathered the reports, the Academy release file, and one of the open books without really seeming to notice his own movements, At the door he stopped and glanced back at her. "You've had a long shift," he said. Mira raised an eyebrow. And this is the point in stories where sensible people stay behind and let the more cursed individuals walk toward the captain-level secrets. She stood. "Then it's unfortunate," she said dryly, "that I've never been especially sensible." For the first time since entering the archive room, Harry smiled, not widely, but enough. Together they left for 8th Division. Toshiro Hitsugaya met them halfway there. It happened on a moonlit bridge spanning one of Serite's inner canal lines, where white stone and black water made the night look cleaner than it was. Harry had met the young captain only once before at a distance, just long enough to register the unusual contradiction of him. A face almost too young for the weight he carried, white hair sharp against the dark. Eyes that looked at the world as if expecting it to become inconvenient and therefore deserved monitoring. Now Hitsugaya stood alone in the center of the bridge, hands folded into his sleeves, as if he had been waiting for them specifically. Which, Harry suspected, he had Mira slowed. Harry did not. The captain's gaze flicked once to the reports in Harry's hand, once to Hedwig Kaminari at his side, and then settled on Harry's face. "You got the Huko Mundo alert quickly," Hitsugaya said. "Mira reads faster than bureaucracy moves," Harry replied. That earned a fractional narrowing of the captain's eyes, which Harry chose to count as interest rather than offense. "Good," Hitsugaya said, "because if you're carrying it to Kyoraku, I'd rather not let you arrive ignorant." Harry stopped within respectful speaking distance. "That sounds ominous." "It is." Hitsugaya drew a folded page from inside his sleeve and held it out. Harry took it. The paper was old, copied from older script. A fragment. He recognized the structure at once, even before his eyes finished the lines. The same prophecy text the High Chamber had heard, but with a marginal note added in a different hand centuries later. 3 faces of Death's office. Cut, recall, pass unseen. If joined again beyond known law, boundary doctrine fails. Harry read it twice, then once more. Mira swore softly under her breath. Hitsugaya watched him with the severe patience of someone who preferred facts to drama and knew he had just delivered both. "You've read this," Harry said. "Yes." "Kyoraku too." "Not all of it." There was no accusation in the captain's voice, only a difficult honesty. It made Harry look up more sharply. "You're telling me this because you don't trust him?" Harry asked. Hitsugaya's expression did not change. "I'm telling you because I distrust gaps in knowledge around unstable systems." A pause. "That includes people." That was one of the fairest things anyone had said to Harry since arriving in Soul Society. He folded the fragment carefully. "You think I'm dangerous?" Hitsugaya met his gaze evenly. "I think you're becoming something unprecedented. Those are not the same question." Mira looked between them and said, with the exhaustion of someone who had worked too long to tolerate captain-level dramatic tension, "Can we skip to the useful part?" One corner of Hitsugaya's mouth almost moved. "The useful part," he said, "is that Huko Mundo doesn't gather around resonance without a reason. Whatever is there has fixed on his frequency. If it crosses while the High Chamber is still deciding whether to classify him, you'll have political chaos on top of a structural breach." His eyes returned to Harry. "So move quickly. And understand this clearly. If your Bankai, when it comes, affects boundary systems the way this fragment suggests, the issue will stop being whether you are dangerous as a person and become whether your existence is dangerous as a principle." Harry let that settle. Then he said, "You could have kept this to yourself." "Yes, but you didn't." "No, why?" Hung between them, unnecessary and obvious at once. Hitsugaya answered anyway. "Because if there is going to be a catastrophe," he said, "I prefer the central figure to at least know the shape of it." Harry huffed a breath that might have become a laugh in kinder circumstances. "That may be the most reasonable threat I've ever received." "It wasn't a threat." "Exactly." Hitsugaya turned slightly, making space on the bridge. "Go," he said. "Kenpachi's already at 8th Division." Harry frowned. "Kenpachi knows." The captain looked almost bored by the question. Kenpachi always knows when trouble starts smelling like combat, which, frankly, explained a great deal. Harry tucked the fragment into the report stack. As he and Mira passed, Hitsugaya added without turning, "Control what the prophecy means before anyone else does." Harry stopped. The words were too close to his own thought from another life, another war, another destiny he had once been too young to shape properly. When he looked back, the young captain's face was unreadable. Harry nodded once. Then he crossed the rest of the bridge toward 8th Division, Mira at his side, the reports heavy in his hand, the prophecy folded among them like a sharpened truth. Above them, the high chamber was already planning. Below, Huko Mundo was already reaching. And behind the sealed door of an inner training room in 8th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki was waiting in a chair too small for him, looking at the barrier lines with the patience of a wolf outside a forge. Because inside that room, Harry Potter was about to begin learning the old path to Bankai. And outside it, the whole of Seoul society had started to realize that whatever he became next would not fit cleanly into any law they already had. There are places between worlds where time forgets itself, and those places are merciless teachers. The first thing Harry learned about the Dangai was that it sounded hungry, not loud. Not in the blunt, obvious way a battlefield was loud, or a collapsing building, or a Minos screaming through a ruptured district. The hunger of the Dangai sat underneath hearing. It moved through the bones of the place, through the white corridor walls and the black, shifting current beyond them, through the very idea of distance. It was the sound of a passage between worlds, remembering that nothing living was meant to linger inside it. Harry stood at the threshold with Hedwig Kaminari at his side and decided, almost fondly, that this was exactly the kind of impossible environment his life had trained him to distrust on sight. The entrance gate behind him pulsed with Kaido seals, 6 layers deep and still humming from the effort it had taken to open. Beyond those seals, back in Serete, the 8th Division research team, 2/3 seat operatives, Nanao Eyes, and Captain Commander Shunsui Kaioraku himself had spent the last hour arguing over the correct size of the breach, the right anchor points, and whether sending Harry into a temporal corridor older than most government policy counted as strategy or surrender. Kenpachi had settled the debate by resting one hand on his sword and saying, "Open the damn gate." After that, things moved faster. Now the gate stood behind Harry like a wound held open by discipline, spilling pale light into the corridor ahead. The Dangai stretched forward in an impossible tunnel, walls of layered stone and white boundary shell curving around a central pathway of dark segmented flooring, all of it running straight until perspective gave up and allowed distance to become abstraction. Outside the path's edges, the precipice world current moved in a slow black rush, thick with temporal debris and boundary force. To Harry's eyes, which had grown more dangerous since Shikai, it looked less like darkness and more like a sea made of unfinished transitions. He felt the boundary here immediately, not as a line. As pressure, the realms pressed against one another in the Dangai like teeth inside a jaw. A step behind him, Shunsui exhaled. "Well," the captain commander said lightly, "I continue to dislike how perfect this environment is for your particular problems." Harry glanced back. Shunsui stood just inside the threshold in full captain's robes, hat tipped low, one hand resting near his sword and the other on the folded edge of his sleeve. Nanao stood to his left with a scroll case tucked under one arm and the expression of a woman who had already documented 6 ways this could go badly, and remained furious at all of them. Kenpachi stood to Harry's right, massive, relaxed, and visibly delighted by the fact that they were all standing at the mouth of a place time itself found inconvenient. Yakairu sat on his shoulder, chin in her hands, smiling like this was a picnic. "You're sure about this?" Harry asked, though not because he planned to refuse. Shunsui gave him a long look. "No," he said. "I'm sure we've run out of slower options." That was honest enough to feel like trust. The Huko Mundo convergence had accelerated over the previous day. Reports now indicated the spiritual mass gathering around Harry's resonance signature was no longer merely unusual. It was directional, intentional, something vast and old. A Jibakure, the analysts believed, a territory-bound hollow spirit swollen far beyond normal classification, had fixed on his frequency as if the shape of Harry's soul meant something to it. A key, again. There was no time left for standard Bankai pacing. No years. No patient escalation. No polite waiting for the soul to unveil itself according to safer doctrine, so they had come to the Dangai. Here, time ran wrong. Compressed. Knotted. What would be days outside might become months of subjective training inside, provided the corridor didn't decide the occupants were more useful as debris. Harry thought that sounded very fair by the standards of his life. Shunsui stepped closer, tone losing its lightness by degrees. Listen carefully. The Dangai is not an empty hallway. It is a pressure environment that strips away what isn't anchored. Stay on the path unless I specifically tell you not to. Don't chase anything you hear in the current. Don't trust sudden silence. Don't try to be brave if the corridor begins to reject you. Be practical instead. Those don't always line up, Harry said. I'm aware. That's one of my concerns. Nanau reached into the scroll case and withdrew a wrapped packet which she handed to Harry. He blinked. What's this? Writing materials, she said. Harry looked at her. Her expression did not shift. If you're going to spend subjective weeks in an unstable boundary corridor trying to merge your soul with a storm-owl death weapon, it seemed statistically likely that you might need to externalize your thinking at some point. That was such a precise and respectful way of saying you will probably need somewhere to put the things that hurt that Harry almost didn't know how to answer. Thank you, he said quietly. Nanau inclined her head once, as if gratitude were a minor clerical matter best filed and moved past. Kenpachi rolled one shoulder. We done talking? Shunsui gave him a sidelong look. Some of us are trying to create emotional context. Some of us are trying to get to the part where the boy gets hit until he becomes useful. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. That, more than anything else, eased the knot in the center of his chest. Shunsui's gaze softened when he heard it. Good, he said. Keep doing that when you can. Then, quieter, Harry, the goal is not just power. The goal is understanding what your Bankai is. If you brute force it, you might awaken something you can't live inside. Harry rested his hand over Hedwig Kaminari's hilt. The blade answered with a low hum. I know, he said. Shunsui studied him for a heartbeat more, then stepped back from the threshold. Then go? Kenpachi grinned, teeth sharp in the pale light. Try not to die boring. Yakairu waved furiously. Bring me back a fun story, Sparky. Harry stepped into the Dangai. Kenpachi followed without hesitation. The gate sealed behind them. At once, the corridor changed. The sound deepened. The air thickened. Harry felt time slide half a degree out of joint and stay there. His own pulse, or whatever passed for one in soul society, seemed to desynchronize with the rhythm of the place before forcing itself back into coherence. Kenpachi inhaled once, as if smelling weather. Yeah, he said, almost pleased. This'll do. Harry looked down the corridor, stretching ahead into impossible distance. Then they began to walk. The first week, or what the Dangai taught his mind to call a week, was not training in the ordinary sense. It was acclimatization through punishment. The corridor did not permit full stillness easily. It pressed, pulled, warped perception just enough that walking a straight line became work if you thought about it too hard. The path they kept to was segmented by periodic platforms where Shunsui's outer team had anchored temporary safe points using massive Kaido pylons driven into the boundary shell. Between those points, the precipice current whispered things that were not language but were clearly trying very hard to become it. Harry ignored them, mostly. Once, on what he guessed was the second day, he heard his mother's voice say his name from the current to his left. He did not turn. That alone felt like progress. Kenpachi established the structure by refusing to dignify it with the word structure. Morning, he said the first time Harry woke on a pallet rolled out inside one of the safe point chambers. You fight me? Harry sat up, hair in his eyes, ribs remembering the floor, and asked, "And after that," Kenpachi considered, "you recover from fighting me." That was, in practice, accurate. Every subjective day in the Bankai fell into 3 brutal sections. First, combat. Kenpachi hit him. With swords, with open hands, with shoulder checks that felt like being tackled by old masonry. With the flat refusal to let Harry drift into abstract spiritualism when his body still had habits it needed beaten into better shape. The captain never went full force. That would have ended the training by ending Harry. But he also never softened enough for Harry to mistake the sessions for anything except a long conversation in the language of near-fatal correction. Second, meditation. After the beatings, Harry sat in the corridor's pale half-light with Hedwig Kaminari across his knees and forced himself inward while the Bankai pressed at his boundaries from all sides. Here the train came easier, the platform closer, the owl more immediate. But the purpose was not to admire the spirit. It was to prepare for the old path. Confrontation, not comfort. Third, recovery and theory. During the hours when the corridor settled into relative quiet, Kenpachi talked, not because he believed in lectures, not because he had suddenly become an educational enthusiast, but because combat and proximity and the wrongness of the Bankai seemed to peel language out of him the way pressure peeled weakness from steel. He would sit on the edge of a platform with his sword beside him and say things with the abrupt honesty of a man who had never learned to protect his vulnerabilities by dressing them up prettily. Harry came to look forward to those hours almost more than he feared them. The first major lesson arrived with blood in Harry's mouth and one knee in the white stone. Kenpachi had spent the better part of the morning driving him backward with bare-handed pressure work, forcing Hedwig Kaminari from white form to black and back, so quickly Harry's arms trembled from the transitions. The last exchange had ended with Kenpachi slamming 2 fingers into a pressure point near Harry's shoulder and sending his grip half dead. Now Harry knelt, breathing hard while Kenpachi loomed over him. "You hesitate at the edge," the captain said. Harry spat red into the dust-white floor. "That's annoyingly vague," Kenpachi snorted. "No, it's exact." He crouched until they were eye level. "You commit to the blade, you commit to the fight, you commit to getting hurt if you have to." The exposed eye narrowed. "But right before the place where you'd have to trust the sword more than yourself, you pull back." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. "That sounds like survival instinct. That sounds like fear dressed up in a clever coat." The words hit harder than the strike had. Harry looked away first. The Bankai's current moved beyond the path like black glass grinding itself into time. "Maybe I've earned some fear," he said quietly. Kenpachi did not deny it. That, Harry noticed, was another way this man was different from so many mentors he'd known. He never dismissed pain just because he thought moving through it mattered more. "Sure," Kenpachi said. "Fear's normal, useful even." He leaned forward slightly. "But Bankai doesn't care if your fear is justified. It only cares whether you're still splitting yourself in half to keep control." Harry went still, because that was it, wasn't it? The scar, the Horcrux, the Hallows, Dumbledore's plans, Voldemort's intrusions. Every major survival strategy of Harry Potter's life had involved keeping some core part of himself inaccessible, separated, guarded against takeover. Control had meant partition. Protection had meant internal doors with locks, and Bankai, if Shunsui was right, if Hedwig was right, if the old way demanded what it sounded like it demanded, would require the opposite, not surrender to something foreign. Chosen dissolution of the boundary between wielder and blade. Harry closed his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was rougher than he meant it to be. "I've spent my whole life making sure nothing gets to live inside me again." For one rare moment, Kenpachi said nothing. Then the captain sat down beside him on the white platform, elbows on knees, staring out at the current. "Yeah," he said at last. No pity, no forced empathy, just recognition broad enough to make the silence between them habitable. After a while, Kenpachi added, "Then don't think of it like letting something in." Harry opened his eyes. The captain still hadn't looked at him. "Think of it like finally stopping the stupid fight with the part that was yours all along." That sentence stayed with Harry the rest of the day. The first attempt at the inner world battle happened on the 9th day, or perhaps the 12th. The Bankai made counting slippery after a while, and Harry had stopped trusting linear time around the same moment he stopped trusting the corridor not to whisper with familiar voices. Shunsui's instructions, relayed through a Kaido transmission seal at the last safe point, had been calm and brutally simple: enter the station. Board the train. Do not ask the spirit for mercy. Do not ask yourself for comfort. Find the point of conflict and stand in it. Harry did as told. He sat cross-legged at the center of the safe point ring. Hedwig Kaminari laid across his thighs, black and white forms flickering subtly under the sealed sheath as if the sword already knew what was coming. He breathed. The Bankai faded. The station came. King's Cross unfolded around him in pure white. The platform stretched vast and silent. The train waited at the far line, doors open now, a thread of steam spilling upward without heat. Harry boarded. The carriage was empty. He moved through it slowly, one hand on the seat backs as the white light poured through the windows. No owl in the aisle this time. No voice. Only the sense that something had withdrawn deeper into the train, not to hide, but to draw him forward. At the end of the carriage, the door to the next section stood ajar. Harry pushed it open. The train ended. Beyond that door lay not another compartment but open sky. He stepped through into the storm. The interior world outside the train was enormous. A platform of pale stone floated in a space of roiling white cloud and black thunderheads. Tracks of light ran through the sky in impossible arcs, crossing and recrossing like boundary lines made visible. Far below, if below existed here, a sea of luminous mist breathed in and out with the rhythm of distant wings. And at the center of the platform stood Hedwig Kaminari, not the owl-shaped spirit from the carriage, a warrior form, tall, broad-shouldered, clad in layered white garments edged in gold and black. One arm bore wing-feather patterns in living lightning. The face was neither fully human nor fully otherwise, beautiful in a way that made categories feel inadequate, with Hedwig's dark, knowing eyes set in older features carved by storm and mercy both. In the spirit's right hand rested the long white blade. In the left, the shorter black sword, both connected by a thin arc of gold current. Harry stopped. The spirit looked at him with impossible familiarity. "You came armed," it observed. Harry glanced down. Hedwig Kaminari was already in his hands, white in the right, black in the left, as though the inner world had skipped the courtesy of asking which forms he preferred. "That seems fair," he said. "Does it?" The spirit lifted both swords and the air trembled. Harry barely had time to raise his own blades before the first strike arrived. It was not swordplay as any academy text would have recognized it. The spirit moved like whether deciding to become precise. White blade at range, reshaping the air into arcs of light that Harry had to cut apart or be driven from the platform. Black blade up close, every collision reverberating through his scar and chest in brutal, intimate pulses that made his vision jump. Harry fought back hard, shifting forms by instinct, meeting white with white and black with black whenever he could, but the disparity became obvious almost immediately. This was not a teacher giving him room. This was his soul at full coherence, measuring how much of himself he still withheld. He lost in under 4 minutes. The final blow was not a dramatic finishing cut. It was worse. The spirit drove him to the platform edge, forced the black blade across his guard, and then stopped. The white sword's point rested against the center of Harry's chest, not enough pressure to pierce. Enough to prove it could. Harry stood there breathing hard, arms shaking from impact, and knew with humiliating certainty that if the spirit had wanted, the fight could have ended 3 exchanges earlier. The human owl face regarded him steadily. "You fought like you had something to lose," Hedwig Kaminari said. Harry swallowed, still panting. "I do." The spirit's eyes softened in a way that was almost cruel because of how kind it felt. "Then fight again," it said. "This time remember what that means." The world shattered. Harry came back to himself in the Bankai safe point flat on his back. gasping as if he had been dragged up from deep water. Kenpachi looked down from where he sat against the far wall. How bad? Harry stared at the white ceiling for a moment. Very. Kenpachi grinned. Good. Harry wanted to be offended. Instead, he laughed weakly and covered his eyes with one forearm. Recovery in the Bankai was peculiar. Physical healing came faster than it should have, probably because soul society bodies, souls, whatever the distinction now meant, answered differently to damage under pressure. But mental recovery behaved the opposite way. The corridor stripped distraction. After the first inner-world defeat, Harry could not hide from the emotional truth of it, even if he'd wanted to. He had fought Hedwig Kaminari like a man defending territory, not like a man trying to become one with a truth he already owned. Kenpachi understood that without needing it explained. They sat on a platform overlooking the black current, while Harry worked through a ration packet Nanau had packed with unnervingly precise knowledge of how much food two idiots might need while hiding inside time. Kenpachi tore through his own portion and said, casually, "You know why most people think fear is the opposite of fighting?" Harry chewed, swallowed. "Because people like bad definitions." Kenpachi barked a laugh. "Yeah, also because most people are cowards with philosophy." He leaned back on one hand. "Fear ain't the problem. Fear just tells you the thing matters." Harry looked at him sidelong. "You really should charge for this. You terrify the Academy." "Good." Kenpachi looked out into the current, and for once the grin left him entirely. "When I was little," he said, surprising Harry so thoroughly that he forgot to breathe for half a second. "I didn't have words for what I was, just knew everything was weak or boring unless it made me feel alive. Then I found something that could kill me, or maybe I found the first thing I wanted to be able to." He flexed one hand absently. "Problem is, when you finally find the thing inside yourself that answers back, it don't come neat, it comes with teeth." Harry listened without moving. This, he realized, was as close to vulnerable as Kenpachi ever came, not softness, but truth offered without armor because the man saw no point in predifying himself. "My sword," Kenpachi said, and the word held layers Harry knew enough now to hear without asking further, "was never something I got to control by pretending I was separate from it. Had to admit what I wanted first, had to admit what I loved about fighting that scared me." He glanced over. "That's your problem too, different shape, same lie." Harry looked down at his own hands. "Which lie?" Kenpachi snorted. "That if you hold enough of yourself back, you stay safe." There it was again. Harry leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees. "What if holding parts back is why I'm still alive?" Kenpachi didn't answer immediately then. "Maybe. But Bankai ain't about staying the same thing that survived." That sentence lodged like a blade between Harry's ribs. Because yes, because that was it exactly. He had survived by compartmentalizing, by enduring, by becoming the right shape to pass through disasters without fully giving himself to any of them. It had saved him. It had also left him unfinished in ways he had not had the quiet to examine until after the war, and by then quiet itself had become another battlefield. The Bankai offered no such evasions. It stripped him down to the line between survival and becoming. The second attempt lasted longer. This time Harry entered the train knowing the carriage would open into the storm platform. He entered with both blades already in hand. He entered, most importantly, aware that Hedwig Kaminari was not testing his aggression. It was testing his acceptance. The battle still began violently. White arcs of shaped force slashed the sky apart. Black blades crashed in circuits of gold pain that lit his scar from the inside. But Harry changed. He stopped trying to overpower the spirit's range with white form alone. Instead, he let imagination and structure move together, using the white blade to redirect rather than merely meet, turning attacks aside in sweeping geometries that looked less like Academy Kaido and more like wizards' instinct disciplined by deathwork. When the black blade came in close, he didn't resist its disruptive intimacy quite so hard. He let the scar circuit open farther, taking the shock through himself instead of flinching from it. For 7 minutes, perhaps 10, he held. Then he lost again. This time the spirit disarmed him cleanly. One twist, one collision of black steel against his wrists, and both blades spun from his hands into the stormlit void beyond the platform. Harry staggered back empty-palmed. Hedwig Kaminari stood before him, both swords lowered. "Better," the spirit said. Harry, panting, laughed once in disbelief. "You have a brutal way of encouraging people." The owl-human face tilted. "So do you." That startled a real laugh out of him. Then the spirit stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see lightning moving like blood beneath skin not entirely made of flesh. "You still ask the wrong question?" It said. Harry's smile faded. "Which is, you ask what this power will do to you." The older voice deepened beneath the younger, a storm under language. "You should ask what you are still refusing to be." The platform vanished again. Harry came back to the Bankai on one knee, one hand braced to the floor, breath tearing through him. This time recovery took longer, not because of wounds, because the spirit had aimed for truth instead of defeat. The letter to Dumbledore began on what Harry thought was the third week. Time had become less trustworthy by then. The Bankai's days blurred around combat and meditation and the corridor's eternal predatory hum. Harry slept when exhaustion cornered him, woke with the sound of current against boundary shell in his bones, fought Kenpachi until he learned something or bled enough to make the lesson memorable, entered the station, lost, learned, returned. Through all of it, Nanau's writing materials sat unopened in the corner of the safe point chamber. Until one night they didn't. Kenpachi had nearly taken his head off that morning. Not actually. The captain was too exact for accidental decapitation in training, but close enough that Harry had felt the cut of air above his scalp, and the bright animal thrill that came with realizing survival still required creativity. Afterward, they had sat in silence for nearly an hour, and Harry had felt something old and bitter rising from below thought with nowhere left to go. That night, while the Bankai current whispered outside and Hedwig Kaminari rested across his knees in sealed form, Harry unwrapped the packet Nanau had given him. Brush, ink, paper. He stared at the blank sheet for a long moment. Then he wrote, "Professor Dumbledore." The strangeness of it almost made him stop. He hadn't called Dumbledore professor in his own head for years. The man had been headmaster, manipulator, guardian, liar, strategist, one-time dead mentor in a white station, and finally just Albus in the exhausted private architecture of Harry's anger. But the title came first anyway. Perhaps because some part of him still wrote letters like a student when pain wanted shape. He kept going. At first the words were stiff. Too careful, too much like a report. Then the pressure broke. He wrote about the veil, about choosing to step through it, because surviving a war had not taught him how to remain in peace, about soul society and hollows, and swords grown from the soul instead of chosen by hand, about the fact that Dumbledore had prepared him for sacrifice, for restraint, for manipulation dressed as necessity, but not for what came after destiny ended. He wrote about anger, not the teenage sort, not fury at individual lies, though there was some of that too, a larger anger, older, the kind that came from realizing how thoroughly his life had been arranged around usefulness by people who did love him in their own damaged ways, and still found it easier to trust their plans than his choices. He wrote, "You taught me how to die for the right reasons. You were far less useful on the subject of how to live when the dying part was over." He stopped there, staring at the line while the current whispered outside. Then he kept going, about the Hallows, about how infuriating it was that yet another world now considered those objects, part of some older death doctrine no one had thought to mention while he was busy carrying them, about the scar still mattering in ways he hated, about being, once again, a key. And under all of it, he wrote the thing that mattered most. "I am trying to learn the difference between being open and being vulnerable to violation. I wish more of the adults in my life had known there was one." By the time he finished, 4 pages lay filled beside him. His hand ached. His chest felt less crowded. He did not reread the letter. He folded it once and tucked it into the inner wrap of his robes, not to send. There was nowhere to send it. but because writing it had moved something inside him from wound to map. When Kenpachi saw the papers the next morning, he did not ask. He merely nodded once, as if recognizing a kind of bleeding that left no stain on the floor. The final sparring session before the breakthrough was the worst one yet, which, in retrospect, Harry should have taken as a sign. They fought on a long, exposed section of corridor where the safe point pylons stood farther apart than anywhere else, forcing the Dangai's pressure to lean in close from both sides. The current beyond the path surged black and silver, temporal detritus turning slowly within it like broken clockwork. Kenpachi came at him smiling, not wide, not playful. The small, sharp smile of a man who had decided his student was finally close enough to something worth testing properly. Harry met him in black form immediately. Hedwig Kaminari's shorter blade rang against Kenpachi's sword in a burst of gold current that lit the corridor wall. Harry shifted to white on the rebound, carving a shaped line of force meant to shear through the opening at Kenpachi's left side. The captain moved through it, not around, through. His spiritual pressure tore the shaped attack apart by existing harder than it did. Harry swore and flashed backward with Shunpo, ozone cracking in his wake. Kenpachi laughed and followed. The next exchange nearly broke Harry's wrist. The one after that drove him to both knees. He came back anyway, alternating blade forms faster now than he had outside the Dangai, white, black, structure and impact, shaping and severing, until the transitions no longer felt like choices so much as breathing modes. Kenpachi kept smiling. That was how Harry knew he wasn't close yet. Then, in the middle of a high collision that rattled every bone in his arms, Kenpachi reached up with his free hand and tore the eye patch from his face. The corridor changed. The spiritual pressure that flooded out of him was not a release so much as a natural disaster finally allowed to stop pretending it was weather. It crashed through the Dangai segment in a wave so dense Harry's knees almost buckled on instinct alone. The walls groaned. The current outside the path recoiled and surged. Harry understood in one clean, horrified instant that everything Kenpachi had shown him until now counted as mercy. Then the captain swung, Harry blocked on reflex. Black blade, both hands. The impact drove him backward 15 full feet, boots screaming against the white floor, scar blazing as Hedwig Kaminari's circuit opened to keep his bones from simply turning into history. Harry hit a pylon and rebounded. No space left, no thought, only necessity. And in that necessity, something changed, not power exactly. Alignment. For the first time, Harry stopped trying to protect himself from what the blade asked. White and black answered together, not as separate strategies, but as one continuous truth. He saw the line of Kenpachi's next attack not merely as force, but as boundary. Opening. Passage. A place where a door could be made if he trusted the shape of it. He did. Harry stepped through the strike. Not literally, not teleportation, not nonsense, but a movement so exact and intimate with the seam of the attack that it felt like passing between seconds. White blade redirected the outer force. Black blade cut the core line. Harry came out inside Kenpachi's guard with his own sword at the captain's throat. Kenpachi froze. So did Harry. For one heartbeat, the Dangai itself seemed to hold breath. Then Kenpachi threw back his head and laughed so hard the corridor rang with it. "Yes," he said, eyes alight and terrible. "There you are." He shoved Harry backward with one broad hand to the chest, not hard enough to injure, just enough to end the exchange. Harry staggered 2 steps, chest heaving. Kenpachi replaced the eye patch slowly, still grinning. "You felt it," the captain said. Harry looked down at Hedwig Kaminari in his hands. He had. For one impossible instant he had not resisted the sword's logic, had not tried to survive it from the outside. He had let it show him the opening instead of insisting on making one himself. "It wasn't Bankai," he said. "No." Kenpachi agreed. But it was trust. That word hit harder than the pressure wave had, because yes, that was the thing the spirit had been circling all along, not surrender, trust. Harry spent the next 2 hours alone. Kenpachi, in one of his rare acts of exact generosity, left him the long central platform and stalked off down corridor without comment, sword over one shoulder, giving Harry space by making it feel like abandonment to anyone who didn't know better. Harry sat. The current whispered. The letter to Dumbledore rested folded inside his robe. The scar hurt less than it usually did. He placed Hedwig Kaminari across his knees and closed his eyes. The station came at once. This time the train waited with all its doors open. Harry boarded, walked the aisle, passed into the open sky carriage beyond. The storm platform unfolded beneath him, white cloud rolling under dark heaven, the tracks of light crossing overhead like destiny sketched and then rewritten by a kinder hand. Hedwig Kaminari stood at the center, two blades resting point down before the spirit. The owl-human face watched Harry approach. He stopped within arm's reach. Neither of them moved. Finally, Harry said, "I know what you've been asking." The spirit tilted its head. "Do you?" Harry nodded once. "For my whole life, trust has mostly meant danger delayed. Every time I handed someone part of myself, they either used it, hid things because they thought I couldn't bear them, or asked me to carry more than they admitted." His voice stayed steady only because the storm around them listened without judgment. "Even when they loved me," the spirit did not interrupt. Harry went on. "So I learned to divide myself, to keep doors shut, to survive by refusing full access to anything, even the good parts, because that's how you stop being consumed." He exhaled. "And you've been standing here asking me to do the opposite." Lightning moved softly through the spirit's feathers. "Yes," Hedwig Kaminari said. Harry looked directly into those impossible familiar eyes. "I can't promise I'll never be afraid of that. Fear is not refusal." The words landed clean and final. Harry let out one breath, then he opened his hands, not dramatically, not as a ritual. Just a man standing on the edge of himself and choosing, finally, not to defend against his own soul. He let both blades dissolve from his grip. He dropped every guard his spirit had asked him to drop, and he said with absolute certainty, "I trust you." The lightning detonated. The storm did not descend on him. It entered him, not invasion, not possession. Merger. 1,000 white-gold lines of force raced through every pathway in his soul, through the scar, through the old wand-shaped instincts, through the places war had blackened and grief had hollowed. The black blade rose with it, silver runes burning alive as boundary and power and memory collapsed into a single, unbearable clarity. Harry did not resist. That was the breakthrough. He felt the train, the station, the owl, the black sword, the white sword, the Hallow's old shadow on his life, the veil, the forest, the choice to come back, the District 42 children behind the schoolhouse doors. The difference between holding the boundary and becoming its servant rather than its victim. He felt it all at once, and at the center of it, there was no division left between what he wielded and what he was willing to be. When he came back to the Bankai, he was on both knees. The corridor lights had changed, or perhaps he had. Kenpachi stood at the far end of the platform, arms folded, expression unreadable under the bells and the grin. Harry lifted his head slowly. His Ryatsu had changed, not bigger, though it was that too, quieter, unified. The turbulent layered pressure that had followed him through the academy, through 11th Division, through every early mistake in Soul Society had settled into something vast and deep and disturbingly still. The Western magical resonance remained, could never not remain. Shunsui had been right about that, but it no longer interfered. It integrated. A current inside the greater sea. Kenpachi nodded once. "Took you long enough," he said. Harry laughed, weak and breathless and absolutely alive in the center of the white corridor. Then, for reasons he only half understood until after the words were out, he reached inside his robes and touched the folded letter to Dumbledore. The anger in it had not vanished, but it had changed shape. No longer a barricade, now a record of something survived and understood. Harry stood. Hedwig Kaminari rested easily at his side, not sheathed differently, not visibly transformed, and yet everything in the relationship between hand and hilt had altered. The Bankai was not fully spoken yet. Not unleashed, but the path to it had opened. And outside the Bankai, though he could not yet hear it, Mundo had already begun moving toward him in earnest. Eternal Death Soul, the Bankai that unmakes the border when Harry and Kenpachi came out of the Bankai, everyone waiting at the gate stopped talking. The return seal opened with a deep layered shudder, white light spilling across the receiving chamber floor in a hard-edged rectangle. For one heartbeat, there was only the corridor beyond, pale, endless, wrong, and then two silhouettes emerged from it. Kenpachi first, because of course Kenpachi came out of impossible places as though he had merely stepped through weather. Harry second. He looked no taller, no older. His face had not changed in any way a mirror would have found dramatic. The academy robes beneath his Haori substitute were still dark. Hedwig Kaminari still rested at his side in sealed form. He was thinner, perhaps, in the way people became thinner after surviving concentrated time and too much thought. A faint shadow lay beneath his eyes. His left sleeve was singed at the cuff. One knuckle had split recently enough that dried blood still darkened the line. And yet the room had changed around him. Nanau eyes felt it first as pressure alignment, not force. Not the brute reserved violence of Harry's early months in Soul Society, where his presence had come in layers and turbulence and unresolved edges. This was quieter than that, which made it infinitely more alarming. His Ryatsu no longer felt like a contradiction trying to coexist with itself. It felt like a sea that had finally chosen a shoreline. Shunsui, standing at the chamber's edge with one hand tucked into his sleeve, lowered his head very slightly and smiled without humor. "Ah," he said softly. Harry's gaze found him. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Kenpachi rolled one shoulder, bells chiming lazily in his hair, and said, "He's ready enough to be dangerous." That was, from Kenpachi Zaraki, the closest thing to a formal certification anyone present was ever likely to hear. Nanau stepped forward first because someone had to remain practical, or the entire military order would drift into dramatic silence and stay there. "You were gone for 53 hours by external count," she said. Harry absorbed that with only the briefest blink. Inside the Bankai, it had felt like months. That realization passed through him without surprise. He no longer had the energy to be startled by time behaving badly around him. "What's the current situation?" he asked. Shunsui's smile vanished entirely. "The situation," the captain commander said, "has become rude." That told Harry enough before the details even arrived. Shunsui turned and motioned them toward the adjoining war chamber. "We talk while moving," he said. They did. The chamber was already full when Harry entered. Captains stood around the central map table under hard light and layered seals, their spiritual presences held tight by discipline and necessity. Harry recognized some immediately. Hitsugaya, white-haired and severe, arms folded into his sleeves and expression sharpened to the point of offense. Soi Fan, coiled like a drawn wire. Byakuya Kuchiki, composed enough to make stillness look judgmental. Several others he knew more by division report and academy rumor than by real acquaintance, all of them carrying the focused tension of powerful people who had run out of time for elegance. The moment Harry stepped in, the room's attention shifted. He felt it and ignored it. That more than anything convinced Hitsugaya that the Bankai had changed him. Shunsui took the head of the table. At the center of the room, a projected map of Rukengai and the outer boundary sectors glowed in white-blue lines above the lacquered surface. Red fracture points pulsed along the eastern and northeastern seam between Soul Society and the wasteland beyond. One location blazed brighter than the rest, a widened wound near the outer districts where the realm boundary thinned naturally, and old damage had evidently never been fully repaired. Harry recognized the area at once. "Zaraki," he said. Shunsui nodded. "District 80's outer boundary line and the neighboring sectors. The convergence is using the region as an anchor." He tapped the brightest red point. "The Jibakure began pressing against the boundary 6 hours ago. It has not fully crossed yet, but the membrane between realms is no longer behaving as it should." Harry stared at the map. He could almost feel it through the projection, the seam, strained and bending, pulled toward a shape that knew his name the way a key knew a lock. "Because of me," he said. No one in the room contradicted him. It was Hitsugaya who answered. "Because of your frequency?" Harry looked up. The young captain's face was unreadable in the hard chamber light. "The thing in Huko Mundo isn't merely following power," Hitsugaya said. "It's following function. Your spiritual signature includes stable threshold contact, death-return paradox, and the halo-aligned pattern the archives won't stop embarrassing themselves over." A tiny pause. "To that creature, you don't look like prey, you look like access." The word landed like a nail driven into wood already split. Access. Door, again. Harry's hand settled over Hedwig Kaminari's hilt not because he meant to draw it, but because the blade had become where his thoughts went when they needed shape. Shunsui watched the motion and went on. "If it reaches you during partial crossing, it won't simply absorb your Ryatsu, it will use your nature, your existence, the specific way your soul has passed through death and back." His tone remained level. "If that happens, the breach may stop being a breach and become a permanent corridor. A permanent corridor between Huko Mundo and Soul Society, not battle, not a single crisis, structural ruin." Harry understood at once why the captain's faces all carried the same underlying line. This was no longer an ordinary deployment. This was defense of the realms themselves. One of the older captains, broad, scarred, and carrying the sort of presence that suggested fire even at rest, asked the question Harry suspected several of them had been sitting on for some time. "And him," the captain said, meaning Harry as if the pronoun itself were suddenly strategic. "Do we put the anomaly on the field or away from it?" The room went still in a new and uglier way. Shunsui's answer came before the silence could begin pretending to be consensus. "He deploys." The fire captain's jaw shifted. "Against central directive, against extinction," Shunsui corrected mildly. No one smiled. Nanao, positioned 3 paces behind the captain commander and very clearly running a secondary war from her notes alone, added, "Central 46 has objected in language carefully crafted to sound procedural. Their objection was received, logged, and has not altered tactical necessity." That was one way to put it. Another, Harry thought, was that the High Chamber could object all it liked while reality burned elsewhere. Kenpachi leaned one forearm on the map table and grinned without warmth. "If any of 'em want to come out to Zaraki and explain their paperwork to the Hollow Mountain, I'll make introductions." That ended that line of argument. Shunsui pointed to the battle sectors. "The plan is simple, because the situation no longer permits cleverness. Captain-class teams engage and contain the Jibakure's manifested limbs and pressure bleed as it crosses. No one feeds it sustained release energy unless absolutely necessary. Field testing confirms that it absorbs standard spiritual assault and grows denser. Kaido Corps support will stabilize evacuation lines and reinforce boundary anchors where possible." His gaze shifted to Harry. "You stay central until we confirm its pull pattern. If it comes for you the way we think it will, we use that." Harry nodded once. Shunsui's eyes held his for a beat longer. "Use it," the captain commander repeated, quieter. The war chamber did not break on a shout or a dramatic flourish. It broke the way disciplined systems did, cleanly, instantly, and all at once. Orders moved, seals flared, captains vanished in bursts of shunpo and purpose. Nanao handed Harry a folded strip of calligraphy. "Emergency threshold stabilizer," she said. "It will not solve anything. It may buy you 1 heartbeat. Use it if the seam starts tearing under your feet." Harry took it and tucked it into his sleeve. "Nanao," Shunsui said without looking back as he walked for the chamber doors. "Keep the High Chamber away from my battlefield." She adjusted her glasses. "I intend to." No one in Soul Society, Harry thought, should ever have to discover how dangerous Nanao eyes became when inconvenienced by politics during a structural crisis. Then the room emptied around him. Only Kenpachi remained beside him for half a second more. The 11th Division captain looked Harry over once, from scar to sword to eyes. When it comes for you, he said, don't let it decide what that means. Harry gave him a tired, sharp look. You and everyone else are suddenly very philosophical. Kenpachi's grin widened. Yeah, he said. Must be serious. Then he was gone. The outer districts of Zaraki were already evacuating when the captains arrived. Harry crossed the last rooftop line with Shunpo and landed on the broken edge of a half-collapsed watchtower overlooking the boundary sector, where he had first awakened in Seoul society. The sight below hit him like old memories sharpened into nightmare. District 80 had always looked rough, like a place survival wore visibly. Now it looked biblical. The sky over the outer seam was split. Not physically, not yet, but spiritually enough that Harry's evolved senses registered the damage as a luminous vertical wound hanging in the air above the district's furthest edge. The realm boundary, usually invisible except to specialists and certain types of disaster, had become visible to him as a trembling line of pale silver-white stretching down the horizon where Seoul society ended and otherness began. That line was no longer stable. It bulged in places, thinned in others. At the center, around the old breach point, it had begun to open like wet paper under too much strain. Beyond it, something moved. The Jibakure was not a Minos. Minos could be understood, categorized, even feared properly. This thing was older than categorization. At first, Harry thought he was looking at a mountain trying to climb through the seam. Then the mass shifted, and he understood the scale of his error. The creature was not mountain-shaped. It had merely accumulated enough stolen spiritual density over centuries that terrain had begun to obey it. Hollow bone jutted through its form in continent-sized plates. Cavities opened and closed along its flanks like mouths too buried to speak. Pale mask fragments, dozens or perhaps hundreds of them fused together into one ancient face, emerged from the foremost mass in a shape that was not quite a head and not quite a cliffside of screaming masks. Long appendages, if they were appendages, reached through the crossing point as columns of black-white ruin dragging chains of stolen soul light behind them. Every step it took against the boundary made the realm itself tremble. The captains engaged anyway. Seoul society's strongest forces spread across the broken district in arcs of impossible power. Byakuya's blossoms of cutting light carved through the outer limbs only to be swallowed and dampened as the Jibakure consumed the pressure feeding the technique. Hitsugea's ice sealed one advancing column in crystalline silence for 2 full breaths before cracks of corrupt hollow force spread through the frost from within. Soi Fan vanished and reappeared in bursts of lethal precision, striking pressure nodes along the creature's manifested edges to redirect its pull away from evacuation sectors. Kaido Corps squads anchored barrier pylons into the ground around the seam, their layered incantations glowing desperately bright against the thing trying to come through. For all their force, the result was the same. The Jibakure took what they gave it. It did not simply endure attacks. It fed. Harry saw it clearly from the tower. Every time Captain-level Ryatsu crashed against the crossing mass, the creature's body swelled fractionally around the impact point, drawing in spiritual force and folding it down into the grotesque depth of its accumulated form. Not clean absorption. Not elegant. More like rot-digesting architecture. It wanted energy, it wanted transit. And beneath all of that, like a pressure hook lodged under the sternum, Harry felt that it wanted him. His scar had not burned this badly since Voldemort lived. Pain ran through the lightning mark in hot lines down the side of his face and throat. Hedwig Kaminari hummed at his hip, alert now, not afraid but intensely awake. The pale boundary line in the air pulsed every time Harry took a breath, as if his existence had become rhythm for the wound. Shunsui appeared beside him in a soft step of air. The pull's focused, the captain commander said, though Harry could tell from his face that he already knew Harry knew. It's not just following my pressure, Harry said, eyes fixed on the creature. It's orienting through me. Yes, Below them, an entire row of boundary anchors blew apart in white fire as one of the jibicurae's reaching limbs slammed against the seam from the Huco Mundo side. The district shook. Civilians farther back screamed. 11th Division units drove them towards safer ground with the blunt efficiency of people who understood panic and had no time to entertain it. Harry's jaw tightened. "If it reaches me," he said, "it'll use me as a door." Shunsui did not insult him by denying the probability. "I know." Harry looked at the crossing mass again. His whole life, doors had been other people's decisions until they became his consequences. The cupboard, Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets, the Department of Mysteries, the Locket Cave, the forest, the Vale. Every threshold that mattered had carried him or been built around him or demanded something from him the moment he stepped through. Not this one, not this time. "I need the center line," Harry said. Shunsui's head turned. "That is the most dangerous place on the field." "Yes." The captain commander studied him. In that pause, Harry felt the weight of all the things Shunsui understood and had not yet said aloud. Central 46. The prophecy fragment. The possibility that whatever came next would not fit back inside existing law. The knowledge that giving Harry the central line was not just tactical trust, but political consequence. Then Shunsui smiled, very slightly, and drew one blade an inch in the scabbard. "Good," he said. "I'd started to worry you might suggest something sensible." Harry laughed once, short, sharp, real, and dropped from the tower. He hit the district street below, already moving. The battlefield opened around him in shattered frames. Buildings broken. Barrier lines glowing and dying. Captains striking at angles too large for the eye to hold comfortably. The pressure in the air had become almost solid. Unseated officers remained on the outer ring now, most of them unable to approach the center without their knees buckling under the Jibicure's spiritual weight. Harry drew Hedwig Kaminari in white form. The blade came free with a note like winter light, made audible. At once, the nearest pressure lines changed. The seam in the air above the district sharpened in his vision until he could see it not as abstract stress, but as an actual luminous division in reality, a silver line trembling under unbearable load. He could see where captain-class attacks struck it by accident, see where hollow mass pressed from the far side. See, most sickeningly of all, the way that line bent toward him each time the Jibicure advanced. It recognized him. Harry crossed the street in 3 steps, and a shunpo burst, appearing on the last standing ridge of broken stone directly before the crossing point. The captains nearest the center line reacted at once. Not by stopping him, because the battle had already burned past that luxury, but by altering formation instinctively around the fact of his presence. Hitsugaya landed on a fragment of collapsed wall to Harry's left, ice still smoking from his blade. "This is stupid," the young captain said. Harry kept his eyes on the wound in the air. "That's usually how it starts." A shadow moved overhead. Byakuya's blossom storm peeled away from the main flank and circled outward, keeping Lesser Hollow spill from collapsing inward on Harry's position. Soi Fan flashed through the outer perimeter like a second intention in the air, cutting down one of the Jibicure's extending feelers before it could strike the evacuation route. Somewhere behind, Kenpachi's laughter rang once through the dust and pressure as he met a manifested limb with straightforward joy and enough force to make the creature recoil. The line was holding. Barely. Then the Jibicure saw Harry fully. There was no face to turn in the human sense. Instead, the fused mask cliff at the forefront of its mass shifted. Hundreds of empty eye-holes, broken mouths, and ancient smooth bone surfaces aligned toward him at once. The pressure hook in Harry's scar became a spike of white agony. The creature moved, not one limb, all of it. The crossing point dilated. The luminous seam in the air widened another impossible fraction as the Jibicure pulled itself toward Harry like a starving sea trying to become land. The captain struck it from every angle. Releases flashed. Ice, blossoms, Kaido, steel, speed. For the first time, the creature ignored them. It drove through the punishment with one vast, unnatural intent to reach the boy with death in his soul. Harry understood in one terrible clean instant that there would be no stopping this with ordinary force, because force fed it, because pressure strengthened it, because this was not a matter of overpowering a hollow, it was a matter of refusing its logic. Shunsui landed behind him. Harry. The captain commander's voice carried only one question. Are you sure? Harry did not look back. I've been a door before. He said quietly. The wound in the air screamed wider. The Jibakure lunged. Harry stepped forward alone. The difference, he said, every word precise beneath the crushing weight of old fear and new purpose, is that this time I choose what comes through. He raised Hedwig Kaminari. And in the place inside him where the train waited, where the owl had watched, where black blade and white blade and boundary and loyalty and chosen return had become one continuous truth, there was no resistance left, no partition, no fear pretending to be caution, only trust. He spoke the word not like a shout, not like a challenge, but the way one says something that has been waiting in the bones for years. Bankai, the district held breath. Iron no shiken, the world stopped, not metaphorically, stopped. A sphere of absolute stillness expanded from Harry's position with terrifying gentleness, reaching out in a perfect 60-meter radius that passed through dust, debris, pressure, captain-class Ryatsu, and the leading edge of the Jibakures crossing mass without resistance and without haste. Everything inside that sphere changed, sound thinned. Spiritual pressure lost its ordinary gravity. The rules governing flow, attack, defense, direction, exchange simply ceased to be what they had been one heartbeat earlier. At the center of the stillness, Harry changed with it. His black academy robe and patched field, Haori whitened in a sweep of light, becoming a shihakusho, the color of untouched snow edged in clean black along the sleeves and hem, as if mourning had been rewritten into structure. His scar no longer flashed in bursts. It pulsed steadily with low gold light, each beat radiating through the still sphere like a quiet second heart. Hedwig Kaminari split in his hands. The white blade remained in his right, long and luminous. The black blade manifested fully in his left, shorter and heavier, silver runes alive along its dark steel. Between them ran an arc of contained gold lightning, not wild, not crackling outward, a permanent circuit, calm as law and older than it. Most horrifying of all to every trained eye on the battlefield, the boundary between realms became visible. Inside Iron no Shiken's domain, the seam hanging in the air above District 80 ceased to be a wound hidden inside metaphysics. It appeared as a literal luminous line cutting the world open from sky to street, a pale silver-white thread with depth inside it, trembling under the strain of crossing forces. Harry could see it, touch it, understand it, so could everyone else within the sphere. Captains went very still. The Jibakure hit the edge of the stillness and faltered. For the first time since manifesting, the ancient hollow behaved like something surprised. Its leading mass pressed into the domain and met not resistance, not attack, but altered law. The realm boundary it had been forcing open no longer behaved like a passive membrane. Under Bankai, it became an active structure. A seam Harry could read the way he once read curse lines or Quidditch trajectories, only infinitely larger and infinitely more terrible. The first ability came to him not as theory but as instinct named after the fact. Sakame no Ko, voice of the boundary. Harry lifted the white blade. The luminous seam in the air vibrated in answer. Close, he said. He did not shout. He did not cast. He spoke to the line between worlds, the way one speaks to a door one has finally learned the true hinges of. The boundary obeyed. The widened crossing point snapped inward by a full third of its spread. The Jibakure howled, not from pain, but from disorientation as the path it had forced toward Harry changed geometry beneath it. A protruding limb half-manifested on Soul Society's side was severed at the seam itself and sucked backward into Huko Mundo in a spray of corrupted light. Every captain present felt the same thing at once, not domination, authority, earned in a language none of them had ever seen spoken this way. The Jibakure reacted violently, its mass convulsed. Hollow force built along a dozen fused mouths and cavities, then discharged inward toward Harry in a storm of compressed red-black beams and pressure lances. A saturation attack so broad that in any other circumstance it would have erased everything in the domain center. Harry did not move. He crossed the white blade slightly before the black. The second Bankai truth awakened, Shino Kagami, death's mirror. Every beam that struck the stillness bent, not back toward the Jibakure, not scattered. Bent through the visible seam, passing along the boundaries line and re-emerging within the sphere as purified pale Ryuryoku that poured into the arc of lightning connecting Harry's blades. Hollow force stripped of corruption became fuel. The creature's own assault fed the Bankai holding it in place. A silence deeper than sound passed through the battlefield. Shunsui, standing just outside the innermost line of the domain, lowered his hat a fraction over his eyes. Behind him, Nanao, who had forced her way far closer to the active battle than anyone sensible wanted her, felt the back of her neck go cold despite the heat of spiritual discharge. "It reflects by purification," she whispered. No one answered because the scale of the sentence was still arriving. The Jibakure struck again and again. Each time the same result. Attacks vanished into the seam and came back as clean force flooding the Bankai's circuit. Harry could feel the cost now. Iron no Shikken was not merely power. It was labor. An active conversation with reality at the point where reality hated being conversational. Every heartbeat in the domain required him to maintain the altered rules, to keep the seam stable even while rewriting how it functioned, to absorb purified force without letting it tear his own pathways apart. The Bankai was magnificent. The Bankai was murderously exhausting. He had perhaps minutes. Good, he thought. Minutes would be enough. The Jibakure understood finally that ranged assault strengthened the trap, so it came bodily. Its entire lead mass drove through the half-closed crossing point, forcing the boundary wider by monstrous will alone. Bone cliffs, fused masks, and ancient stolen soul matter surged toward Harry inside the stillness sphere with all the inevitability of a collapsing coast. This was what it had wanted, not to kill him, to touch him. To lay its ancient corrupted weight directly against the one soul on the field whose structure resembled a key. Harry felt that intent strike his own center like memory of every time he had been used, a vessel, a weapon, a sacrifice, a door. No. The refusal came not as anger, though anger burned inside it. Not as fear, though fear had every right to exist. It came as identity. No, not again. The third name rose through the Bankai, Tabira wo Haku. The door exhales. Harry stepped to the very center of the visible seam, where the line between realms cut the ground before him like moonlight made blade thin. He brought both swords wide apart, the arc of contained gold lightning stretching between them until the air itself screamed with tension. Then he pulled. A door opened in the boundary, not large, not dramatic in shape. A vertical, perfectly stable passage of pale light no wider than a gateway, unfolding directly in front of the oncoming Jibakure mass. It was not a portal in the crude sense. It was the realm boundary given breath and told where to exhale. The ancient hollow hit the opened passage. For one impossible instant, the entire battlefield saw what the creature truly was. Not a mountain. Not a god. Not an apocalypse. A vast accretion of stolen crossings. Centuries of devoured souls and broken thresholds, and hungers layered so thick they had mistaken accumulation for identity. Iron no Shikken did not destroy that structure by force. It subjected it to the one thing hollow corruption could not survive: resolution. The open boundary pulled, not flesh, not bone, not mask, meaning all the spiritual mass the Jibakure had stolen and compressed over centuries began to come apart, thread by thread, each strand drawn through the luminous seam and redistributed according to a law older than appetite. Hollow force purified, soul fragments unbound. Corrupted density unwoven into motion once more. The creature screamed. The sound was not merely loud. It was historical. Harry held the Bankai. Seconds became work, then became pain, then became ordeal. The 11 minutes that followed would later be spoken of in 3 different ways depending on who told the story. The officers on the outer ring said it looked like a white stillness held against the end of the world by one young man with 2 swords and a scar burning like a sunrise wound. The captains inside the pressure radius said it looked like witnessing an entirely new category of Bankai in real time. Not elemental, not illusionary, not expansion of force, but jurisdiction over the seam between states of existence. Harry himself remembered almost none of it cleanly, only effort. Holding Iron no Shiken open while the Jibakure tried desperately to remain itself. Speaking closure and redirection to the seam whenever it buckled. Absorbing purified force until his arms shook so badly he thought the blades might fall from numb fingers. Feeling his scar pulse hard enough to make his vision swim. Tasting blood every time the creature slammed another impossible weight of stolen death against the door and found the door leading not into Harry, but through him and beyond him into proper passage. At minute 7, one knee nearly went. At minute 8, Shunsui took 3 steps forward, as if ready to intervene, and stopped only because he saw Harry was still choosing the labor rather than merely surviving it. At minute 9, Kenpachi laughed once from beyond the line and cut apart a secondary hollow spill with enough joy that several seated officers later swore the sound alone kept them standing. At minute 10, Hitsugaya, ice gathered along his blade, an ancient fragment half forgotten in his sleeve, realized with absolute clarity that the prophecy had not been exaggerating. It had been understating. At minute 11, the Jibakure ceased to be a singular thing. The final mass of it came apart in a silent explosion of pale soul light and dissolved mask fragments. The visible seam in the air narrowed, steadied, and drew itself closed under Harry's last spoken command. When it ended, the battlefield remained standing. The district was shattered. Walls broken, streets burned, anchors ruined. Officers on the far ring had collapsed from pressure fatigue. Several captains bore cuts and spiritual strains serious enough to matter. The air smelled of ozone, scorched stone, and the clean cold after impossible storms, but the seam held. Hucomundo remained where it belonged. Soul Society remained where it belonged. And Harry Potter stood in the center of the stillness sphere on one knee, both blades planted in the broken ground before him because they were the only reason he had not fallen completely. The Bankai flickered once, then settled enough to let the visible seam fade from ordinary sight. Silence spread outward. No one rushed him immediately, not because they did not want to, because for a heartbeat longer. Every being with enough power to stand in that district understood they had just witnessed something that would alter law, theology, and fear in equal measure. Shunsui moved first. He crossed the ruined ground without hurry and stopped just outside the last fading edge of Iron no Shiken. His hat shadowed his face. His voice, when it came, was light enough to be almost his usual tone and strained enough that only those who knew him well would hear the oar underneath. "I knew," the captain commander said, "that you would be remarkable." Harry lifted his head slowly. Shunsui looked at the dual blades, the white and black shihakusho, the low gold pulse in the scar, and the impossible calm after 11 minutes of rewritten boundary law. "I confess," he said, and now the awe was unmistakable. "I underestimated the scale." Harry laughed weakly through blood and exhaustion. It hurt. Good. That meant he was still in his own body or soul or whatever counted now and not lost entirely inside the Bankai. Shunsui's mouth softened very slightly in answer. Then another shadow fell across the broken ground. Kenpachi stopped directly before him, looked down for a long moment, and said the thing only Kenpachi Zaraki would think was the correct response to a metaphysical event that had just saved the realm. "When you can stand without the swords holding you up," he said, "we fight properly." Harry, because he was too tired to do anything else sensible, grinned. "That," he said hoarsely, "sounds like a threat." Kenpachi's grin split wide and savage. "That," he replied, "is praise." Behind them, Hitsugaya had not moved. The young captain stood amid frost melt and broken boundary anchor lines with the copied fragment open in one hand, reading the old words again while the last traces of iron, no shiken's stillness bled from the air. "He shall not be bound by the laws that bind us all." Hitsugaya folded the page very carefully. For the first time since Harry had met him, the captain looked not merely wary or analytical. He looked complicated, as if the reasonable skeptic in him had just been forced to admit that history sometimes produced exactly the kind of unprecedented person institutions hated and the world nevertheless required. Far above the ruined district, messenger seals lit and vanished toward Cerite's inner courts. The battle report ran ahead of the survivors. It reached the high chamber before sunset. The Central 46 listened as the summary was read in clipped formal language stripped as cleanly as possible of wonder. Jibakure crossing prevented. Boundary failure averted. Subject deployed despite prior objection. Bankai manifested. Abilities indicate direct interaction with realm seam, redirection of hostile spiritual force through purification mechanism, and limited controlled passage authority across boundary surfaces. The archivist's voice remained level. No one else in the chamber did. "This is no longer observation," one counselor said. "No," another replied. "It is emergency governance. Kyoraku has overstepped. Kyoraku has armed it." The presiding counselor sat very still. The stillness in that room had always been bureaucratic, controlled, artificial. But now fear had entered it with claws. "Record the conclusion," the presiding voice said at last. Ink scratched. The 4 words that entered the minutes were colder than any battle. "Neutralize the anomaly, immediately." And far below that chamber, in the wreckage of District 80, where the door between realms had opened and closed because Harry Potter willed it to do so, the boy they had just named an anomaly finally let the Bankai go. The white shihakusho darkened back toward ordinary cloth. The gold pulse in his scar dimmed. The arc between the swords vanished. Hedwig Kaminari returned to sealed form in his hand. Then Harry swayed. Shunsui caught him before the broken street did. For one brief, unguarded second, with the district saved, the captain silent and the war stillness fading, Harry let himself lean. Not because he was weak, because for 11 minutes he had held a door against the end of a world. And now, just for a moment, someone else could hold the weight. Bureaucracies fear one thing above all others. Something they cannot file. Harry woke to paper, not the smell of it. The sound. Dry sheets being handled with formal precision in a room where no one had yet decided whether gentleness counted as kindness or condescension. He opened his eyes to 4th Division white ceiling cloth, white screen partitions, white bandaging at the edges of his own vision where healer seals glowed softly and then dimmed. The room around him was quiet in the disciplined way of places built for recovery, where everyone moved carefully because pain had made enough noise already. And just beyond the foot of his bed, 2 men in dark formal robes were reading from a decree. Harry lay still for 1 second, caught between exhaustion and irritation, then decided irritation was the healthier instinct. In recognition of unstable sovereignty implications, one robed official intoned, voice perfectly level. And under emergency provisions relating to realm boundary integrity, the subject known as Harry Potter is hereby designated a provisional Class 7 sovereignty, hazard pending full review by the Central 46. Harry blinked once. Then, because afterlife had apparently not improved institutional timing at all, he said hoarsely, "Am I interrupting something?" Both officials started. So did the 4th Division nurse standing beside them, though in her case the reaction came out as visible annoyance rather than surprise. She had the sharp-featured face of someone who had already tried and failed to remove the bureaucracy from her recovery ward with words alone. "You are awake," the nearer official said. "I gathered," Harry replied. His throat felt like it had been lined with hot iron. His limbs, however, were attached, which felt encouraging. The low, steady pulse of agony that had defined the end of the Jibakure battle had faded to deep exhaustion, and a body-wide ache that reminded him Bankai was not a toy, not a talent, and certainly not a thing he was yet allowed to survive casually. The second official, apparently deciding that consciousness did not invalidate procedure, unrolled more of the decree. Under provisional hazard designation, he continued, the subject is to be placed under immediate supervised custody pending adjudicative review. All unauthorized release states are suspended. All advanced spiritual manifestations are to be contained by seal or countermeasure. Compliance will be— The nurse slammed a tray down onto the side table hard enough to make all three men look at her. He has been awake for 8 seconds, she said. You are not finishing a sovereignty seizure in my ward before he has had water. The official drew himself up. Madam, this is central authority. This, she said with terrifying calm, is a medical ward in 4th Division. You may have your authority after I decide whether your patient can sit upright without vomiting blood. Harry, despite everything, liked her instantly. The officials hesitated. That was telling. Soul Society's administrative hierarchies might be ancient, but even ancient structures developed survival instincts around the 4th Division's right to prioritize the not currently dying. The nurse handed Harry a cup. He pushed himself up carefully, discovering in the process that every muscle below the shoulder line had entered a private agreement to resent him. He drank. The water helped. So did the fact that doing something ordinary felt briefly revolutionary. When he lowered the cup, the first official was still standing there holding the decree like a man who had hoped unconsciousness would simplify his work. Harry looked at him over the rim. All right, he said. Try again. Slower. The official's mouth tightened. You have been classified. Provisional Class 7 sovereignty hazard, Harry said. I heard that part. The rest sounded like imprisonment dressed up to flatter itself. What does it mean in plain language? The official did not like plain language. That, too, was immediately obvious. It means, he said carefully, that your spiritual capacity and demonstrated boundary interaction now represent a systemic threat to the balance of the realms. Harry let that settle. Then he glanced down at his own hands. Interesting, he said, because about a day ago that same spiritual capacity prevented the end of one of your realms. The silence after that was brittle. The second official took over, perhaps because he had slightly better instincts or simply less pride. The designation is precautionary, he said. No final determination has been made. A suppression order may resolve the matter cleanly. Harry looked up sharply. Suppression! The man nodded once. The nurse made a low sound of disgust that she didn't bother hiding. Permanent spiritual restriction, the official said. Sealing of advanced release capability, severe dampening of upper Ryoryoku function, and supervised monitoring until long-term risk profile stabilizes. The words were clinical. The meaning was mutilation, not death. Not technically, worse in some ways. A prison constructed inside the soul itself. No Bankai, no Shikai perhaps eventually. No Hedwig Kaminari except as a thing silenced and buried. No voice of the boundary, no door, no answer. Harry's hand moved before he consciously meant it to. Not toward the sword. Hedwig Kaminari was not in the room, which meant 4th Division had likely secured it under captain-level instruction rather than patient common sense, but toward the absence where the sword should have been. The official saw it and, misreading completely, took half a step back. That almost made Harry laugh, almost. And if I don't agree? Harry asked. Both officials exchanged the tiniest glance. The first one recovered first. The decree is not a negotiation. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, very mildly, that has historically been where my life gets inconvenient for the people saying it. The room's silence sharpened. The nurse, apparently deciding Harry was no longer in danger of falling over in the immediate 2 minutes, folded her arms and watched with the grim satisfaction of someone witnessing exactly the conflict she expected bureaucracy to deserve. One of the officials cleared his throat. Captain Commander Kyoraku has been formally notified, he said. Pending his administrative acknowledgement, enforcement timing will be communicated. That made Harry's eyes narrow. Pending his acknowledgement, he repeated. Yes, and you came here before he arrived. The first official bristled. The High Chamber has the right to begin procedural notice without. Harry's laugh this time was short, tired, and entirely without humor. There it is, he said. The nurse glanced at him sideways. There what is? People who know they're wrong always hurry the paperwork. That earned the smallest flicker of vicious approval in her face. The officials did not stay much longer after that, whether because they recognized they were not going to get signature, submission, or clean moral authority out of a man still technically recovering from saving their reality, or because someone wiser had decided not to let 4th Division witnesses linger during the next stage. Harry never knew. They left behind a copy of the decree, 2 seal marks on the outer ward frame, and a lingering smell of paper handled by cowards. When the doors shut behind them, the nurse let out a slow breath. They came too early, she said. That sounded less like a clerical complaint and more like treason. 4th Division survives by making fine distinctions. She took the empty cup from Harry and set it aside. Can you stand? Harry considered lying, then decided he had had enough of people hiding practical truths to make themselves feel more in control. Probably, he said. But I'd rather not prove it unless there's a reason. There is. She pulled the privacy screen aside with one efficient motion. Captain Commander is waiting. Shunsui Kyoraku was standing in the garden outside the ward like a man pretending he hadn't spent the last several hours deciding exactly how much of his anger to let anyone see. That, more than anything, made Harry sit up straighter despite the ache. The Captain Commander looked as he always did at first glance, floral Haori, hat tipped low, posture loose, one hand resting in the sleeve of the other arm as if the whole affair were little more than an unfortunate scheduling complication. But his Ryatsu had tightened, not leaked, not flared. Tightened, like steel wire drawn until it could cut with stillness alone. Nanao stood with him. Her expression suggested that if she had been allowed to physically file the High Chamber into a furnace for procedural misconduct, her day would have improved significantly. Harry was halfway across the room before Shunsui spoke. You look alive, the Captain Commander said. Harry made it as far as the doorway. That sounds like a very specific compliment. It is. Shunsui's gaze dropped briefly to Harry's bandaged wrist, the healed remnants of stress fractures along his spiritual pathways, then returned to his face. How much of the decree did they read before 4th Division threatened them? Enough. Nanao's glasses flashed once as she adjusted them. Unsurprising. Harry stopped in front of them. For 1 second none of them said anything, then he held up the folded decree copy. Is this real? Shunsui took the paper, looked at the seal marks, and made a thoughtful sound with all the warmth of a blade being drawn very slowly. Yes, he said. And no, Harry waited. The High Chamber has authority to propose hazard designations, Nanao said. It does not have the authority to execute custody transfer against active Captain Commander objection in the aftermath of a realm-level emergency. Not legally. Harry heard the emphasis. Which means they're going to try anyway, Shunsui smiled. It was the least pleasant smile Harry had yet seen on him. They already have. Harry's shoulders tightened. When? Approximately 14 minutes ago, Nanao said. A detention order was issued to a central enforcement unit with attached suppression specialists. They did not wait for administrative concurrence. Which, she added coolly, will matter later. Harry exhaled through his nose. The pain in his body receded behind something colder and more familiar. The shape of a trap he recognized because people in authority kept making the same arrogant mistake no matter which world he was in. They decided process created moral ground. They assumed timing would become truth if they moved quickly enough. They mistook compliance structures for destiny. Later, Harry said, implies there's a now. Shunsui's eyes warmed very slightly. Yes, he said. There is. Nanao handed Harry a wrapped bundle. He took it and felt Hedwig Kaminari at once, sealed, contained, very much awake. Relief moved through him sharper than expected. "4th Division objected strongly to surrendering it," she said. "I can imagine." Shunsui looked toward the far end of the garden where the ward's outer gate sat hidden beyond clipped trees and patterned stone. "The High Chamber has decided to move before they understand what you are," he said. "That tells me 2 useful things. First, they are frightened. Second, there is information they have not shared." Harry's mind snapped at once to the fragment Hitsugaya had shown him, the prophecy, the Hallow correspondences, the phrase "surrender sovereignty doctrine" and all the fear packed underneath it. Before he could answer, the air changed. Not dramatically, not enough for ordinary souls to notice. But Harry felt it instantly now, the way one felt the moment a storm front crossed into range. Structured pressure. Suppression grid. 3 distinct signatures approaching in disciplined formation, and one broader field moving around them like a net. Nanao's voice went flat. "They're here." Shunsui did not move. That somehow was worse. Harry realized then that the captain commander had expected exactly this timing. Expected it enough to position himself in the garden rather than the office, to keep the path open, to arm Harry before words were finished. A trap, then, but not the High Chambers. Shunsui looked at Harry once, directly. "I can stop them," he said. The statement carried captain-class certainty. He absolutely could. Harry believed he could level the entire approach team in one elegant, devastating sequence and make the legal consequences everyone else's problem after. "That would start the war now," Harry said. Shunsui's smile thinned. "Yes." Harry felt the pressure field tightening beyond the trees. A detention squad. Suppression specialists keyed, probably, to his spiritual signature. Central Intelligence leak or not, they would have planned this carefully. That was the ugliest part. Somewhere in the weeks behind him, someone had been watching, measuring his output, logging his frequencies, feeding those details upward to people already convinced their fear counted as wisdom. He looked down at the bundle containing Hedwig Kaminari, then up again. "No," Harry said. Nanao's head turned sharply. "Mr. Potter." "If they want this clean," Harry said, already thinking through distance, routes, the garden walls, 4th Division rooftops beyond the ward perimeter, "I'm not giving them a clean fight. Not here, not in a hospital. Not in a way they can report as reasonable containment." Shunsui watched him with unreadable focus. Harry understood what he was really deciding, not whether to resist, whether to become, visibly and immediately, the sort of problem the High Chamber could brand as its own proof. He was very tired of becoming people's proof, so he chose something uglier for them instead: escape. Shunsui saw it form in him and smiled, tired, dangerous, approving in exactly the way that suggested he had been hoping Harry would refuse the easy script. "Good," he said quietly. The first impact hit the ward gate, not force. Seal pressure. A beautiful, ugly net of suppression lines spun through the wood and stone, locking the exit in place before the squad entered. Then 5 figures in dark, formal combat robes flashed over the wall and landed in precise formation across the garden paths. Their gear was unfamiliar, but their purpose wasn't. Restriction tags, binding sleeves, specialized Kaido rails attached along forearms. One carried a 2-handed lattice staff inscribed in layered script that made Harry's scar prickle just from proximity. The lead officer stepped forward. "Harry Potter," he said. Harry almost applauded the lack of greeting. "By emergency order of the Central 46, you are remanded into custody pending hazard suppression review. You are instructed not to draw your Zanpakutō. Resistance will be interpreted as immediate confirmation of instability." Harry shifted the weight of the wrapped sword in his hand. "That's efficient. We were told you appreciated honesty." Harry's mouth twitched. That told him more than the man intended. Someone had briefed them carefully, someone who knew enough about Harry to understand that sugarcoating things wasted time. Mira, he thought instantly. No, not Mira. Someone else, a watcher, a report reader, a leak. Before he could follow the thought further, the suppression team spread. Threads of pale binding Kaido lifted from the lattice staff and began weaving themselves through the garden air, building a containment shape around him. Shunsui still hadn't moved. Nanao had, not visibly, perhaps, if one wasn't trained enough to notice. But her right hand now rested near a hidden charm strip at her waist, and the temperature of the atmosphere around her had developed the strained feel of someone holding back highly articulate violence. The lead officer glanced toward Shunsui with formal caution. "Captain Commander, we request non-interference." "Do you?" Shunsui said pleasantly. The officer did not smile. Harry made his decision before the conversation could get any worse. "Sorry about the wall," he said. Then he vanished. The Shunpo came cleaner than any he had managed before the Dangai, not because his speed had become inhuman, but because his internal hesitation had finally lost the argument. One instant he stood in the garden center. The next he crossed the angle of the suppression net before it fully closed, moving through the single seam where the Kaido lattice had not yet locked to the ground. He hit the roofline above the ward gate in a crack of ozone. Alarms went up immediately. "Intercept!" Too slow. Harry touched Hedwig Kaminari's hilt through the wrapping and felt the blade answer with a low white hum. He did not release it fully. He didn't need to. The sword's presence aligned his movement, sharpened his sense of the boundary lines in the architecture around him. He could almost see the safest routes now, not magical shortcuts, just the natural seams through which pressure, motion, and bad planning passed. He took them, across the 4th Division roof, off the healing annex, along a boundary wall so narrow the pursuing squad had to split or lose speed. One dropped through a courtyard arch, then up again across a tiled roof already glowing under evening light. Behind him, Kaido nets snapped shut on empty space. A suppression bolt burned past his shoulder and shattered a roof ornament into powder. Harry did not look back. He chained Shunpo steps the way he once chained broom dives. Trust the angle, trust the breath, trust the next opening before you reach it. 4 steps covered the distance from 4th Division's outer wall to the lower approach path of 13th's grounds. Another 5 carried him across a training field and over a drainage canal where startled, unseated officers flattened themselves against stone because a wanted sovereignty anomaly, and half a detention unit had no business sprinting through their afternoon. His lungs burned. His healing pathways protested violently. Good. That meant his body still believed this counted as life. He cut left through an alley of storehouses and felt the pursuit spread wider behind him. Smarter than he'd hoped. Not enough. The 11th Division compound stood ahead beyond 2 intersecting streets and 1 broken watchtower wall, dark and ugly and solid in the falling light. Home, his exhausted brain offered before he could correct it. Interesting. A suppression line flicked out from the right flank. Better aimed this time, close enough that the Kaido edge brushed his sleeve and deadened the cloth for half a second. Harry swore, pivoted, and finally drew Hedwig Kaminari, not full Shikai, just enough. The white blade came free in a strip of pale light and winter-cold ozone. He turned at once, cut the suppression line in motion, and felt the entire pursuing formation hesitate. That hesitation was everything. He used it. 3 more Shunpo bursts. A landing hard enough to jar his knees. A final leap from a cracked boundary post to the 11th Division gate wall. He landed on the top beam and looked down. The main gate stood open. Kenpachi Zaraki was there, not rushing, not alarmed, not even particularly annoyed. He stood just inside the compound entrance with both hands loose at his sides, and the expression of a man who had been informed trouble was incoming, and had therefore decided to enjoy the exact shape of its arrival. Behind him, half the nearest 11th Division yard had gone still. Officers looked from Harry to the approaching suppression squad to Kenpachi, and immediately understood that they were about to witness something educational. Harry dropped from the beam and landed inside the threshold of the compound. For 1/2 second, no one moved. Then the Central Enforcement Team appeared at the street mouth outside the open gate, breaking hard the moment they saw who was standing there. Good instincts, Harry thought. The lead officer, who had spoken in 4th Division, stepped forward, breathing harder now, robe torn at one sleeve where a roofline had disagreed with him. He took in Kenpachi, the open gate, Harry with Hedwig Kaminari half-drawn and exhaustion bleeding through every line of his posture, and made the very reasonable decision to begin with words. "Captain Zaraki," he said, "we are acting under lawful central authority. Harry Potter is to be remanded into immediate supervision. We request entry," and Kenpachi looked at him, just looked. The rest of the sentence died. Not from Ryatsu crush, the captain hadn't even bothered to let that loose. From something simpler and somehow worse. Absolute disinterest in the legitimacy of paperwork brought to his door when he had not requested entertainment. Harry, standing one pace behind the captain's right shoulder, felt the compound change around them. 11th Division officers straightened. Several grinned. One actually stepped aside to make the courtyard space wider, as though setting a table for a fight no one had been invited to, but everyone intended to watch. The lead officer swallowed once and tried again, because stupidity and duty had always overlapped badly in uniformed structures. "Captain Zaraki," he repeated, "this matter has been designated above division authority." Kenpachi's grin arrived slowly. It was not kind. It was not sane. It was the grin of a man who had just been told hierarchy existed in a tone that implied he was expected to care. "Yeah," he said. The word dragged across the courtyard like a blade on stone. The suppression specialists behind the lead officer tightened formation anyway. Brave or foolish? Hard to tell. The lattice staff operator raised the inscribed weapon another inch, enough to make the air hum unpleasantly. Bad idea. Kenpachi's head tilted. Every bell in his hair chimed once in the evening air. Harry had by now seen several kinds of dangerous men in multiple worlds. Dark lords. Politicians. Teachers who mistook secrecy for love. Fighters who wore blood like purpose. Kenpachi occupied a category all his own, a man so fundamentally honest about violence that threats lost half their power in his presence because he refused to pretend force was anything else. The captain took one step forward, the entire suppression squad stopped breathing. He did not draw his sword. He did not need to. His Ryatsu rolled out in a thin, controlled wave, just enough to remind the street outside the 11th gate what sort of monster wore a captain's Haori here. Tiles cracked. Dust lifted. One of the specialist's knees bent involuntarily before he caught himself with visible effort. Kenpachi looked back over one shoulder at Harry, no softness in it, no speech designed for comfort. Just the direct, brutal shelter of a man who had made his stance and expected the rest of reality to deal with it. "You'd better come inside," he said. Harry did. The moment he crossed fully into the compound yard, several 11th Division officers stepped into the gate approach without being told. Not attacking. Not yet. Simply existing there with the collective body language of wolves who had accepted a stranger into the den and now found the hunters at the threshold deeply irritating. The lead central officer realized at last that legality had just collided with culture and lost. "This obstruction," he began, voice thinning despite obvious effort, "will be reported." Kenpachi grinned wider. "Good." The officer's jaw tightened. "Captain Zaraki, this is a direct matter of high chamber decree." "And this," Kenpachi said, one hand finally drifting toward the hilt of his sword, though it still remained sheathed, "is my gate." That ended it. Not because the high chamber's authority had vanished, not because the squad lacked orders, but because everyone present understood a truth old as armed institutions. Authority, too, depended on choosing the right ground for enforcement, and the Central 46 had just tried to serve a detention warrant on Captain Zaraki's front step. The squad withdrew in measured steps rather than running, which Harry gave them credit for. When they were gone from immediate sight, the entire 11th courtyard exhaled at once. Then the noise returned all at once too. Questions. Laughter. Several open invitations to let the paper bastards come back if they wanted. One seated officer loudly asking whether sovereignty hazards ate regular dinners or needed separate bowls. Harry, who had been upright entirely through stubbornness for the last 15 minutes, finally let the adrenaline start leaving his hands. His right arm shook once. Cora, fifth seat and still one of the few people in the division who remembered how introductions worked, appeared at his side with a canteen and the sort of practical look warriors reserved for those they had decided counted as theirs. "You look awful," she said. "I feel worse." "Good. Means you're not dead." She shoved the canteen at him. Harry drank. The water tasted metallic and perfect. Across the yard, Ikaku was already arguing with 3 other officers over whether this situation counted as administrative nonsense or the best thing that had happened all week. Yakairu landed on a roof beam above Harry's head, legs kicking. "Sparky's in trouble," she announced gleefully. "This is gonna be fun." Harry lowered the canteen and looked toward Kenpachi, who had moved only as far as the center of the courtyard and now stood with his sword across one shoulder, waiting for what? Harry wasn't sure. Perhaps for the next move, perhaps for Shunsui. Perhaps simply because men like Kenpachi did not fidget while fate decided whether to become paperwork or war. It was Mira who arrived next. She came through the side passage rather than the main gate, breathless from running, hair partly loose from whatever dignified arrangement it had begun the day with. Several scrolls tucked under one arm and a look on her face that mixed anger, relief, and the kind of exhausted triumph only achieved by outpacing institutions through sheer stubbornness. "You absolute disaster," she said the moment she saw Harry standing. Harry, who had once heard remarkably similar tones from Hermione Granger before every major catastrophe of his adolescence, almost laughed from the homesick precision of it. "That sounds affectionate," he said. "It's not." Mira crossed the yard and shoved a folded document against his chest. "I traced the leak." Every thought not immediately related to staying conscious snapped into focus. Harry straightened. "What?" Mira looked past him at Kenpachi, registered the captain's attention on them, and visibly decided she might as well say it all in front of the largest possible witness. "The detention order used your updated release signatures," she said. "Not Academy baseline, not old reserve estimates, post-District 42 calibration. Someone with access to the training observation records and recovery data has been feeding detailed analysis up-channel for weeks." Harry felt something cold settle under the exhaustion. "Who?" Mira's mouth thinned. Second Division Records Liaison. Mid-rank officer named Sazyum. Access privileges across Academy reports, field deployment correlation, and SEAL architecture summaries. Which means the High Chamber has not been improvising since the Bankai. Her gray eyes hardened. "They've been preparing since your Shikai." Harry glanced at Kenpachi. The captain's expression did not change much. That was worse than visible anger. Mira pulled another sheet free and held it up. "And I got the rest." Harry looked at the page. Old script, translation marks, archive seal half broken. The prophecy, not the fragment Hitsugaya had shown him on the bridge. The full copied section, stitched together from multiple older sources by someone obsessive, brilliant, or both. Mira's voice lowered as she read. "One shall come from beyond the known death, bearing the 3 faces of the Shinigami's own art, to cut, to call, to pass unseen. He shall not serve the balance as it has been named, but shall redefine it. And those who sit in the High Chamber shall fear this above all things, for they have built their authority on laws that presuppose death's boundary is fixed, and he shall prove it is not." The courtyard around them went very quiet. Even 11th Division knew when something old enough to sound like a curse had entered the room. Harry took the paper from her slowly. He read the lines once, then again. There it was, stripped clean of fragment and implication. Not a promise. Not a destiny. A threat, from the perspective of anyone who believed authority depended on fixed walls and fixed definitions and fixed channels through which the living and the dead were allowed to matter. Harry let out one breath. "I'm 19, he said, mostly to the paper and the impossible patience of the universe. "There should be a limit." That got a short bark of laughter from somewhere behind him. Ikaku, probably. Mira's expression softened despite herself. "There isn't," she said. "I checked." Harry folded the prophecy page very carefully. Then he looked up. The 11th Division compound suddenly felt smaller, not because it was inadequate, but because the shape of the next conflict had finally become visible. This was no longer just a frightened government trying to suppress what it didn't understand. It was an institution realizing that if Harry's power existed, then laws it had built power around for centuries were not law in the deepest sense at all. Just convenience formalized by force. That kind of fear did not stop at decrees. It escalated across the yard. Kenpachi finally spoke. "So," he said. Everyone looked at him. The captain grinned, slow and sharp and completely untroubled by the size of the trouble at hand. "Looks like they want to fight about paper." Even Harry laughed at that. Because yes, that was exactly the shape of it, wasn't it? The High Chamber had built a cage out of policy and was now horrified to discover the door wasn't real. Beyond the open gate, the sky over Cerite had darkened into evening proper. Lanterns were being lit along the district roads. Somewhere in the deeper city, messenger bells began to ring. The next move was coming. The war, if it became one, would not be fought cleanly, not with one sword, not with one decree. It would run through law, revelation, history, and all the place's institutions became weakest when forced into sunlight. Harry tucked the prophecy inside his robe beside the unsent letter to Dumbledore. One truth old, one truth personal, both now sharper than they had been an hour ago. Then he met Kenpachi's eye across the courtyard. "All right," Harry said. The captain's grin widened. From the outer wall, a sentry shouted that Captain Commander Kyoraku had arrived. And in the 11th Division compound, with the High Chamber hunting, the leak exposed, the prophecy finally whole, and half of Soul Society about to choose sides whether it wanted to or not, Harry Potter felt the shape of the next battle settle around him. Not a battlefield yet, a reckoning. And this time, he thought, as he turned toward the gate, he would know exactly what he was fighting for. Some battles are fought with swords. Some are fought with the refusal to accept a bad law. The war did not begin with a declaration. It began with minutes. Stamped, archived, sealed, denied, duplicated, carried by runners, hidden in sleeves, smuggled through division records, read in candlelight, and argued over in rooms where the wrong phrase could become a career-ending offense or a death sentence disguised as doctrine. Harry had fought wars before. He had never fought one made of paperwork. On the first night after the Central 46 attempted seizure, the 11th Division compound became something no one in Cerite had expected it to become. A political headquarters with better sword racks. Shunsui arrived under cover of evening with Nanao at his side, and an expression that suggested he had already spent the walk from 8th Division deciding how much of Soul Society he was prepared to offend before breakfast. He was followed, within the hour, by a quiet sequence of captains and lieutenants who entered through separate gates, side passages, and rooftop approaches so that the watchers assigned to note such things had to work harder than they preferred. Harry stood in the central courtyard when they arrived one by one. Hitsugeya first, because he believed in punctuality the way some people believed in prayer. Byakuya Kuchiki second, immaculate even at night, moving with the calm of a man who did not need secrecy to diminish his dignity, but accepted it when circumstances were beneath dignity's concern. A broad-shouldered captain from the western sectors who introduced himself only briefly before beginning to discuss legal thresholds as if lawsuits and artillery were cousins. Two lieutenants Harry did not know by name, but immediately tagged as dangerous in different directions. Kenpachi, of course, did not arrive because he was already there, seated on the edge of a cracked veranda beam like a king who had mistaken his throne for a piece of damaged architecture and found the substitution acceptable. Yakairu sat beside him, swinging her legs and offering silent commentary through expressions alone. The meeting took place in a training hall because 11th Division had no room built for this kind of conversation and refused to apologize for it. Practice mats had been rolled back. Lanterns burned low. The walls still carried scars from previous sparring sessions, which Harry found oddly encouraging. Better to argue over the future in a room that admitted damage existed. Shunsui did not sit at the head. He sat near the center, which in practice made it the head. "The high chamber overreached," he said without preamble. "Which is useful. It means they're frightened enough to make mistakes." Nanao, standing just behind him with a ledger open, said, "Attempting seizure before Captain Commander concurrence is not merely discourteous. It is actionable." Kenpachi snorted. "That a polite way of saying stupid. It is the most professional available version." Harry leaned one shoulder against a support pillar and watched the room. He knew enough now to understand how strange this gathering was. Soul Society's captains were not a parliament. They were military commanders, guardians of order, embodiments of division culture, and in some cases walking natural disasters with paperwork obligations. To bring them together off-record, against a high chamber directive, meant lines were already moving beneath the surface. Hitsugaya folded his arms. "Actionable isn't the same as sufficient." "No," Nanao said, "which is why we are not relying on one front." That was when the real war began. 3 fronts, Shunsui explained: legal, physical, revelatory. On the legal front, Shunsui would invoke Captain Commander authority and demand a formal tribunal before any hazard suppression could be enforced. The Central 46 preferred decrees when they believed opposition too weak or too slow to answer. A tribunal would force process into the open where contradiction could become evidence. On the physical front, they would prevent any further unlawful seizure of Harry without escalating into open internal civil war. On the revelatory front, they would discover what the High Chamber was hiding badly enough to act this quickly. Mira stood near the edge of the lantern light, gray eyes sharp, reports tucked under one arm. She had arrived 10 minutes after Shunsui and immediately been allowed into the meeting despite not being a captain, which told Harry almost as much about her usefulness as the actual documents in her hands. "I've confirmed 3 prior uses of sovereignty hazard classification," she said, stepping forward when Shunsui nodded. "The language in the sealed case files matches the present decree almost exactly. Each designation occurred during periods of doctrinal instability involving boundary theory, soul transit, or unauthorized spiritual research." "Outcomes?" Byakuya asked. Mira's mouth tightened. 2 executions, 1 permanent seal." Silence spread. The broad-shouldered Western captain swore under his breath. Hitsugaya's eyes narrowed. "Permanent seal where?" "That's the interesting part." Mira placed several copied pages on the low table. "The file doesn't say?" "It says only that the subject was transferred to inner custodial retention under sovereignty exception. The phrase appears nowhere else in open military law." "Meaning," Harry said quietly, "they buried someone." Mira looked at him. "Yes." The words stayed in the room. Shunsui glanced toward Harry then, not warning him, not softening the truth, simply acknowledging that every few weeks this new world found another way to resemble the old one in all the worst institutions. Harry looked down at the copied case summaries. 3 people before him, 3 hazards. 3 examples of fear renamed governance. He had a brief, vivid image of the cupboard under the stairs and nearly laughed at the scale of continuity the universe had chosen for his life. So this, then? Another system prepared to decide that containment counted as mercy. He pushed away from the pillar. "What do you need me to do?" Kenpachi's grin flashed in the shadows. He liked that Harry asked the useful question first. Shunsui answered equally plainly. "Survive the next 3 weeks without becoming their proof." That was harder, not because Harry wanted violence, because everyone around the problem seemed determined to arrange it so that the easiest available responses were exactly the ones that would condemn him in every report that followed. "I can do that," Harry said. Nanao's pen paused over the ledger. "You can attempt it." Harry gave her a look. "Your confidence is moving. It is trying to find stable ground." That got the smallest laugh in the room, which eased something without diminishing anything important. Then Shunsui looked at Mira. "And the sealed prisoner?" Mira took a breath. "I think I can find them," she said. "But not alone." The room's attention shifted. Revelation then. The second front that would eventually matter more than any sword. The first week belonged to law, or rather, to the performance of law by people who hoped it still meant what they said it meant. Shunsui filed the captain commander's challenge at dawn the next day, not quietly, not theatrically either. Worse, from the High Chamber's point of view, impeccably. Every objection to the premature detention order was cited by precedent, timestamp, and duty clause. 4th Division's witness statements were attached. Nanao's record of attempted enforcement timing was added as supplemental evidence. Hitsugaya, who disliked disorder more than he disliked Harry's existence as a difficult question, signed a narrow but important concurrence noting that no suppression action against a combat-active realm defender should proceed without full adjudicative review. Byakuya, after a day and a half of saying nothing publicly, submitted a separate statement. It was only 3 paragraphs long that made it devastating. In formal language so dry it could have cracked stone, he noted that a governing chamber which violated its own emergency custody sequence in the aftermath of a boundary crisis had weakened its own claim to procedural necessity. Harry read the copy Nanao handed him and said, "I think that was support." Nanao adjusted her glasses. For Captain Kuchiki, it was nearly a declaration of brotherhood. The High Chamber had no choice then but to grant a tribunal, not because it wished to, because refusing due process immediately after being caught trying to skip it would have sounded too much like guilt even by the standards of insulated power. So the date was set, 3 weeks. Enough time, presumably, to prepare their arguments. Enough time, more dangerously, to arrange the facts. That was the legal front. The physical front started on the 3rd day. Harry had left the 11th compound under escort to meet Mira in a records annex on the south side of Serete. The route was meant to be quiet, irregular, unannounced. Nanao had varied the timing herself, which meant only someone with access to current movement adjustments, or uncomfortably good predictive discipline, could have placed an interception team on the narrow stone bridge spanning the drainage canal between 9th and 6th Division grounds. They were waiting anyway. 6 officers in dark operational robes stepped out from the bridge pylons as Harry and his escort approached. None wore division insignia. All carried restraint gear. 2 bore suppression rods etched in bands calibrated, Harry noticed instantly, to his recorded release spectrum. Their intelligence leak was not theoretical anymore. Ikaku, walking half a pace ahead and already in a foul mood because bureaucracy offended his sense of proper violence, stopped dead and grinned. "Oh, good," he said. "Paper warriors." The lead officer lifted a sealed order. "Harry Potter, by provisional enforcement authority, no," Harry said. The man blinked. That was all the opening Ikaku required. He moved before the sentence had finished, spear out in a single flashing line that cracked the nearest suppression rod in half and sent its operator sprawling off the bridge into the canal with a yell of offended dignity. The other officers reacted fast, faster than Central squads had at 4th Division, which meant this team was better chosen. Kaido nets flared. 2 suppression specialists drove restraint lines straight toward Harry's wrists. Harry drew Hedwig Kaminari in white form. He could have cut them. He didn't. Instead, he flicked the blade once and spoke to the seam between the net and the air around it, a smaller version of what Bankai had shown him possible. The Kaido web folded inward on itself like paper forced to remember it had once been a scroll, not a cage. It wrapped harmlessly around the empty space 3 feet to Harry's right and slammed into the bridge rail instead. The squad leader's face changed. He had expected power. He had not expected refusal precise enough to make power look childish. 2 more officers came in from the flank. Ikaku met one. Korra, who had materialized from somewhere overhead because 11th Division had apparently decided stealth might be funny if used rarely enough, hit the other with both feet and all her body weight from above. Bridge stones cracked. Harry stepped forward once, sword low. "Leave," he said. The squad leader recovered enough to bark. "Restrain him!" And that, Harry thought tiredly, was always the problem with systems that spent too long listening only to themselves. They mistook repetition for inevitability. He could feel Bankai sitting one layer below his skin, not hungry, not eager, ready. The urge to use it flickered. One domain sphere on the bridge, and this entire situation ended in seconds. Seams opened, nets redirected, suppression rods rendered useless. Every attacker dropped or disarmed or spiritually pinned inside altered law. Clean, efficient, terrifying, exactly the wrong answer. Because the report would then say subject deployed Bankai against lawful internal officers in a non-realm level situation. Proof. No. Harry inhaled once, let the urge settle, and chose the harder thing. He shifted Hedwig Kaminari to black form and closed distance without release expansion at all. The black blade disrupted rather than destroyed. Every touch broke rhythm, cut pressure flow, deadened hands, turned Kaido channels sluggish. Within 20 seconds, 3 officers were disarmed. One suppression specialist could no longer feel the right half of his spiritual output. And the squad leader found Harry's blade resting flat against his throat, while the man's own binding strip lay on the stones at his feet in 2 neat pieces. Ikaku grinned over his shoulder, spear pinning another operative by the sleeve to the bridge arch. Told you, he said to no one in particular. Paper. Harry stepped back and let the squad leader breathe. Go tell them this is what mercy looks like, he said. He hated how much that sounded like something Shunsui would say. The team withdrew, no corpses, no Bankai, no usable justification. Nanao called the result operationally elegant. Kenpachi called it not enough broken teeth, but acceptable. The report that followed spread in exactly the right way. Harry Potter had been intercepted, had outclassed the detention team, and had chosen not to kill or even permanently harm them despite provocation and illegal detention attempt. That mattered. Not to the High Chamber, perhaps. To everyone else. Week 2 belonged to revelation. Mira found the prison, not all at once. Not through brilliance alone. Through the patient, ugly labor of following inconsistencies most record systems relied upon people being too tired to notice. Supply allotments to a sealed maintenance wing that had no listed maintenance staff. Ryatsu dampening orders appended to old architectural manifests. Food entries filed under non-existent personnel codes. 2 centuries of corrected clerical symbols that all pointed, when layered correctly, to a section of Serete older than the current court complex, and technically not supposed to remain in use. Someone built a prison into an archive basement. She said when she finally laid the map fragments on the table in the 11th compound war room. Harry studied the lines. That's appalling. Mira looked at him. I thought you'd say familiar. He almost smiled. The retrieval team went in 3 nights later. Not many people knew. That was the point. Harry, Mira. Nanao, because locking mechanisms feared her on principle now. Hitsugaya, because skepticism sharpened into duty made him reliable. Byakuya, because some doors required authority as much as skill, and because if they were caught, having one captain who could stare legality into the floor would help. They entered through a service tunnel under the old records wing where the air smelled of stone, dust, and secrets maintained by men who assumed stone meant permanence. The lower they went, the older the architecture became. Current military design gave way to foundational chamber work, then to something even earlier. Blocks cut in styles no current builder favored, seals layered over seals until the walls themselves seemed to be holding their breath. Harry felt the prison before he saw it, not because of suffering, because of quiet, the kind of quiet produced only when power had been forced into stillness for centuries and learned to hate every second of it. They reached the final door under triple concealment veils and a rotating calligraphic cipher that made Mira swear once, softly and with respect. This isn't incarceration, she murmured, reading the outer scripts. It's erasure. Nanao did not answer. Her face had gone still in the dangerous way it did when moral disgust sharpened her concentration instead of distracting it. Together, she and Mira unwove the seal structure. It took 41 minutes. Twice the scripts tried to collapse into self-destruction patterns. Once the third ring attempted to redirect the opening pressure into a silent alarm farther up the chain. Byakuya neutralized that with one cold line of his sword, severing the signal without visible effort. Hitsugaya remained 3 paces behind, ice already formed along his blade in case the chamber opened onto something less cooperative than an old prisoner. When the last seal broke, the door opened inward on a room smaller than any prison cell had the right to be. A woman sat inside. At first Harry thought she was dead, then she raised her head. She looked ancient, though not in the way bodies looked ancient. In the way storms did. In the way libraries felt when the floor under the newest shelf was older than the language in the books. Her hair, once black perhaps, had gone silver-white in uneven strands. Her robe hung loose on a frame made gaunt by centuries of spiritual suppression. Seal bracelets circled both wrists and throat. The Kaido lattice behind her had been embedded into the walls so long that stone had grown morally complicit around it, but her eyes were awake, burning, not dulled, not pleading. Furious with such perfect sustained clarity that Harry took one involuntary step back. The woman looked from one face to the next, paused on Byakuya's captain insignia, then on Harry's scar, then on Hedwig Kaminari at his side, and laughed. It was not a pleasant laugh. It was the laugh of someone proven right after 400 years and far too angry to enjoy it. "So," she said, voice cracked and dry and still carrying formal precision beneath the damage, "they finally found the one they were afraid of." No one answered immediately. Mira swallowed. "Yuyan." The woman's gaze shifted. "That was my name," she said, "before the chamber decided I was a doctrine problem." Nanao stepped forward without hesitation and began cutting the suppression bracelets with a sequence of tiny, exact Kaido threads. Harry looked at the seals, then at the walls, then at the woman who had survived inside them. "What did they take you for?" he asked. Yuyan's smile showed teeth, for reading correctly. That, Harry thought, was as close to biography as he needed. They got her out, barely. The moment the last collar seal broke, the prison began trying to inform on itself. Buried scripts lit in the walls. Old alarm lines woke screaming through stone channels. Hitsugaya cursed and froze the sealing passage before the signal fully propagated. Byakuya cut the inner corridor clean through a supporting veil to buy them time. Mira half-carried Yuyan on one side while Harry took the other, startled by how light she was and how much force still sat caged inside her despite everything. 3 levels up, the first interception team hit them. No decrees this time. No invitations to cooperate. Just masked enforcement officers dropping from hidden crawlways with full restraint grids already active and a killer capture efficiency that told Harry the High Chamber had decided revelation counted as a greater threat than scandal. He drew white form and the corridor exploded into light. The fight was ugly by necessity. Too narrow for captain-scale techniques, too dangerous for Bankai, too full of old architecture no one wanted collapsing on Yuyan's head. Hitsugaya locked one flank in ice and shattered his own barrier a second later to drive the attackers back under a hail of razor fragments. Byakuya turned the corridor into a storm of precisely controlled blades that cut every suppression thread without opening a single artery. Harry met the ones who got through. White blade for the nets, black for the hands holding them. Mira, astonishingly, continued hauling Yuyan through the middle of all of it while shouting route corrections with the tone of someone utterly done being ambushed by historical conspiracies. They broke through and hit open air on the east roofline just before dawn. Yuyan stood under her own power there for the first time in 4 centuries, breathing the cold serete, dawn like someone relearning spite as oxygen. When Shunsui met them at the safe house 2 divisions away, she looked at him once and said, "You wear your kindness like camouflage." Shunsui took that as the compliment it was and bowed. Then Yuyan saw Harry properly, not his file, not the prophecy, not the idea. Him. She looked at the scar. At Hedwig Kaminari, at the layered residue of Bankai still faint in his pathways for anyone skilled enough to see, something old and precise moved through her face. "Oh," she said, the syllable held horror, recognition, and vindication in equal measure. "You are worse than I expected." Harry, too tired to be offended, said, "I'm getting that a lot." Yuyan laughed again, softer this time and infinitely more dangerous. "Good," she said. "Then perhaps there is still some hope." The second use of Bankai was not a battle. That made it more revolutionary. It happened 6 days before the tribunal in the Center Avenue before the lower court steps, where the High Chamber's agents had tried to seize Yuyan during transit under sealed escort. They had meant to do it cleanly. Not in the dark this time, but in public, under enough legal banners and armed forms that anyone watching could be made to confuse authority with truth. Harry arrived in the middle of the standoff, because of course he did. Nanau had sent word. Mira had added 3 underlined notes, which Harry interpreted correctly as come now before history gets edited live. By the time he reached the Court Avenue, the square was already full. Enforcement officers, division observers, civilians held back by outer lines, and several captains not yet openly committed but unwilling to miss the shape of whatever came next. Yuyan stood in the center of the escort ring, pale and furious. One hand braced on a cane because centuries of unlawful imprisonment were rude to the body even when the soul remained intact. The enforcement commander was reading from a custody counterorder. Harry stopped at the top of the steps and listened just long enough to realize the man's language relied on one central claim, that the boundary between realms was fixed, that oversight of that fixed boundary therefore belonged to the High Chamber, that any person able to affect it beyond accepted doctrine represented not truth but threat. He looked at Yuyan. The old woman's mouth tightened by a fraction. She did not need to speak for him to understand. This, her gaze said, is the lie. The easiest answer would have been violence. The clean answer, too, by short-term standards. Harry could feel Tabira wo haku under his skin. Could feel the exact place in the avenue's seamwork where a dimensional fold could open and swallow every armed official present into a harmless holding pocket between breaths. He could do it. He knew he could. One act, one illegal mercy. The crisis would end in seconds, and the High Chamber would never need another argument. They would have their proof forever. Harry drew Hedwig Kaminari instead. The square shifted. Several officers reached for weapons immediately. The enforcement commander raised his voice. "Any release state in this zone will be treated as good," Harry said. Then he used Bankai, not fully, not like District 80. Iron no Shikan opened smaller this time, controlled and deliberate, a luminous sphere no wider than the court steps and the avenue center. Stillness spread. The white and black Shihakusho manifested. The gold pulse lit his scar. The dual blades split in his hands. The arc between them sang low and steady. Gasps broke across the square. But Harry did not attack. He turned both swords outward and touched the seam. The boundary web became visible. Not one line this time, but a luminous network of fine silver threads breathing through Serite itself. The natural currents between the world of the living, soul society, and all the smaller transitional structures beneath doctrine. The air above the avenue lit with them, along rooftops, through stone, beneath the court steps, inhaling, exhaling, tightening, loosening, alive, not a wall, a system, flexible by nature, variable by design, not owned, not fixed, never truly controlled by any chamber, however deeply it wished the paperwork to say otherwise. The crowd went silent. Captains stared, lieutenants stared, civilians stared. Yuyan closed her eyes for one brief second as if hearing old justice breathe at last. Harry spoke into that silence. "This is what they built their authority on," he said, not loudly because he did not need loud. The square itself had become listening. A lie simple enough to govern. They said the boundary is fixed, that only they can protect it, that anyone who sees it otherwise must be dangerous. He turned slightly, enough for the visible web to ripple above the enforcement line. "It isn't fixed." The silver threads brightened once, pulsing like vast lungs. It breathes. No one moved, because there, with all of Cerete watching and no violence to hide behind, Harry Potter had not attacked the legal order, he had disproven its premise. That was worse. Or better, depending on where one stood, he let the Bankai go a heartbeat later. The web faded from ordinary sight. The avenue remained. But now hundreds of witnesses knew what they had seen. The enforcement commander lowered his custody order and, for the first time since stepping into the square, looked unsure whether the words in his hand belonged to reality anymore. Harry sheathed Hedwig Kaminari. He did not say, "I could have taken you all." He did not need to. Everyone present now knew he had chosen not to. That mattered more than threat ever could. The night before the tribunal, Cerete held its breath. Rumor had outrun every official bulletin. Even those who had not seen the Avenue demonstration had heard enough to know something old was breaking open at the level of principle. Officers spoke more quietly in division halls. Clerks filed more carefully. Some captains stayed silent because they had not yet decided which side of history looked less like betrayal. Others had decided and simply refused to say so in ways the High Chamber could quote cleanly. Harry found Shunsui on a veranda overlooking an unlit garden. No sake tonight. That was how he knew it mattered. The captain commander sat in the dark with one knee raised, hat set beside him rather than on his head, which made him look unexpectedly older and less shielded than usual. Lantern light from the interior hall touched only the edge of his sleeve. Harry stopped at the entrance. For a while neither spoke. Then Shunsui said, "Couldn't sleep." Harry huffed a quiet breath. "That's becoming a theme." Shunsui nodded toward the open space beside him. Harry sat. The garden below was only shapes and wind. Somewhere far off, one night insect continued its work with admirable disregard for legal crisis. Shunsui rested his forearms loosely over his knee. "The system is flawed," he said at last. "Worse than flawed, it has been for a long time." Harry looked sideways at him. The captain commander did not sound confessional. He sounded tired in a way deeper than the body. "It was built to preserve order," Shunsui said, eyes on the dark garden. "And over enough centuries, any structure built for order starts confusing itself with the thing it was meant to protect." He smiled once without amusement. Then one day it wakes up and realizes it's been preserving itself. Harry thought of ministries, schools, families, the Dursleys preserving normality by violence, the Ministry preserving public calm by denial. Dumbledore preserving strategic possibility by withholding truth until truth became another kind of wound. "It's familiar," Harry said. "I suspected it might be." They sat with that for a moment. Then Shunsui went on, voice quieter now. "The people in it, most of them, are not villains. That's the hard part. Some are cowards, some are ambitious, some have benefited too long from bad laws, but most are just people born into a structure and taught that obedience to its shape is the same as virtue." He glanced at Harry then. "What you're doing tomorrow matters because you are giving them a chance to choose differently." Harry looked out at the garden. A chance to choose differently. That sounded almost gentle. It wasn't. It was brutal, actually. Because once people saw the lie, they had to decide what it made them if they kept serving it. "Feels less like a choice for them than for me," he admitted. Shunsui's mouth softened. "Yes." The truth of that sat between them without disguise. Because tomorrow Harry would stand before the same kind of chamber every life built somewhere sooner or later. The place where authority decided whether truth was useful enough to survive. And he would have every reason to be angry, every reason to choose force, every reason to become exactly what frightened them, because fear had once again tried to make him small enough to manage. Shunsui read enough of that in his silence to continue before the wrong thoughts gained too much shape. "Harry," he said, "the system deserves to be changed. Some of the people in it deserve consequences so sharp they'll leave marks on the next century. But if you make tomorrow into a victory where only your power decides the outcome—" He let the sentence trail off. Harry finished it himself. "Then I become another man who knew better and still took choice away because he could." Shunsui smiled very faintly. "That," he said, "is why I've kept helping you." Harry laughed once, tired and real. "You make mentorship sound suspicious. Most worthwhile forms of mentorship are." A silence followed that no longer felt strained. Harry drew the folded prophecy from inside his robe and set it on the veranda wood between them. Then, after a moment, he set the letter to Dumbledore beside it. Shunsui looked down at both papers. "Those seem like different kinds of trouble." "They are. Do I get to ask?" Harry thought about it, then nodded toward the letter. "That one's mostly me being angry at a dead man for preparing me to die and not to keep living afterward." Shunsui considered. "Reasonable." "And this one," Harry touched the prophecy, "is a room full of dead men being angry that I might keep living in a way that changes their rules." Shunsui barked a quiet laugh and shook his head. "Very reasonable," he said. The wind moved through the garden then, soft and cool. Harry rested his hand over Hedwig Kaminari's hilt. "I had a chance," he said quietly. "In the avenue." Shunsui did not ask which chance he knew. "I could have folded the square, opened a pocket between boundaries and put the entire enforcement line in it for an hour, maybe more." Harry looked out into the dark. "It would have worked." "Yes, I wanted to." That word stayed bare between them. Shunsui did not flinch from it. "Of course you did," he said. Harry took a breath. "And if they push tomorrow," Shunsui said, calm as old wood, "then you answer in the narrowest, truest way you can and no wider. Not because they deserve gentleness." He looked at Harry directly now. "Because you deserve not to become their prophecy of you." Harry held that gaze, then nodded once. The garden remained dark. The insect kept singing. The night before the tribunal stretched around them, not restful, not kind, but honest in its stillness. After a long while, Shunsui stood and retrieved his hat. "Try to sleep," he said. Harry looked up. "Do you ever give practical advice you believe?" "Rarely, but I enjoy offering it." That finally pulled a real smile from him. Shunsui settled the hat back on his head and paused before stepping inside. "One more thing," he said. Harry waited. The captain commander's expression gentled by a degree no one else in Seoul society would ever have noticed unless they knew what harder versions of him looked like. "The strongest victories," Shunsui said, "are the ones that leave other people still capable of becoming better after they lose." Then he was gone into the lantern light. Harry remained on the veranda a while longer with the prophecy, the letter, and the sword. Tomorrow would not be a battle in the ordinary sense. That almost made it more dangerous. At last he folded both papers away, stood, and went in to face whatever sleep was willing to offer a man who had once been a key, then a door, and now had to decide whether he could become something rarer, a boundary keeper who refused to mistake power for permission. The formal tribunal and the captain commander's fire, the tribunal chamber was built to make truth feel small. Harry understood that the moment he entered. The room was not large in the way the high chamber was large, not elevated into false sanctity or hidden behind architecture that mistook secrecy for wisdom. It was worse, in a cleaner way. The tribunal hall was orderly, proportioned, acoustically precise, and designed so that every voice fell exactly where the builders intended. Stone benches curved around the central floor in graded rings. Raised desks stood above them for scribes and legal officers. Behind the formal dais, the carved symbol of Seoul society's governing authority watched the chamber like a patient accusation. Everything about the place said, "Structure matters here more than people." Harry had been in enough courtrooms, offices, and authority-built spaces across two worlds to know that architecture like this was never neutral. It existed to persuade everyone inside it that order preceded judgment, and therefore judgment must be trusted. He walked in anyway. He wore ordinary black robes, not the white-and-black altered form of Bankai, not the patched practical layering he'd grown used to in the 11th Division, and not anything that made him look like a petitioner. Hedwig Kaminari rested sealed at his side. The elder wand lay hidden inside his inner sleeve close to the heart, where it had remained since arriving in Seoul society, not as a solution, no longer, but as witness. Shunsui walked 2 paces to Harry's left. Nanao followed with documents stacked in immaculate sequence. Mira entered behind them carrying copied records, translated fragments, and the sort of expression people developed when they had worked for weeks on too little sleep. And the results were finally sharp enough to wound. Yuyan came last among their core group, walking with a cane and a spine so straight it made centuries of unlawful imprisonment look, if not survivable, then at least unsuccessful in the deepest way that mattered. The other side of the chamber was already seated. Central 46 designated representatives wore severity like inheritance. Not one of them looked at Harry as a person first. They looked at him as precedent risk, systemic complication, category failure. It was an old gaze in new robes. Around the wider chamber, captains and senior officers had taken observation positions that were technically neutral and therefore politically explosive. Hitsugaya sat with icy stillness 3 rows up and slightly left of center, arms folded into his sleeves, eyes already narrowed against future nonsense. Byakuya Kuchiki occupied a seat that managed to imply both distance and judgment without visible effort. Kenpachi, after several rounds of urgent procedural objection from at least 3 different officials, had been permitted into the chamber only because Shunsui had explained in a tone of saintly politeness that excluding him would create a much louder version of the same event in a less legal room. So Kenpachi sat in the back row like a wolf in a library. Yakairu sat beside him kicking her feet and grinning at the ceiling art. Harry had slept perhaps 2 hours. It was enough. A court officer struck the sounding block. The chamber quieted. The tribunal began. If Harry had expected the high chamber to rely on spectacle, he had underestimated their fear. They led with restraint, with layered terminology, with the careful professional language of institutions trying to turn violence into necessity by removing all the blood from the sentence structure. "Harry Potter," said the presiding adjudicator, a narrow-faced man whose expression made every word sound like it had passed through internal review before reaching his mouth, "stands before this tribunal under provisional Class 7 sovereignty, hazard designation pending formal determination of threat to realm stability." Harry kept his face blank. The adjudicator continued. "The issue before this body is not personal guilt, nor service previously rendered, nor the emotional effect of recent crisis. The issue is structural. Whether a soul whose capabilities exceed accepted boundary law may remain unsealed without introducing unacceptable risk to the balance of the realms." There it was, not whether Harry had done wrong, whether reality itself was permitted to include what he had become. Shunsui rose first when invited. He did not bring charm into his voice. He brought precision. "The captain commander's office contests the provisional designation in full," he said. "We further contest the lawfulness of attempted pre-adjudication custody transfer, the validity of suppression preparation without military concurrence, and the classification framework itself as presently applied." He did not raise his tone once. He didn't need to. Every clause landed with the calm violence of a blade set precisely on a table where everyone knew it could be picked up again at any time. Nanao followed him with documentation. 4th Division witness statements, timeline irregularities, evidence of unsanctioned enforcement preparation, training record access logs implicating internal surveillance beyond authorized review. Then Mira. She presented the 3 earlier sovereignty hazard cases with the merciless clarity of a scholar too tired to flatter evil by calling it complexity. 3 prior designations, she said, voice steady, all linked to doctrinal instability, all using materially similar language to the present case. 2 culminated in execution. 1 in indefinite illegal sealing without declared review term, judicial reevaluation, or lawful custodial registry. That drew the first real ripple through the chamber. Because now the argument was no longer hypothetical. It had names attached, histories, corpses. Then Yuyan stood. The room changed when she did, not because she carried much visible power yet. Centuries of suppression had cost her too much for that. It changed because everyone there understood, all at once, that buried things had a way of making institutions sound juvenile the moment they started speaking again. Her voice was dry from damage, but perfectly clear. "My name," she said, "is Yuyan of the former Kaido Core Research Branch. 412 years ago, I was sealed under sovereignty exception after presenting evidence that the realm boundary was not fixed, that Western threshold artifacts corresponded to earlier Shinigami doctrinal forms, and that the High Chamber had mistaken administrative oversight for metaphysical ownership. No one in the chamber moved, not the scribes, not the observers, not the officials who should have objected and did not, because even they understood interruption would sound like confession. Yuyan looked directly at the legal representatives of Central 46. "My crime," she said, "was being correct before your predecessors were prepared to survive it." It was, Harry thought, the most elegant act of revenge he had ever seen delivered without a raised voice. She spoke for 20 minutes. Not dramatically. Not like someone returning from 4 centuries of silence in order to weep or rage or beg. She spoke like an archivist describing theft with sufficient detail that the thieves in the room could no longer pretend the items had merely been misplaced. She named dates, seal protocols, false review entries. The internal doctrine by which the High Chamber had gradually shifted from stewarding legal structures around the realms to treating those structures as if they constituted the realms themselves. Then she stopped and sat down. The silence afterward did more damage than shouting would have. The central representatives attempted response. They did what frightened institutions always did when the oldest lies came into light. They became procedural. They conceded historical irregularities. They condemned specific prior excesses. They insisted, with fresh dryness, that past misconduct did not invalidate present caution. Harry listened, until one advocate used the phrase exceptional containment remains regrettably necessary, where ontological asymmetry exceeds established boundary tolerance. And then he discovered the human capacity for patience had borders after all. When his turn came to speak, he stood without notes. The chamber shifted. He could feel attention strike him from all angles, the captains, the observers, the legal desks, the men who had tried to seize him in a hospital bed now pretending the issue had always been theory. Harry let it settle. Then he said the truest thing first. "I am very tired of becoming paperwork whenever I survive something your systems didn't plan for. It was not elegant, it was not formal, it was perfect. Several scribes faltered before recovering," Harry went on. "I understand the argument you're trying to make. I even understand the fear beneath it." He looked toward the High Chamber's representatives, not with anger yet, but with the hard, flat honesty of someone who had grown up around adults mistaking strategy for wisdom. "What I don't understand is why you keep insisting fear becomes law just because you write it down carefully enough." The presiding adjudicator opened his mouth. Shunsui did not move, but Harry felt the captain commander's approval settle like quiet heat in the air. Harry continued before interruption could gather form. "You call me a hazard because I can affect the boundary between realms. Fine, that part's true. You call that structural risk. Also true." He let his gaze move across the chamber. "But where exactly do you think the structure was when the Jibakure began tearing through Zaraki? Where was your fixed doctrine then? Which law was holding the seam?" That landed. Not because it was clever. Because too many people in the chamber had seen the answer already. Harry's hand rested lightly over Hedwig Kaminari's hilt. "I didn't break your structure," he said. "I kept it from breaking completely, and the reason that frightened you isn't because I'm unstable. It's because your authority depends on pretending the boundary belongs to you in a way it never has." There were gasps then, small and involuntary, because there were still things one was not supposed to say so directly in such rooms. Harry had spent enough of his life being told what not to say by people already planning around his silence. He was finished with that. One of the central advocates rose sharply. "The subject is making theological assertions beyond—" "No," Harry said, and this time there was iron in it. I am describing what I have seen. Then, because choice still mattered more than force, because he had promised Shunsui and himself, and the version of his own life he was trying not to betray, he did not draw the sword in threat. He drew it in witness. Hedwig Kaminari came free in white form with a sound like frostlight touching glass. The chamber reacted instantly. Guards shifted. Suppression teams at the rear rose half a pace. Kenpachi grinned so broadly that one court officer actually lost track of the proceedings long enough to stare in alarm. The presiding adjudicator began, "Any release state in this chamber." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm being careful." He did not use Bankai. He didn't need to. He touched the tip of the white blade lightly against the stone before the dais. Just once. The boundary web shimmered into view, not fully, not with the overwhelming revelation of the Avenue demonstration, but enough. Fine silver threads breathed through the hall's architecture, along the bench lines, beneath the floor, crossing through court walls and disappearing upward into structures no law had ever built. A murmur ran through the chamber as witnesses saw, perhaps for the first time, that the boundary was not a fixed wall. It was a living system of currents and tension and reciprocal passage, breathing, alive. Harry let them look. Then he sheathed the sword again. The web faded. No one moved for several seconds. Byakuya's face remained composed, but one could see, if one had spent enough time learning subtler men, that he no longer expected the chamber to recover its original assumptions. Hitsugaya looked as if reason itself had put him in an uncomfortable but defensible position, and he was annoyed to agree with it. Yuyan's expression was almost peaceful. The tribunal continued from there, but the shape of it had changed. Not because Harry had won, because the lie had become visible. Once that happened, every remaining argument had to work harder. The High Chamber's advocates tried. They called for caution, for review, for measured suppression as regrettable compromise. They insisted that extraordinary service did not exempt structural anomaly from management. They attempted twice to redirect attention toward Bankai-scale risk modeling. Nanao answered them with law, Shunsui with authority, Yuyan with history, Mira with records. Harry, when asked directly whether he denied representing a new and dangerous category of soul, answered, "No, I deny that your solution is justice." That line went into the official transcript. Later, in another age, students would quote it in classrooms. The Central 46 pretended it had always meant to reform. But that came later. On this day, the chamber was only a room full of frightened and tired people deciding whether truth could be admitted without collapsing the order around it. The judgment took less time than it should have. That, perhaps, was the clearest evidence that too many in the room already knew. The tribunal ruled, by majority, that the existing sovereignty hazard framework had been improperly applied, historically abused, and could not support immediate suppression action without full doctrinal review and military concurrence. Yuyan's imprisonment was declared unlawful. Prior sealed sovereignty cases were ordered opened for retrospective examination. Harry Potter's provisional designation was suspended pending the drafting of revised realm boundary governance statutes under due process protections. In simpler language, the High Chamber lost. Not entirely. Not forever, but cleanly enough for history to notice. Harry stood very still while the ruling was read. It did not feel like triumph. It felt like pressure leaving a door hinge 1 millimeter at a time after years of strain. Around the chamber, the reactions were subdued in the way all enormous shifts are subdued when no one yet knows how much will break later. Some officials looked stunned, some angry, some relieved. One of the central representatives looked genuinely older than he had an hour earlier, as if certainty had been load-bearing all along. Kenpachi laughed once from the back row, delighted and entirely too loud for court decorum. Yakairu clapped until one usher politely asked her to stop and immediately regretted the choice. Shunsui bowed his head slightly at the ruling, not because he was satisfied, Harry realized, but because winning this part required not insulting the system while it was finally doing the right thing. Nanao had already begun making notes for the next legal phase before the last sentence finished. Mira let out one breath that sounded like 3 weeks, finally remembered how to end. Yuyan closed her eyes briefly. And Harry simply stood there, clearing at last in the open, not suppressed, not caged, not filed away under fear. He should have felt joy. Instead, he felt something more complicated. Because when the chamber emptied, when the officials dispersed, when the captains moved into new conversations, and the law began the long, ugly work of becoming different, there remained one problem that had not gone anywhere at all. Shunsui knew it. Harry knew it. And by the time they reached the outer court garden beyond the tribunal hall, there was no one left between them and the truth of it. The garden beyond the tribunal was quiet, formal, almost offensively calm, raked stone, low lanterns. A single narrow pond, autumn grass bent under a breeze that had not asked permission from politics before arriving. Harry stepped onto the stone path and felt, for the first time all day, how tired he actually was. The trial had cost less energy than the Bankai, less pain than the Dangai, but a different sort of expenditure altogether. The cost of standing visible without solving the problem by force. He heard Shunsui follow. No one else did. Nanao, perhaps by design, had peeled away with the legal officers. Mira was being cornered by 3 different archivists who had suddenly discovered enormous interest in Western threshold scholarship. Yuyan had disappeared into the care of 2 captains, and an outraged 4th Division supervisor determined never again to let centuries-old prisoners skip proper meals. So it was only Harry and Shunsui in the garden when the captain commander said, "You did well." Harry stopped beside the pond. "That sounds dangerous coming from you. Most important praise is." Harry glanced at him. Shunsui's face held no easy smile now, no floral laziness. No half-joking softness used to smuggle knives into larger truths. Just the man beneath it all, kind, dangerous, and carrying responsibility so long it had become part of the shape of his shadow. "The tribunal was necessary," Shunsui said. "The reform ruling matters. What Yuyan said matters. What you showed them matters." He looked out across the water. "And none of that changes the other question." Harry exhaled slowly. There it was, no surprise, not really. He had seen it in Shunsui's eyes at Zaraki after the Jibakure, in the days after. In every careful training conversation where the captain commander circled not merely what Harry could do, but what that doing might mean over years rather than crises. "Iron no shikken," Harry said. Shunsui nodded once. "When you use it," the captain commander said, "the boundary changes." The wind moved over the pond. Harry did not answer immediately. Shunsui went on. "I have reviewed every battle record, every censor note, every anchor report from District 80 and the Avenue demonstration." His voice remained level. "Your Bankai does not simply reveal the seam. It rewrites the behavior of local boundary law while active. For the moment that is tactical, beneficial even, but the seam is living structure. It remembers exposure." Harry rested one hand on Hedwig Kaminari's hilt. He had known this conversation was coming. What he had not known was whether Shunsui would sound afraid. He did not. He sounded grieved by the shape of the duty. "Over years," Shunsui said quietly, "over decades, repeated use of iron no shikken might alter the default relationship between realms. Not as crisis, as drift. Cumulative. Permanent." Harry looked at him fully then. "And if I can't control that," he said, "then everything you helped me become turns into the worst thing you've ever allowed." A muscle shifted once in Shunsui's jaw. Yes. No lie, no comfort, no evasion. Harry thought, suddenly and vividly, of Dumbledore in white light, of all the ways love and strategy became tangled when powerful men believed they had no right to simplicity. The difference here was not that Shunsui loved him less or more. It was that Shunsui had learned to speak the danger before deciding for him what danger meant. That mattered enough to hurt. "What are you asking?" Harry said. Shunsui's hand went to his sword, not fully, just enough. "I am asking," he said, "for the truth in the only language I trust at this scale." He drew. The sound was soft. The air changed anyway. I am asking you to show me that you understand what you are. Harry looked at the blade, then at Shunsui. And if I can't, the captain commander's eyes held his, then I will have to stop you before the realms start changing around a power you cannot govern. No threat in it, no anger, only the terrible honesty of duty where love had not been allowed to become blind. Harry stood very still, then he nodded. All right, he said, and drew Hedwig Kaminari. They chose the old western garden because it lay far enough from the court chambers that the first shockwave would not shatter legal dignity. Captains gathered anyway. Of course they did, not formally, not as witnesses. As men and women of power, drawn by the unmistakable spiritual weather of two Bankai users about to test reality and one another, for reasons none of them could dismiss as spectacle. Kenpachi stood at the perimeter with Yakairu on his shoulder and his arms folded, expression unreadable beneath his bells and grinless mouth. Hitsugaya arrived without comment and took position near a half-ruined wall where ice would spread cleanly if needed. Byakuya stood opposite him among the pines, remote and fully attentive. Nanao remained closer than anyone else, not because she meant to intervene, but because if intervention became necessary, no one alive trusted legal aftermath to anyone else's precision. The garden itself was cleared in seconds. Barriers layered, outer grounds evacuated. Wind turned restless over stone and water. Then only Shunsui and Harry remained inside the inner line. They faced each other across the pond. Neither moved for several breaths. Then Shunsui smiled, not kindly exactly, but with a sad amusement that made the moment worse. I would have preferred tea, he said. Harry huffed once. You say that every time something catastrophic happens, because I mean it every time. Then the captain commander vanished. Shunpo blurred the space between them. Harry met the first cut on instinct, white blade against Shunsui's drawn sword in a crack of light, so sharp the pond behind them split at the surface from pressure alone. They disengaged immediately. Shunsui reappeared 3 paces left. Harry pivoted. The second strike came low and almost lazily. It nearly took his legs off. Harry barely shifted into black form in time to catch it. The impact rang through both arms and drove him backward across the stones. Shunsui followed with no visible effort, blade work elegant in the way old deadly things were elegant. Nothing wasted. No single movement larger than it needed to be, every cut shaped as if conversation and execution had once been taught from the same manual. Harry answered with white arcs first. Shaped force, lightning-curved lines, hybrid Kaido built from wizard instinct and soul reaper law. Shunsui cut through them, not always cleanly, not effortlessly, but with the eerie composure of a man whose own relationship to death ran far deeper than most souls could even metaphorize. This was no spar, and no attempt to kill. It was, exactly as the outline of it had promised, a conversation of spiritual wills. Harry felt that truth 3 exchanges in. Shunsui was not testing his reflexes, not his raw output. He was forcing Harry to use iron no shikken under pressure, while being observed by someone strong and subtle enough to notice what the Bankai did between techniques, which meant Harry had to show everything. No more partial truths. Fine. He stepped back once, drew both blades apart and spoke the release. Bankai, iron no shikken, stillness opened. The 60-meter sphere spread across the garden, drinking sound, bending pressure, rendering the seam visible once more as a luminous line breathed through the pond, the paving stones, the night air itself. Harry's robes whitened. The gold pulse lit his scar. White blade in the right hand. Black in the left, the arc between them alive and steady. At the edge of the domain, several observing captains went rigid as the seam's breathing became visible again. Shunsui stood inside it and watched the line appear without surprise. I thought so, he said softly. Then he released his own Bankai. The world dimmed, not literally, not as loss of light, as mood-given jurisdiction. Kaiten Kaiokatsu, Karamatsu Shinju unfolded across the garden like an old tragic play deciding the audience was now part of the cast. Shadows lengthened, water darkened. the air filled with the unbearable intimacy of endings shared. Harry felt it instantly, a Bankai structured not around impact but around consequence, weaving emotional lore into the battlefield until distance. Wound, sorrow, and mortality became communal truths no one inside could entirely escape. Shunsui's power did not oppose Iron no Shikken so much as answer it from the other side of death's philosophy. Where Harry's domain revealed boundary as permeable seam, Shunsui's made mortality intimate, weighty, and inescapably mutual. They were opposites. They were complements. And when they overlapped, the garden became the most dangerous discussion either of them had ever held. Harry saw at once why Shunsui had chosen this. No simpler test would do. Karamatsu Shinju pressed shared burden into the domain, making every wound echo relationally rather than locally. Harry answered with Death's Mirror, not to reflect Shunsui's force. His Bankai was not so crude as beams and blasts, but to purify the emotional pressure that gathered in the overlap where despair might otherwise become dragging gravity. The seam between them glowed brighter. The pond at their feet split into black and silver halves. Shunsui stepped forward through his own tragedy like a man who had worn it long enough to walk comfortably inside it. "Tell me," he said, and cut. Harry met him white against white, black against black, domain against domain. Each collision became revelation. Every time Iron no Shikken stabilized the seam in answer to Shunsui's Bankai law, the visible boundary shifted, subtly, microscopically, but enough for a captain of Shunsui's caliber to read. That was the problem. The drift, the memory, the after-effect. And every time Harry answered with Bankai, he was also doing something else, something smaller, quieter, deliberate. Shunsui noticed it at the 12th exchange. A tiny pulse of Tabira wo haku, not opening a visible door but easing a local strain line behind the primary seam. A correction. A balancing breath. The captain commander's eyes narrowed. Harry saw it and knew the conversation had changed, so he stopped hiding it. The next time their blades met, Harry opened the seam under the pond not outward but inward, bleeding accumulated stress from an old warped boundary not sealed there decades. No, longer ago by rigid high chamber doctrine. The correction was so small no ordinary observer would have marked it. But Shunsui felt it, saw the drift not increase but settle again. Another cut, another micro-adjustment, not damage, repair. Karamatsu Shinju deepened. The garden darkened into a sorrow space where shared consequence should have driven weaker wills to their knees. Harry remained standing not because he resisted mortality, but because Iron no Shikken no longer tried to dominate the seam. It listened to it, counterweighted old damage, released pressure the way a healer lanced a wound and let what should have drained long ago finally move. And Shunsui realized in the center of battle that he had misread the sign. Harry's Bankai was changing the boundary, yes, but not by destabilizing it, by healing it. The rigid suppressive doctrine of the high chamber, the centuries of forcing a living system to behave like a fixed wall, had created accumulated warping all through the realm structure. Tiny stresses, chronic misalignments, old pressure scars. Iron no Shikken did not create them. It revealed them, and because Harry had learned to feel the seam intimately, he had been counteracting them every time he used the Bankai since the Jibakure battle, quietly, without telling anyone, because he had not trusted the conclusion yet himself. Shunsui's next cut came slower. Harry met it, black blade locked against Shunsui's, white sword held wide enough that the luminous seam ran between them like a third combatant. The captain commander looked straight into his eyes. "You've been managing it," Shunsui said, not accusation, recognition. Harry, breathing hard now under both domains, answered with equal honesty. "Yes." Another pulse through the seam, a correction at the garden's western edge where the overlap had begun to overstrain old anchor law, a release, a settling. Shunsui laughed once, not because it was funny, because the relief of being wrong in the right direction was almost too much for anything else. "You could have told me." Harry's mouth tightened. "I wasn't sure until the avenue," a hard breath. Then I knew the boundary was already damaged. Every time it flexed around my Bankai, I could feel where it had been forced still too long. He shoved Shunsui back a step and let the white blade rise. Someone had to! The captain commander's face changed then, not yielding, not surrendering, understanding. This, Harry thought, was the deepest layer of mentorship, not being taught, but being believed once the answer finally outran the teacher. Shunsui lowered his sword an inch. Karamatsu Shinju began to withdraw, the tragic pressure easing from the garden like a tide reluctant to leave shore. "You are impossible," he said, and there was wonder in it now along with the old exhaustion. Harry let out a laugh that hurt in his chest. "I've been getting that a lot too." The Bankai overlap faded in stages. First Shunsui's, shadows and sorrow withdrawing into the shape of a man who had learned to carry grief without letting it become his only law. Then Harry's, the visible seam dimming, the white and black robes darkening, the arc between Hedwig Kaminari's forms collapsing back into the sealed sword's quiet certainty. When the stillness sphere vanished completely, the garden breathed again. Night returned. Wind moved. The pond, divided for a while into argument and answer, became water once more. No one at the perimeter spoke. For one rare and perfect moment, even Kinpachi seemed to understand silence as praise. Shunsui stood with his sword lowered. Harry faced him, exhausted, scorched by pressure, body trembling with the aftermath of too much Bankai and too much truth finally made visible. The captain commander smiled then, genuinely, tiredly, like a man outmaneuvered by someone he had hoped might eventually outgrow needing him. "You have been fixing it the entire time," he said. Harry sheathed Hedwig Kaminari. "The boundary was already wounded," he said. "I just have the right tools to hear where." Shunsui lowered his blade fully and laughed, not the courtly laugh, not the lazy flirtation of a dangerous poet, the real one. Warm, surprised, free. It echoed through the garden and broke the last of the tension around the observing ring. At the perimeter, Kenpachi looked at the two of them for one long, unreadable second. Then he turned and walked away. Yakairu on his shoulder kicked her feet and beamed at Harry over the captain's retreating back. Kenpachi did not say a word. He didn't need to. Absolute satisfaction had a posture too. Hitsugaya exhaled, slow and controlled, as though reason had just survived another impossible day but would be charging interest later. Byakuya inclined his head once, a gesture so slight anyone not paying close attention might have missed that it happened at all. Nanao closed her eyes briefly behind her glasses, not in relief exactly, but in the practiced internal motion of someone already reorganizing lore around a truth she had only just seen confirmed, and had nonetheless somehow half-anticipated. Shunsui stepped closer to Harry, not as examiner now, not as captain commander, simply as the man who had chosen to challenge him because duty required it and now had the rare privilege of being glad duty had lost its worst possible argument. "You won," he said. Harry shook his head once. "No," he said. "We understood." Shunsui's smile deepened. "Better," he admitted. Then, because the world did not stop requiring absurdity simply because enlightenment had occurred, Harry's knees nearly went out from under him. Shunsui caught his elbow before the garden stones did. There was that again, someone holding the weight for a breath where it could be shared. "Don't look so pleased," Harry muttered. "My apologies," Shunsui said gravely, not sounding apologetic in the slightest. "It's been a very satisfying evening." Harry laughed despite himself. Somewhere at the outer path, Ikaku appeared just in time to see Harry half-supported, sword sheathed, and the captain commander clearly not trying to kill him anymore. The third seat looked offended by how philosophical the whole thing had turned out. "TCH," he said. "So that's it? No final catastrophe?" Harry, still leaning more than pride would usually permit, managed to straighten just enough to look at him. Ikaku planted his practice spear against one shoulder and grinned. "You still owe me a proper spar where you're not busy rewriting reality." That more than anything else made the night feel suddenly survivable. Harry met the grin with one of his own. "Tomorrow," he said. Ikaku snorted. "You'll probably still be limping." Then you'll finally have a fair chance. That got a bark of laughter from the third seat, and a delighted cackle from somewhere behind where Yakairu had reappeared, despite apparently leaving with Kenpachi minutes ago, thereby confirming again that normal entrance logic did not apply to her existence. The garden, ruined and repaired and newly honest under the stars, settled around them. The tribunal was over. The law had cracked. The captain commander had tested the thing he feared most and found not catastrophe but cure. There would still be politics, still be reform. Still be those in the high chamber who could not bear what the truth made of their power. But something essential had changed tonight. Not Harry's strength, though that was real. Not merely his control, his place. He was no longer an anomaly awaiting decision. No longer a door people feared because they did not understand what else doors might be for. He had become, in the oldest and rarest sense, a keeper. Not of walls, of living thresholds. And beside him, Shunsui Kyoraku looked up at the breathing night and said very softly, as if answering a question the stars had been asking too long, "Well." Harry followed his gaze. "Well," he agreed, the war for the structure of Soul Society was not fully over. But the ground beneath it had changed. And for the first time since stepping through the veil, Harry felt not merely capable of surviving the next chapter, but ready to shape it. The living and the dead have more to say to each other than either side admits victory, Harry discovered, did not sound like triumph. It sounded like construction. For the first 2 weeks after the tribunal and the garden duel with Shunsui, Serite woke each morning to hammering. Not the crude clatter of emergency rebuilding after battle, though there was some of that too in the outer districts still healing from the Jibakure's crossing. This was different, quieter, more stubborn, doors being rehung in administrative wings, seal arrays being re-inked where old sovereignty scripts had been removed under formal review. Courtyard walls being patched after arguments between captains and the legal order had become too physical to remain theoretical. Storage archives being opened, catalogued, and in several cases found to contain truths no one currently in power was pleased to inherit. Soul Society was changing, not cleanly, not all at once. Systems that old never moved without trying to preserve the shape of themselves in the act of reform. There were committees now, which Harry distrusted instinctively. There were review boards, which he distrusted with practical experience. There were public statements drafted in tones of grave institutional wisdom that would have been funnier if fewer people had been imprisoned under the old wisdom. And yet, there were also real things. The sovereignty hazard statutes had been frozen pending redrafting. Yuyan's testimony had forced the opening of 3 sealed archive branches. Nanao had somehow weaponized due process into an instrument of public humiliation against at least 2 high chamber clerks who had signed off on custody overreach. Shunsui had stopped pretending patience and threat could not be allies, and was now using both in equal measure. Mira Ashford, whose promotion remained technically unofficial for several days longer than anyone sensible thought necessary, had been given rooms, staff, and preliminary funding to begin building a formal research office on Western spiritual traditions and boundary correspondence. It was, by the standards of both Wizarding Britain and the afterlife, astonishing progress. Harry watched all of this happen from a strange position, central to it and occasionally irrelevant to the daily mechanics, which was healthy, he thought. He had spent too much of his life being the event rather than a person within it. So for the first time since stepping through the veil, Harry allowed himself several things that would once have felt impossible. He slept. He ate without rushing. He trained because he wanted skill, not because prophecy or battle urgency made every day a narrowing corridor toward necessary violence. And, once the legal dust settled enough that Nanao no longer looked at the phrase new communication pathway as if it personally insulted her sense of procedural order, he turned to the thing he had wanted almost from the day he arrived: the letters. The mechanism took 9 days to build, not because Soul Society lacked the theory. Quite the opposite. Once Yuyan, Nanao, two Kaido specialists, and Mira were put in a room with Harry's memories of patronesses, dream channels. The resurrection stones flawed recall, and Iron no Shikken seem sensitivity. The problem became less can this be done, and more can this be done without violating three moral boundaries and the structural integrity of two realms. That, Harry thought, counted as progress too. The final solution was elegant in the way only complicated, deeply dangerous things became elegant after the right people had argued long enough. The channel would not send physical objects. It would not drag souls across realms. It would not open a stable waking line. Instead, it would do something much quieter and far harder to misuse. It would allow a message, once written and anchored properly through Harry's spiritual signature, to be delivered as a dream of unmistakable clarity to a chosen living recipient already bound to him by strong emotional continuity. Not summoning, not haunting, not intrusion, exactly invitation. The dream would feel real. The recipient could reject it, wake from it, refuse to engage further. But if they chose to remain, they would receive the letter in a space constructed from their own memory and Harry's intent, a meeting ground safe enough to hold truth without collapsing into a raw crossing. Nanao explained all this with the tone of someone describing irrigation engineering. Yuyan explained it like a woman who had spent 400 years watching institutions fear contact more than corruption. Mira explained it like an excited scholar trying desperately not to sound too excited in front of ancient practitioners. Harry just wrote 3 letters. Ron, Hermione, Ginny. He wrote them by hand in a quiet room overlooking one of 8th Division's inner gardens. Hedwig Kaminari resting sealed beside the inkstone, and the elder wand laid across the edge of the table like an old witness, permitted to observe without interfering. Outside, Soul Society continued the enormous work of not breaking while it changed. Inside, Harry discovered that writing to the living was harder than writing to the dead had ever been. Not because there was less to say, because there was more. The letter to Ron began badly and stayed that way for half a page. Ron, this will sound insane, which I realize is not narrowing things much where my life is concerned. Harry scratched that out, tried again. Ron, I'm alive. Sort of. That's either the most helpful or least helpful opening sentence I've ever written. He scratched that out too. In the end, he wrote the way one only wrote to people who had seen you at 14, 15, 16, and 17, and still somehow remained. Ron, I don't know what version of this you'll believe first, so I'm going to start with the part that matters most. I didn't disappear because I stopped loving the people I left behind. I disappeared because I was more broken than I understood, and I stepped through a door I should probably have examined more carefully. That stayed. He kept going. By the time he finished, the letter to Ron had become uneven in exactly the right way, part confession, part apology, part laugh-in-the-dark honesty. It included details only Ron would understand properly. Mentions of the Burrow's kitchen, of chess strategies Harry never learned because he always relied on Ron to see 3 moves farther in chaos than anyone gave him credit for. Of how strange it had been to end up in another military structure and discover that none of them, not even captain-class monsters in black robes, had Ron's specific genius for making disaster feel survivable by insulting it. The letter to Hermione took longer, not because it was harder to begin, but because once he did, it turned into 8 pages before he noticed. That, too, felt right. He described Soul Society in as much practical detail as he could without getting lost in technical vocabulary still half foreign to him. He explained Hollows, Rukungai, the Gotei 13, the relationship between Ryuryoku and wizarding magic. The old Hallows correspondences Shunsui's archives had uncovered, the Bankai in terms he knew Hermione would detest for being insufficiently rigorous, and then re-explained it in better structure on the next 3 pages because he could already hear her corrections in his head. He apologized there too, but differently, not only for leaving, For how often in life he had let Hermione become his certainty while he remained movement. How often he had relied on her ability to structure impossible things into meaning and then failed to tell her, directly enough, what that had saved in him. He ended that letter with, "You once told me that understanding something and accepting it are not the same act. I think I'm finally learning that was true about more than magic." The letter to Ginny nearly defeated him, not because he lacked words, because he had too many and none of them felt fair. He sat with the blank paper in front of him until the sunlight outside shifted to amber and then to evening silver. Hedwig Kaminari hummed once against the table, a soft presence rather than instruction. The elder wand lay quiet beside the inkstone, its old wood catching the fading light like history trying not to intrude. In the end, Harry wrote the opening line and let the rest follow from truth rather than strategy. "Ginny, I should have told you more things before I left." He stopped there for a long time after the sentence appeared. Then he wrote everything that line required. Not every memory, not every grief. Some things belonged to their own old life and did not need to be reopened just because letters finally could be sent. But he wrote the important part, that leaving had not been a verdict on her, or on them, or on the life they might have had if he had been a different sort of young man with a gentler ending to his war. It had been, instead, the decision of someone too unfinished to remain where everyone he loved expected him to know how to be whole. He wrote of regret, of care, of the ugly dignity of admitting when love was real and still not enough to repair what a person had become inside. He did not ask forgiveness. He did not promise return. He simply told the truth and trusted Ginny enough to let that be what it was. When all 3 letters were done, Harry sat with them until the candle burned low. Then he folded them carefully and took them to the threshold chamber. The chamber chosen for the first transmission had once belonged to a private Kaido testing wing. And now, under Nanao's exacting eye and Yuyan's occasionally savage amendments, had become a room dedicated to doing something Seoul society had not officially acknowledged should even be possible. Seal work covered the walls in concentric arrays. A circle of fine silver powder marked the inner boundary. 3 low stands waited at the cardinal points, each bearing 1 folded letter. At the far end, a narrow opening in the chamber architecture looked out not onto a garden or corridor, but onto a shallow pool designed to reflect only light and not faces. Harry entered with Shunsui, Nanao, Yuyan, and Mira. No one else. This was not a public miracle. This was work. Nanao checked the written names on each letter against the corresponding emotional anchors Harry had supplied. Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Ginny Weasley. No titles, Yuyan had insisted. Names crossed boundaries more cleanly when hierarchy was not invited to cloud them. Mira completed the final chalk runes and looked up with visible effort, not to radiate excitement like a second lantern. Shunsui, hands tucked into his sleeves, observed the room with the peculiar serenity of a man who had seen increasingly impossible things for weeks, and had now simply decided to be curious faster than fear could catch him. Yuyan stood nearest the reflecting pool, one hand on her cane, expression grave. "This will hurt," she said. Harry looked at her. "How much?" she considered. "Enough to remind you that affection is a form of opening." "That sounds like you're enjoying this." "I am enjoying accuracy. Fair enough." Harry stepped into the circle. He drew Hedwig Kaminari, not in white or black, not fully released, simply enough for the blade's soul to align with his own. The sword came free with that soft note of winterlight and storm memory. Gold pulsed low in his scar, the room cooled by a degree. "Focus on each recipient separately," Nanao said. "Do not attempt all 3 emotionally at once. The channel will divide the transmissions. We have structured the sequence, but if you lose center, Mira and I close the gate before you accidentally dream-send half your trauma to Britain." Yuyan finished. Harry almost smiled. "That's encouraging." "No," Yuyan said. "It is caution." He took a breath, then another. He rested the tip of Hedwig Kaminari against the innermost seal line and let Iron no Shikken rise. Not full Bankai, not enough to redraw the room, but enough that the seam between realms became perceptible as a silver-white trembling in the air before the reflecting pool. The letters lifted. Not physically. Spiritually, their folded shapes remained on the stands, but their meaning brightened, becoming light-bound impressions held inside the open channel. Harry thought of Ron first, of the burrow's kitchen, the smell of toast at impossible hours, chess pieces shouting, a red-headed boy at 11 offering him half a sandwich on a train because friendship, to Ron, had often begun in the simple conviction that no one should be alone while eating. The channel answered. Silver light touched the first letter and disappeared into the seam. Then Hermione, library dust. Ink stains on fingers. The furious righteousness of someone who loved truth enough to bully reality toward better forms. A girl in a first-year carriage corridor telling him there was no wood in that spell and he ought to be paying attention. The second letter brightened and passed. Then Ginny. Firelight. Brooms above summer fields. The look on her face when she had long since stopped being someone's little sister in his mind and become herself in full dangerous color. The unbearable kindness of memory when it knows it has no right to ask for more than witness. The third letter vanished into the seam. The chamber shook, not violently like a held breath released across distance. Harry's knees nearly buckled. Every emotional thread used as anchor pulled through him in a single terrible, beautiful instant. Love. Friendship, regret, loyalty, laughter. The shape of years lived in company and loss. Hedwig Kaminari steadied the line, the blades hum rising around him like wings sheltering a flame from bad wind. The pool at the far end of the room rippled. For a heartbeat, 3 reflections appeared there, not faces, not bodies, but dream threshold impressions. A kitchen lit at dawn. A library table scattered with parchment, a room with red gold curtains moving softly in impossible air. Then the water stilled. It was done. Harry lowered the sword. His hands shook. Mira, wide-eyed and pale with the effort of having witnessed theory become reality, said in a whisper much too loud for how reverent she was trying to sound, "That was extraordinary." Nanau closed her ledger. "That was successful." She corrected, though the correction had gone slightly breathless around the edges. Shunsui looked at Harry with a softness he did not bother disguising this time. "Go rest," he said. Harry sheathed Hedwig Kaminari. "No," he said quietly. "I think I'd like to know if they heard." Yuyan looked toward the still pool. "You will," she said. "Dreams echo." Ron received his letter in the kitchen. Not the burrow's kitchen exactly, not physically, not in the waking sense, but in a dream so real that the distinction mattered less while he was inside it. He was sitting at a table with a chipped mug in front of him. Early morning light came through the window in the exact yellow angle it used to on summer holidays when Mrs. Weasley was already 3 tasks into the day and pretending not to count children by sound. The room smelled of tea, toast, and old safety. Ron frowned at the mug. "This is odd." He said aloud, from the far side of the table, Harry said, "That's one word for it." Ron looked up. For one breath he simply stared. Harry sat there exactly wrong enough to be right. Older in ways 19-year-olds should not have to be older, thinner through the face, hair still impossible. Eyes the same, not translucent, not ghostly, just present in the way dreams never were unless they were something else. Ron's chair scraped back violently. Harry smiled, tired and small and real. "Yeah." Ron crossed the room in 2 steps and hit him hard enough that both of them nearly knocked the dream table over. The hug was clumsy. It was fierce. It was Ron, which meant it contained relief so total it came out half as anger. "You absolute idiot," Ron said into Harry's shoulder. "That sounds familiar. You disappeared." "I know." Ron shoved him back to arm's length. His eyes were already wet. He looked furious about that fact and made no effort to hide it. You can't just die weirdly and then turn up in a dream kitchen like this is normal. "I'm not dead exactly." "That's not helping," Harry laughed, and Ron made a sound halfway between a sob and a swear. Then the letter appeared on the table between them, not falling from nowhere. It had simply always been there, folded and waiting. Ron stared at it, looked at Harry, looked back. "You wrote me a letter in a dream." In my defense, Harry said, the afterlife has very strange post. Ron sat slowly, then he read. Harry did not interrupt him. The kitchen held its impossible morning light. Steam rose from tea that had not been poured. Ron's face moved through the letter line by line. Shock, grief, incredulous laughter at the bits only Harry would choose to mention, anger at the leaving, understanding where anger had to make room for it, then something else quieter and harder to watch, relief. When Ron reached the end, he put the pages down very carefully. "You're really there," he said. Harry nodded. "Yeah, in another world, more or less, with swords." Harry's mouth twitched. "That part is accurate." Ron laughed through tears and scrubbed a hand over his face. "I hate that I can actually picture this. You always did have good instincts for absurdity." Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he said the thing Harry had not fully realized he needed. "You don't have to explain everything right now." Harry went still. Ron leaned back in the chair, jaw tight. "I mean, I want explanations," he added. "Loads of them. Hermione's going to have an actual breakdown when she starts organizing this." His eyes shone again. "But you don't have to be all right before I'm allowed to hear from you." Something in Harry's chest gave way so quietly it almost felt like relief had manners. "Thanks," he said, voice rougher than he intended. Ron swallowed hard. "Yeah, well, someone has to keep you from being thick in multiple dimensions." That made Harry laugh for real. When Ron woke, he was sitting bolt upright at a perfectly ordinary kitchen table in a perfectly ordinary morning, heart pounding as if he had run for miles. The mug in front of him had gone cold. The dream should have blurred already. It didn't. He pressed both hands over his face and sat very still. Then, because some griefs healed only when they were finally allowed to, Ron Weasley cried over tea in the kitchen and was not ashamed of it at all. Hermione received her letter in a library. Of course she did. It was not Hogwarts library precisely, nor Grimmauld Place, nor any one place from waking memory. The dream built itself from all the spaces where thought and safety had once managed, however briefly, to coexist around her. Long wooden tables, stacks of reference books, lamplight warm enough to quiet nerves without dulling the mind, rain at the windows though she could not remember it having started. Hermione Granger looked up from a book already open in front of her and narrowed her eyes. "No," she said to the room. "This is suspicious." Across the table, Harry leaned back in his chair and said, "That might be the most Hermione thing anyone's ever said." She froze. Then she stood so abruptly the chair toppled behind her. "Harry," he opened his hands helplessly. "Hi." She came around the table slower than Ron had, not because she felt less, but because Hermione had always moved toward miracle and disaster in the same way, carefully enough to be certain which one she was approaching before deciding how hard to strike it if necessary. When she reached him, she touched his face with the back of 2 fingers as if confirming the dream had texture. "You are impossible," she whispered. "I've heard that recently." And then she hugged him, not carefully after all. Just once, fiercely, with all the years between war and absence, an unfinished goodbye compressed into one impossible library breath. When she stepped back, her eyes were bright but steady. "All right," she said, already sounding like herself again. "Explain!" Harry almost laughed. The letter appeared then on the table between them, 8 pages thick, and folded with the unmistakable apologetic neatness of someone who knew full well he had written too much and not enough. Hermione stared at it. "Oh no," she said. "You've organized your thoughts." "It's irregular, I know." She sat down immediately and unfolded the first page. Harry watched her read in the same dreadful fascination he had once reserved for exam results and basilisks. Hermione did not move quickly through text she cared about. She interrogated it, annotated mentally, followed implications into corners the writer had not yet admitted existed. By page 2, her expression had become scholarly horror. By page 4, she muttered, "This is a cross-cultural metaphysical disaster." By page 6, she was half smiling through tears because some portion of the letter apparently contained a line so specifically Harry that no afterlife in any realm could have prevented it. When she finished, she laid the papers flat and looked at him over steepled fingers. You have a tendency, she said, to discover catastrophically important systems by falling through them. That's unfair. It is historical. He conceded that with a tilt of his head. Hermione reached for the letter again and tapped the section where he had explained the Hallows correspondence. I'm going to need more detail about this, she said. I know. And the soul structure translation between wand magic and Ryuryoku shaping. I know. And the fact that you apparently became a legal crisis in another world within months. Harry's mouth twitched. That part felt comforting, actually. Familiar structure. She closed her eyes for 1 second in what looked very much like the conscious practice of not strangling him even in a dream. When she opened them, the anger had gentled into something better. You should have written sooner, she said. Harry lowered his gaze. I know. Hermione's hand covered his where it rested on the table. You don't get to decide alone when you are too broken to be known, she said quietly. The sentence went through him cleanly. Because it was exactly the sort of truth Hermione had always wielded best, not cruel, not soft, simply more accurate than the lies people built to protect themselves from burdening those who loved them. I know, Harry said again, and this time it meant more. She squeezed his hand once. Then, because she was Hermione and affection never exempted anyone from practicality, she said, I am making notes. Harry laughed, I assumed. When she woke, the library was gone. She was at her own desk, dawn light thinning across stacks of real books, red ink pens still in hand. For a disoriented heartbeat, she thought the letter might physically be there. It wasn't, but the memory of it stayed so vividly that she reached automatically for parchment and began writing annotations to a page only she could still see. By the time the sun fully rose, half the margins of a blank sheet were filled with questions, corrections, cross-references, and one line underlined twice. You do not get to vanish and then return as a footnote in your own life. It was the kindest thing she could think to write. Ginny received her letter alone. The dream gave her a room that was not any room she had slept in for years, and all of them at once. Window open to summer air, curtains breathing in and out, the low golden light of evening that came just before people downstairs started calling for dinner. Her old broom leaned in the corner. A book lay open on the bed. Somewhere outside, laughter carried from a field she could not see. Ginny sat at the edge of the bed before the dream had fully told her she was asleep. Then she saw the letter on the blanket, her name in Harry's hand, no apparition. No voice. No impossible reunion waiting to soften the first blow, just the truth, offered with enough respect not to ambush her face to face before she had words of her own. She touched the folded page once, then opened it. The room remained very still while she read. At the first line, I should have told you more things before I left. Something in her face changed, not broken, not softened. Opened. She read the rest with the concentration of someone accepting pain because it had finally chosen honesty over confusion. Harry wrote of leaving because he had not known how to remain, of caring for her without making that care an excuse to ask her to carry what he had not yet been willing to name, of regret not for loving her, but for mistaking silence and distance for protection, of finding, in another world, that absence did not simplify anything. It only delayed the truth until the truth learned to arrive by dream instead of speech. Ginny reached the last line and sat holding the paper in both hands for a long time. No tears at first. That would come later, perhaps. Or not. Ginny had never owed anyone visible grief to prove depth. Instead, she looked toward the window where the evening light shifted over the open frame and said, very quietly, "You stupid, noble, impossible Pratt." It was said with so much love that the dream itself seemed to listen. When she woke, her pillow was damp under one cheek. She stared at the ceiling, then rolled onto her back and laughed once at the dark because sometimes there was no other sound large enough for what love and anger did when they returned at the same time. Soul Society knew the letters had landed before Harry did, not from external measurement. From him. He woke the morning after the transmission feeling as if 3 old knots inside his chest had loosened and left bruises behind, nothing visible, no dramatic revelation. just the unmistakable sensation of emotional threads no longer pulled tight across absence. Shunsui found him in the eastern courtyard of 8th Division just after breakfast and took one look at his face. "They heard you," the captain commander said. Harry looked up from the tea he had been forgetting to drink. "Is it that obvious to me?" "Yes." Shunsui settled onto the step beside him and stole the cup without asking. "You look less haunted and more tired. That's an improvement." Harry considered, then quietly, "Ron cried." Shunsui almost choked on tea. "You know this how?" "I don't know exactly." Harry stared out across the courtyard stones. "I felt echoes, not words, just the emotional imprint after the dream channel closed." A pause. "Hermione has definitely started annotating things, though." That made Shunsui laugh. "And Ginny?" he asked more gently. Harry's mouth softened. "She read all of it." That was all he said. Shunsui handed the cup back. Sometimes, Harry thought, good mentors knew when not to make people explain what tenderness felt like after so long without a road to it. Sirius found him on a market street 3 days later. Or rather, Harry found Sirius. But it happened with the abruptness of collision anyway. The search had taken longer than he expected. Shunsui had kept his word after the first conversation months earlier. And once the legal fires were no longer actively consuming the administration, he had quietly released to Harry a set of cross-referenced soul transit records related to foreign threshold anomalies and unregistered arrivals through death artifacts. Most led nowhere useful. Some belonged to people long since reincarnated or passed onward beyond Soul Society's current reach. One thread did not, a black, male, foreign entry not through standard Western passage, minimal military affiliation, repeated informal sightings in a middle Rukungai district under no fixed residence record. Employment, if one could call it that, as an unaffiliated hollow watcher and neighborhood defender in districts too unimportant for regular Gotei protection and too alive in their need to wait politely for budget. Harry had read the file twice before he believed it. Then he went. The district was nothing like Zaraki. Not prosperous, not by Serite standards, but lived in, stubborn, human in the full rough sense of the word. Market stalls crowded the central avenue. Children darted through alleys with fruit in their hands and no fear of being chased for it. Laundry lines crossed narrow courtyards. Someone somewhere was arguing over fish prices with a commitment worthy of history. Harry walked through the noise feeling very suddenly young, not because the place resembled home, because he was looking for someone from before home had become a battlefield. The file had suggested the market square near midday, a stall line along the eastern edge where Sirius was known to trade watch reports for meals and minor repair work. Harry turned the last corner into the square and saw him at once. Sirius stood with one boot up on the edge of a wooden crate, arguing cheerfully with a woman selling skewered river fish. He looked older than the memory Harry carried and younger than Azkaban had once made him. His hair, still dark, had grown loose around his face and tied back carelessly at the nape. His robe was practical, patched in places, worn like someone who had no interest in formal affiliation if he could help it. Laugh lines had returned to his face where prison had once carved only strain. For one impossible heartbeat, Harry could not move, because Sirius was alive, not in the technical afterlife sense, alive in presence, alive in movement, alive enough to throw his head back and laugh at the fish seller's insult, and then reach into a pocket with exaggerated offense to pay for 2 skewers instead of 1. He looked up at exactly the wrong moment. Everything in him stopped. The fish seller was saying something Harry never heard because Sirius Black had gone absolutely, utterly still across a market square full of ordinary afternoon noise. His eyes widened. Harry took one step forward. Sirius blinked once, hard, as if the figure before him might dissolve if he didn't force focus into obedience. Then he said, in a voice that cracked around astonishment and delight both, "Bloody hell, Harry." The laugh came right after it, big, barking, incredulous, exactly the sound Harry remembered from before prison had eaten too many years. "How?" Sirius demanded, still laughing. "Are you carrying 2 swords?" Harry's own laugh broke free then, half wrecked by relief. "It's complicated." Sirius barked another laugh, dropped the fish skewers onto the nearest crate without looking, and crossed the square in 4 strides. They collided hard, not gentle, not elegant, not a careful reunion arranged for emotional dignity. A crash of shoulders and arms and years. Sirius held him like someone confirming reality by force, one hand at the back of Harry's head, exactly the way he used to when Harry was 14, and trying too hard not to need anyone. Harry, who had survived war twice if one counted the afterlife, gripped back just as hard. When they finally broke enough to look at one another, Sirius's eyes were bright and wild and full of questions no single lifetime could fit. "You look terrible," Sirius said. Harry laughed helplessly. "That might be genetic." Sirius grinned so widely it almost hurt to see it. "Good," he said. "Then you're definitely mine." They talked for 6 hours, not all at once in one place. They began in the market because neither of them seemed capable of stopping long enough to relocate properly. Sirius bought food. Harry forgot to eat half of it while trying to answer the first impossible questions. No, he hadn't come through the normal way. Yes, the Veil had been involved. No, Sirius hadn't been in Serete. Yes, apparently there were captains now who found Harry interesting, which Sirius considered both inevitable and deeply suspicious. No, Harry was no longer sure whether dead was the correct word for either of them in any useful sense. Then they moved. A tea stall, a roof, a narrow bridge over a district canal where evening lanterns reflected in the water. Finally, Sirius's rooms above a cooper's workshop, small and untidy and full of evidence that he had built a life from the scraps Soul Society left lying around, and his own total inability to leave suffering alone if he spotted it. Harry did not get the full story at once. Neither did Sirius. That was part of what made it real. They spoke the way survivors did when finally allowed not to summarize themselves for strangers, in pieces, in leaps, in moments of abrupt shared silence where the obvious thing to say was too large, and they both knew there would be time enough to get there if they did not insult it by rushing. Sirius listened to everything about Soul Society with the delighted concentration of a man who had landed in the afterlife and immediately treated it like a neighborhood that needed better watch patterns. When Harry described Kenpachi, Sirius laughed so hard he nearly spilled tea. "That sounds awful," he said. "I want to meet him immediately." "No, you don't. I absolutely do." Harry, who had watched Kenpachi evaluate new people by wondering how entertaining they would be to fight, thought of Sirius Black swaggering into the 11th Division compound like a challenge in coat form, and realized that, in fact, the meeting would probably destroy a section of architecture and delight everyone involved. He chose not to say so aloud. When Harry told Sirius about the letters, about Ron and Hermione and Ginny and the Dream Channel, Sirius went quiet in the good way, attention, not distance. "You sent them." He said, "Yeah, and—" Harry looked down at the tea in his hands. "They heard—" Sirius smiled then, not the reckless grin, but something softer and older and infinitely more dangerous, because it came from a man who had loved and lost and still somehow believed tenderness should not be surrendered to either event. "Good," he said. They did eventually speak of harder things. James and Lily, Remus, Tonks, Fred, the war, the fact that neither of them had gotten the life they should have had, and that there was no dignity in pretending otherwise. Harry told Sirius about the forest, about the Veil, about Dumbledore and the Hallows, and the ridiculous cosmic joke of ending up in a world where the Hallows had their own older bureaucratic scandal attached. Sirius listened to that last part, then leaned back in his chair and said, "Well, that does sound like our family, doesn't it? Turn one death myth into at least 3 legal disasters." Harry laughed until it hurt. At some point, late enough that the workshop below had gone silent and the district lanterns burned low, Sirius looked at the sealed form of Hedwig Kaminari resting beside Harry's chair. "May I?" he asked. Harry hesitated only out of instinct, then nodded and handed the sword over. Sirius took it with surprising reverence, not because he was afraid of it, but because he understood tools that had become more than tools. The blade hummed faintly under his touch, neither hostile nor fully responsive. Sirius weighed it once. Good, he said. Harry blinked. What? Sirius handed it back. It likes you. Harry laughed. That's your assessment? That's my highly advanced godfather intuition. Harry sheathed the sword again, smile lingering despite himself. For one long, quiet moment, neither of them spoke. Then Sirius looked at him with sudden, devastating clarity. You found a job, he said. Harry frowned. A job! In the cosmic sense. Sirius gestured vaguely, as if this explained anything. Most people spend their whole lives being pushed through doors they don't understand. You've somehow become the idiot in charge of checking the hinges. Harry stared, then laughed so suddenly he nearly doubled over. That is the worst description of my role anyone has given me. Then it's probably accurate. And because Sirius had always known how to slide truth into absurdity so it bypassed resistance, Harry let himself keep laughing until the ache under his ribs gave way to something brighter. When he finally rose to leave, dawn was already beginning its pale, impossible work over Soul Society's sky. At the door, Sirius caught his wrist once, briefly. Don't vanish again without trying the civilized methods first, he said. Harry looked down at the hand, then up at him. I'll try. Terrible promise. Best available. Sirius smiled and squeezed once before letting go. Close enough? On his way back through the waking streets, Harry detoured by District 80. He did not announce himself. He did not arrive as a legal reform symbol, a near captain, or a Bankai wielder whose name now made junior officials nervous. He arrived with a work coat over ordinary robes and spent 6 hours helping rebuild a shelter wall damaged in the Jibakure crisis. No one in the district made a fuss. The children who had once stared at him from the alley on his first day glanced at the sword at his back, the scars, the older set to his face, and accepted him the way hard places accepted anyone useful who did not make a performance of usefulness. He hauled timber, reset beams, took directions from a woman twice as loud and twice as competent as anyone trying to help her would have preferred. At midday, he sat on an overturned crate, eating rice from a wooden bowl while 2 boys argued nearby over whether anyone had really seen him turn into lightning. Harry let them argue. It felt right. By dusk, the shelter stood straight again. He washed his hands at the communal pump, looked once toward the outer seam where the boundary now breathed quietly under distant guard, and felt not peace exactly, but something that might eventually grow there if given enough ordinary labor and fewer prophecies. When he returned to Serete, Mira was waiting outside her new research rooms with ink on her wrist and triumph in her eyes. You're late, she said. That's becoming a pattern. She shoved a document at him. What now? Might become an official division. Harry blinked down at the page. Provisional Establishment. Western Spiritual Correspondence Research Office. Below it, in neat legal script, a line confirming Mira Ashford's appointment at Lieutenant Equivalent Authority for Academic and Cross-Realm Theological Study. He looked up. Mira, who had once been a sharp-eyed academy student explaining why his Kaido offended established scales, tried and failed to look unmoved. Well, she asked. Harry grinned. Lieutenant-level scholar, he said. That sounds dangerous. It's going to be terrible for everyone who likes sealed archives. Good, she laughed. Then, because she knew him well enough now to hear things beyond words, she tilted her head. You found who you were looking for. Harry's hand touched the hilt of Hedwig Kaminari lightly. Yeah, he said. Mira smiled, small, real, satisfied on his behalf without claiming any portion of it for herself. Good, she said, and for the second time in one chapter, the word meant enough to stay with him the rest of the day. That night, standing at the edge of a quiet Serete veranda with the sky thinning toward dawn and the old, impossible world of the living no longer sealed entirely away from his reach, Harry Potter understood at last what this chapter of his life had become. Not closure. He no longer believed in that as a clean event. This was something rarer and harder. Contact, not with death alone, not with memory alone, with continuity. The letters had gone, the living had heard, Sirius had been found. Yuyan was free. Mira had built a new field from curiosity and stubbornness. Soul Society, awkward and ancient and finally a little more honest, was beginning to change around truths it could no longer bury. Harry looked down at the elder wand in one hand and Hedwig Kaminari in the other. They no longer felt like competing stories. One was the shape of where he had come from, one the shape of what he had become. Both were his. And somewhere beyond both, just beyond the visible seam of worlds and grief and law, there remained more doors than anyone's mythology had counted properly. For the first time in either life, Harry did not feel compelled to step through one simply because it was there. He could wait. He could choose. He could write and be heard. He could stay. And in that knowledge, beneath a sky not his and long after the war that had first taught him what survival cost, Harry Potter found something close enough to hope that the difference no longer mattered. Not a king. Not a god. Just someone who knows the way the door opens. Soul Society did not know what to do with Harry Potter once he stopped being an emergency. It had known how to categorize him as an anomaly. It had known how to fear him. It had learned, reluctantly and at considerable institutional cost, how not to try sealing him like a dangerous document. But now the realm itself was quiet. The Jibicure was gone. The tribunal had shattered the old law. The High Chamber had lost enough authority that even its surviving members had begun speaking in a language less like decree and more like apology disguised as procedure. The boundary breathed easier where Iron No Shikken had touched it. And Harry, who had arrived in Soul Society as a man stripped of direction and rebuilt by pressure into a weapon no one had expected, was, for the first time in months, not immediately required to save anything before breakfast. This, Shunsui Kyoraku decided, was exactly when the real problem began. Harry found him in the 8th Division garden 3 mornings later with a tray of tea, 2 folders, and the expression of a man about to commit elegant administrative blasphemy. "Is that my breakfast?" Harry asked, stepping onto the veranda. Shunsui looked up from the top folder. "Some of it. That's ominous." "It's paperwork," Shunsui said, "a more insidious predator." Harry sat opposite him, accepting the offered cup. The garden between them still carried faint signs of recent reconstruction. New gravel lines. One replaced stepping stone, a scorch mark near the edge of the pond, where some earlier conversation between captains had become less verbal than intended. Soul Society, he was learning, rebuilt around significance quickly but never completely erased the evidence of it. The captain commander slid one folder across the table. Harry opened it and immediately knew he was being offered a future, not because the document said so directly. Soul Society's official language preferred to build 10 corridors around a meaning rather than let it enter through the front door. But the shape was there. Formal appointment consideration. Captaincy assignment review. Harry stared at the page, then looked up. Shunsui was watching him with a kind of lazy caution, as if he had already placed bets against 3 likely reactions and was waiting to see which one paid first. "No," Harry said. The captain commander laughed outright. "I hadn't even gotten to the sales pitch." "You don't need to. It's no." Shunsui leaned back, amused in the specific way of a man whose expectations have been confirmed in the most satisfying possible direction. "Not interested in command authority?" he asked. Harry looked back down at the file, then closed it and pushed it gently away. "That's not what I'm good at." Shunsui raised one brow. "You have led people in battle, reorganized boundary doctrine by accident and then on purpose, and forced half my government to remember due process exists. Some might argue you're underestimating yourself." Harry shook his head. "That's not command," he said. "That's surviving or reacting or refusing to let stupid people be the only ones making choices." He rested both forearms on his knees, thinking as he spoke. "A division needs someone who wants to shape a structure from the inside, train people, build continuity, carry all the parts that have nothing to do with being powerful enough to survive a crisis." He glanced at Hedwig Kaminari resting beside the table leg. "That isn't me." It was not modesty. Shunsui, more than most people, knew the difference. The captain commander tipped his hat back slightly and studied Harry with old, warm intelligence. "Good," he said. "I was hoping you'd refuse." Harry blinked. "Then why offer?" "Because it would have been politically useful if you wanted the wrong thing." Shunsui smiled into his tea. "You continue to be a terrible disappointment to bureaucratic convenience." Harry snorted. "I'm touched." Shunsui drew the second folder from beneath the first and slid it over. This one Harry opened more slowly. The language was stranger. There were too few precedents cited, too many blank sections still waiting for terminology, and an unusual number of notes in Nanao's precise hand running down the margins. That alone made Harry wary and interested at once. Provisional charter proposal, designated boundary warden. He went very still. Beneath the title, the description unfolded in language still trying to invent the office as it spoke. Not a division captain, not a court official, not a rogue operative granted convenient immunity. A role outside the normal Gotei 13 command hierarchy, but subject to captain-commander oversight. Empowered to act in matters involving realm boundary instability, extradoctrinal crossings, anomalous threshold events, foreign spiritual correspondence, and threats not adequately handled by existing Shinigami structure. Access authority across division lines where boundary integrity was at stake. Investigative remit over Hallows adjacent and Western spiritual imbalances. Operational independence in the world of the living under regulated conditions. Formal obligation not to rule, command, or override established divisions except where the seam itself required intervention. Harry looked up very slowly. Shunsui sipped his tea. "There," he said. "That one sounds like you." For several seconds Harry did not answer, because the role read less like promotion and more like admission. A place not made for power alone, but for specificity. For the odd shape of his life and soul and impossible training. For the fact that he did not belong neatly in one world or the other and had stopped believing neatness was a virtue anyway. "It doesn't exist," Harry said. Shunsui smiled. "Most worthwhile jobs don't until someone becomes too inconvenient not to invent one around." Harry kept reading. At the bottom of the page, in a separate section still awaiting formal approval, was the part that made his chest tighten unexpectedly. Supplementary duty, maintenance of structured communication, and observational balance between Soul Society and Western magical spiritual systems under reformed boundary law. The wizarding world, not left behind, not erased, not reduced to dream letters and longing, still connected, not owned. Not supervised in the ugly colonial sense that institutions loved when they found something foreign and unstable. Just not ignored anymore. Not dismissed as irrelevant to the deeper flows Soul Society had neglected for 3 centuries, because neglect was easier than updating doctrine. Harry closed the folder very gently. "When would this start?" he asked. Shunsui's smile deepened by a fraction. "That," he said, "sounds much less like no." Harry huffed a laugh. "When would it start?" "After the formal review council approves the final language." "Which means Nanao has told them it is already effectively decided and they may either sign gracefully or be educated more publicly." Shunsui tilted his cup toward the veranda door where, as if summoned by precision and annoyance, Nanao eyes appeared with another ledger. "Speak of consequences." Nanao stepped out into the garden, took in the documents on the table, and did not bother hiding the fact that she was assessing Harry's face for signs of administrative reluctance. "Well," she said. Harry held up the proposed charter. "It's absurdly specific." "Yes," Nanao said. "That is why it is workable." Shunsui smiled into his tea like a man watching his 2 most strategically useful problems confirm each other's best qualities. Harry looked from one of them to the other. Then, because some truths wanted saying plainly when they finally arrived, he asked, "If I take this, am I taking a job or becoming an excuse?" Nanao's expression shifted. Not much. Enough. The question mattered to her too. Shunsui answered first, but more slowly than usual. "You're taking responsibility," he said. "Not ownership. Not permission to decide everything because you can. Responsibility to listen where others cannot, act where structures fail, and remain answerable while doing so." Nanao added, "And you are preventing less qualified people from inventing worse versions of the same office later." Harry looked back down at the charter, then nodded once. "All right," he said. Shunsui laughed softly. Nanao opened the ledger at once, because of course agreement only made her more dangerous. "Good," she said. "Then we can start arguing over the exact scope of your operational authority before the Review Council ruins the language." Harry rubbed one hand over his face. "I miss being merely chased by monsters." "No, you don't," Shunsui said, and annoyingly he was right. The first week of Harry's unofficial boundary wardenship was spent learning how badly the realms had been managed by people who thought boundaries meant walls. Yuyan joined those sessions when her strength allowed, settling into 8th Division's quieter rooms with her cane across her knees and centuries of dangerous knowledge arranged behind her eyes like sharpened books. Mira, newly wearing a lieutenant-class badge she still pretended not to be proud of, became the office's beating analytical heart. Nanao managed all of it with the terrifying competence of a woman for whom cross-realm theology was just another category of logistics, if you filed it hard enough. Harry learned more in those days than he had during some whole school years. He learned that the world of the living and soul society had never been separate in the crude, absolute sense popular doctrine preferred. They were tension systems, responsive structures. The boundary between them flexed naturally around births, deaths, magic, unresolved trauma, and localized spiritual weather. That was not a flaw. It was function. He learned that the wizarding world's long isolation from soul society's active oversight had not meant disconnection. It meant unmanaged correspondence. Old Western death tools, family magics, and inherited magical architectures had been tugging on broader boundary behavior for centuries with little official attention, beyond occasional archival annoyance. He learned that Iron no Shikken could indeed hear damage long before it became crisis, but only if he remained careful not to mistake hearing for the right to change everything. The difference, Yuyan said repeatedly, was the difference between a surgeon and a conqueror. "You are not there to improve reality according to personal taste," she told him in one lesson, voice still dry enough to crack arrogance on contact. "You are there to stop wounds from becoming doorways and doors from becoming wounds." Harry thought that might be the best description of his life anyone had yet produced. He also learned to be still in the right places. That part was harder. Shunsui took him to thin points in the realm at odd hours. Dawn above Serete's east wall, midnight along unmarked terraces overlooking the lower transit streams, once even into a silent archive chapel whose architecture had accidentally settled over a stable seam between death currents generations ago and had been pretending to be religious significance ever since. At each place, Harry stood with Hedwig Kaminari in hand or at his side and simply listened. Not for danger first, for pattern, for the breath of the seam, the in and out of passage where nothing was wrong. At first he struggled with that. Years of crisis had trained him to look for brokenness the moment he entered a room. Peace felt like disguised delay, stillness like a trick. Hedwig Kaminari corrected him without gentleness, but with care. In the inner world, the station had changed again after Bankai. The train no longer waited as if departure were the only truth in it. Some days, it sat at the platform under bright white light, while the great owl spirit perched on the roof watching Harry with those impossible human eyes. Other times, the station opened into track lines stretching out across landscapes not yet formed, as though choice itself had become architecture now, that he no longer believed all doors were traps by default. One evening, standing beneath the pale station clock that showed no hour any world could use, Harry asked the spirit, "What if I get this wrong? The owl's wings shifted, scattering light like snow disturbed in wind. "You will," Hedwig Kaminari said. Harry stared. "That's not encouraging." The spirit's two-layered voice held the soft amusement of storms. "No keeper learns without error. The question is whether your errors come from listening poorly or deciding too quickly that power makes you right." The great head tilted. "One of these can be corrected." That, Harry admitted privately, was fair. The offer of a captain's Haori became public anyway. Of course it did. Not because Harry had accepted. Because Seoul society, even in reform, remained incapable of letting important rumors remain elegant. By the time the Review Council formally approved the designated Boundary Warden Charter, half of Serite had already spent 2 weeks arguing over which division Harry would have led if he had chosen wrongly. The 11th Division's answer to this nonsense was predictable and loud. Ikaku found Harry in the central training yard the morning after the charter became official and pointed at him with a practice spear. "You turned down captaincy?" "Yes. That's either smart or insulting. Couldn't it be both?" Ikaku considered, then grinned. "Yeah, fair." The third seat had not lost his habit of demanding regular spars, just because Harry's job description now involved metaphysics and ugly legal boundaries. If anything, it had made him worse. "Boundary Warden," Ikaku said, testing the phrase as if it were a weapon with uncertain balance. "Sounds fancy. It means I get blamed in more interesting situations." "Good, makes hitting you feel educational, and so they sparred, not as enemies now, not as suspicion and trial by impact, as recognition." The 11th Division had accepted him the only way it ever accepted anyone fully, by trying to break him until they discovered he either could not be broken properly or understood the point of standing back up. Ikaku, perhaps more than anyone besides Kenpachi, had been central to that education. Their final spar in the old hostile mode happened 3 days after the charter. No grudge in it now, no challenge to belonging, just proof. The yard was full by the time they started because 11th Division had better things to do than training spectacle, and therefore loved it deeply whenever it happened. Ikaku came in with spear first, and laughter already waiting in his throat. Harry met him with Hedwig Kaminari in black form, and the easy lethal focus that came only after a fighter stopped trying to prove he deserved to be dangerous. They clashed hard and fast, spear against blade, old rhythm against newer one. Every exchange carrying months of bruises, corrections, insults, and very nearly affectionate attempts at bodily ruin. Ikaku still pushed like a man who hated giving up ground to anyone. Harry still fought like a duelist forced through war until the blade learned to move like instinct with edges. Halfway through the spar, Ikaku landed a cracking hit across Harry's upper arm and laughed. "There you are," Harry answered by stepping through the follow-up and tagging the third seat across the ribs with the flat of his blade hard enough to drive the sound out of him for a second. The yard roared approval. At the end, Harry won cleanly. Not by overwhelming power, not with Bankai, not because his special role gave him some elevated right to superiority. He won because Ikaku's style had forged one of his foundations, and foundations, once learned, became part of the house. The last exchange ended with Harry's blade resting against Ikaku's throat and Ikaku's spear half an inch too far wide to answer it. Silence. Then Ikaku barked a laugh and slapped the blade aside himself. "About time," he said. Harry lowered the sword. That sounded almost sincere. "Don't ruin it." Then Ikaku hit him in the shoulder with enough force to bruise and grinned so widely his face looked structurally irresponsible. "Earned your place," he said. It was the most Ikaku thing he could possibly have offered. Harry took it for exactly what it was. The official ceremony for the Boundary Warden role was, at Nanao's insistence, brief. At Shunsui's insistence, it was also irritatingly elegant. Harry stood beneath the open eastern gate terrace at dawn while the Review Council read the charter and pretended it had not taken a near collapse of law, a buried prisoner, and a boy from another world forcing the visible seem into public consciousness to invent the office now being pronounced with such measured dignity. He accepted the seal strip marking his authority. He accepted the duty book, blank in its latter half and therefore already threatening. He accepted, after a pause, the white shoulder clasp designed for the role, a smaller symbolic counterpart to a captain's haori meant to mark access without division command. When Shunsui fastened it in place, his smile was quiet. "You look suitably difficult to categorize." The captain commander said. Harry glanced down at the clasp. "That's the official design goal, among others." Nanao, standing nearby with the duty book, said, "Try not to lose this," which the clasp or the metaphysical authority either would create paperwork. Harry suspected the role had been designed partly because Nanao recognized that if reality was going to keep producing Harry-sized anomalies, someone ought to build a shelf that fit before the next emergency tried to store him in the wrong archive. Yuyan attended from the terrace shade, cane resting across both hands, expression unreadable until the ceremony ended. Then she caught Harry alone for one breath and said, "Do not let them make you ornamental." Harry looked at the clasp, the seal, the open horizon where the world of the living waited beyond doctrine. "I won't," she nodded once, satisfied. "Good." Mira, waiting just beyond the formal line, fell into step with him afterward carrying 3 scroll cases, one improperly sealed lunch parcel, and the expression of someone whose job had become exactly what she'd always wanted and would therefore complain about professionally forever. "You have field surveys at second bell, boundary variance review at fourth, and 2 Western Archive crosswalk meetings you are going to hate," she said. "That does sound like a real job. You're welcome." She handed him the lunch parcel. "Also, Sirius sent this." Harry stopped. Inside the cloth was bread, smoked fish, and a handwritten note in Sirius's untidy slant. "Boundary work requires breakfast. Try not to become mystical on an empty stomach." Harry laughed aloud. Mira pretended not to be pleased by the sound. The definitive fight with Kenpachi came a month later. Naturally, it was his idea, not because there was anything left to prove politically. Not because the 11th Division needed reassurance that Harry's special office had not made him soft. Not because Kenpachi confused affection and attempted murder, though in his case, the border between those states remained academically interesting. It happened because they had both known, from the moment Harry survived the Bankai, that one proper fight still waited between them. The training ground chosen for it sat beyond the regular 11th courtyards on a plateau of broken stone where too many previous exercises had already convinced architecture to stop asking for mercy. By the time Harry arrived, half the division was already there. So were several captains who had no business pretending this was casual. Kenpachi stood in the center of the field with his eye patch on, sword over one shoulder, grin bright as old violence. "You're late," he said. Harry rolled his shoulder once. "I'm exactly on time." "Then you're late." That, at least, had remained constant. No one announced rules because that would have been silly. The actual rules were understood by both of them and therefore more trustworthy than anything shouted publicly. No killing. No collateral that would force Shunsui to invent another office. No Bankai unless the other answered in kind. They began with steel and old joy. Kenpachi hit first, obviously. Harry met him in black form. The impact rattled the plateau. There are fights that teach, fights that punish, fights that test. And then there are fights between 2 people who know exactly what the other has become and want, with absolute sincerity, to meet it at full speed simply because anything less would be rude. This was the last kind. Kenpachi came with monstrous directness. Every blow a declaration that the body still mattered no matter how elegant spiritual philosophy became. Harry answered with all the shape the 11th Division and the Bankai and Hedwig Kaminari had carved into him. White for distance, black for collision, movement threaded with seam sense so that gaps opened where once there had been only attack. The plateau changed around them. Stone shattered. Old cracks widened. Dust rose in curtains and was cut apart again. Kenpachi lost the eye patch 20 minutes in and laughed like a man being given exactly the gift he had hoped reality might someday deserve. Harry used Bankai first only because Kenpachi's pressure became too immense to answer cleanly otherwise, and because this time there was no doctrine watching, no legal chamber, no risk of becoming proof, only honesty. "Bankai," Harry said, and Ian no Shikken bloomed. Kenpachi answered not with subtlety, but with more of himself. The field vanished under pressure, stillness and fury, boundary and brute truth. A domain that made the seam visible against a captain whose power had always treated the world as something best understood through direct collision. For 40 minutes, they rearranged the plateau. Harry held the Bankai narrower than he had in real crises, using the domain less to govern the field than to force Kenpachi into the conversation he preferred least. One where technique mattered as much as appetite. Kenpachi, infuriatingly, adapted by loving the difficulty harder. By the end, the ground looked as though a local god had tried to become geology and failed messily. Harry won, not easily, not by humiliating Kenpachi. By a margin that would once have been impossible, and was still impossible for almost anyone else in Seoul society. The last exchange came with both of them half-bleeding, laughing through the effort, and too exhilarated to feel how ruined the field had become. Kenpachi overcommitted a descending strike by exactly the width of arrogance he intended Harry to need. Harry stepped along the seam of it, inside and through, white blade catching the upper force, black blade taking the center line. Ian no Shikken whispering the opening to him like trust made motion. He stopped with both blades at Kenpachi's throat and heart. The captain froze. Then grinned so wide it seemed hazardous. "You're finally strong enough to be fun," he said. Harry, panting, let the Bankai begin to settle. "You held back." Kenpachi barked a laugh. "Of course I did." Harry lowered the swords. "So did you." That made the captain's grin turn sharper and strangely warmer. "Yeah," he said. "So did you." No one applauded. That would have cheapened it. The 11th Division watched the two of them stand there amid the rearranged training ground and understood in the old soldier's way that a thing had been completed. Not ended, completed. Kenpachi turned away first, shouldered his sword, and began barking at half the division to stop gawking and start hauling stone because no one was sleeping until the field at least stopped looking like a myth had been dropped on it. That, too, was praise. Months passed. Not in summary, but in living. Harry traveled between thin points in the boundary with increasing confidence and decreasing need to prove he deserved to stand there. He reviewed anomalies, closed wounds, refused overreach when overeager reformers mistook his existence for license to update every metaphysical law at once. Helped Mira's office establish a first draft of Western spiritual contact protocols that did not read like invasion disguised as scholarship. Visited Sirius often enough that the older man stopped pretending surprise each time and started critiquing Harry's tendency to arrive having forgotten meals again. The letters continued too, not constantly. The Dream Channel remained deliberate, reserved, difficult enough that no one could use it frivolously. But it existed now. Hermione's replies came first through careful reciprocal constructs co-developed with Mira and Yuyan, each one somehow sounding exactly like Hermione even when delivered by a cross-realm scholarly channel. Ron's came less formally and with more exasperated affection. Ginny's took longest and said the least, which made every line matter more. Soul Society adjusted to all of it with the reluctant flexibility of an old injury learning whether had changed for good. The High Chamber did not vanish. Institutions rarely disappeared simply because they were proven wrong. But they had lost the right to operate in total darkness, and that mattered. Some members retired. Some were reviewed. Some clung to relevance by adapting just fast enough not to be buried. Nanao ensured their minutes remained very easy for future historians to find. Yuyan joined the reconstructed advisory wing for boundary and Kaido doctrine, and frightened everyone younger than a century into better scholarship through the combined weapons of brilliance and contempt for lazy thinking. Mira's research office became, within half a year, the single most annoying place in Serete for anyone hoping old sealed archives might remain sealed out of convenience. Shunsui drank more tea and less sake for a while, which Harry chose not to comment on because he had learned that good men who nearly lose the shape of their world deserved at least one vice less mocked in the aftermath. And Harry did the work, not as a king, not as a god, not as the chosen savior of another realm, as someone who knew the way the door opened and had finally learned that knowledge did not entitle him to shove everyone else through first. The final morning of that first true season in his new life arrived with dawn over Serete's eastern edge. Harry stood alone where the boundary thinned most naturally, not at a crisis point, not at an old wound, just at one of the quiet places where the seam between soul society and the world of the living lay close enough to feel if one knew how to listen. The air was cold. Below him, the city breathed. Lanterns dimming, kitchen smoke beginning, distant voices not yet fully committed to the day. He held the elder wand in one hand and Hedwig Kaminari in the other. It had taken time for the pairing to stop feeling symbolic and start feeling simply true. The elder wand no longer represented a power he leaned on against uncertainty. It represented where he came from, the wizarding world. The boy who had learned to aim will through carved wood and core, the life shaped by one tradition of magic, one language of survival. Hedwig Kaminari represented the soul he had had to become to live on the other side of death without being ruled by it. Together, they did not conflict, they completed. Harry let his eyes half close and reached outward with the sense Iron no Shikken had refined in him. The seam breathed under the world, gentle, enormous, not fixed and not fragile in the way frightened institutions like to imagine. Souls moved through its currents far beyond his reach. Newly dead, newly born into whatever passage followed next, he could feel them only as motion, not identities. That was right. His role was not to grip, not to claim, not to drag, just to keep the hinges honest. He stayed there a while, listening. It would have been easy once, perhaps, for someone like him to mistake that kind of access for destiny's final reward. To think standing at the seam meant ownership of it, authority over the living and the dead alike. Harry no longer had any interest in that misunderstanding. He had seen too many men build themselves into tyrants by believing the existence of a door made them its master. The boundary did not belong to him. He belonged, in a way, to the responsibility of hearing it. That was different. That was enough. Behind him, footsteps approached without hurry. Sirius's voice arrived before the man did, carrying exactly the mix of fond impatience and irreverence Harry had once thought forever lost to childhood and war. "Breakfast is ready," Sirius called. Yuyan is arguing with Mira about Kaido theory again. Nanao's pretending she isn't enjoying the chaos, and if you don't come now, Kenpachi's going to eat the whole table just to prove a point. Harry smiled without turning. He could picture all of it. Yuyan, dry and merciless, dissecting some theoretical imprecision Mira had offered with the best of intentions. Mira arguing back because scholarship and stubbornness were now married in her professional life. Nanao correcting 3 structural flaws in the debate while pretending not to have chosen seats that would let her hear everything. Kenpachi absolutely capable of consuming breakfast as if appetite were combat doctrine. Yakairu probably under the table already. Shunsui arriving late and somehow still claiming first tea warmth. Noise, the ongoing magnificent inconvenience of belonging somewhere. Harry took one last breath of the boundary's cool air. He could feel its patient in and out still. The gentle, enormous rhythm of a structure older than fear and wiser than law when law forgot its purpose. For one more heartbeat he remained where he was, the elder wand in one hand, Hedwig Kaminari in the other, balanced between worlds and no longer desperate to prove he deserved either. Then he said, lightly and entirely certain, "I'm coming." He turned away from the seam, away from the door, toward the day, and walked back toward the voices, the arguments, the food, the work, the laughter, the still unfinished reform of a flawed and living realm, and everything else that made existence difficult enough to be worth choosing over and over again. Not because he had been ordered. Not because prophecy demanded it. Not because there were no other doors left. Because this time, at last, the choice was his. And that made all the difference.